Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hobert arrived at the Nation of Disorder and cautiously wrapped Dunsmith's spirit with the power of order. Then, using the status of the Nation of Disorder, he accelerated the extraction of Beyonder characteristics. Finally, he wrapped this characteristic, which had been highly compatible with Dun's spirit, due to being his, together with Dun's spirit, ensuring that the characteristic could sustain Dun's spirit for a long time. After completing all this, under the envelopment of orderly power and nurtured by the characteristics, Dun's spirit stopped dissipating. To prevent Dun's spirit from turning towards malevolence, Hobert took his spirit along with the characteristics and the umbilical cord to the Nation of Disorder. Behind the Iron Throne, Hobert manifested a stone coffin and laid Dun's spirit inside. At this moment, Dun's eyes were blank, his consciousness still in a chaotic state. Hobert could have awakened him with the spirit necklace, but there was no point in doing so now. Hobert said to Dun, "I've heard that the classical alchemists have a way to craft a normal body. Lie here and wait. Once her body is ready, I'll let you out." With a wave of his hand, he covered the lid of the coffin, sealing it with another layer of order power outside to prevent Dun from becoming an evil spirit. Next, Hobert manifested a small stone box and placed the umbilical cord inside, next to the box containing the black eyes. Feeling his own spirituality depleted, Hobert quickly returned to the real world. He first pulled out a few strands of Dun's hair, then took out a glass vial from his pocket containing mystical herbs and poured out half a vial of Dun's now viscous blood. He then changed the symbol of the Creator on the altar to one representing the Evernight goddess. Just as he finished changing it, waves of exhaustion swept over him. Hobert felt himself about to faint. Suddenly, he remembered, "Oh no, I forgot about the old man inside Leonard." He called out towards Leonard. "The great Creator says, if you expose the existence of the Creator, he will definitely send you a monocle. T/N. Every good fanfic needs to threaten Palez with monocles." As he spoke, Hobert tried to lean against the wall, but his strength was insufficient to support him crawling over, so he collapsed on the ground and passed out. Half a minute later, Leonard, pale-faced, woke up. He looked at the reception hall, now resembling ruins, and stared blankly for a second or two. Then he saw Dun, with a gentle smile, and Klein, looking incredulous. Leonard crawled over to check Dun's and Klein's breath and pulse, muttering, "No," a word squeezed out of his throat. He continued to verify, going back and forth between the two, but ultimately had to accept the unchangeable outcome. Leonard's legs gave way, and he knelt in the spot. His emerald eyes were full of pain, and tears streamed down his face, washing away the blood and dust. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Old man, you must have a way, right? You can definitely bring them back to life, right? I'm not a god. Do you think I have the power to resurrect?" A voice that only Leonard could hear said, "Don't bother. Hobert has tried every possible method." He said, "Klein is already dead." Leonard's shoulders slumped, the last hope shattered. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps running upstairs came from outside, the reinforcements from the mandated punishers and members of the machinery hive mind rushing to support. When Hobert woke up, he was lying on a cold stone platform. The fiery pain in his back had disappeared, and his spirit and strength had recovered somewhat. Old Neil just performed a healing ritual for you. Leonard, sitting on a nearby chair with a pale face, said, "He's also quite old. The deaths of 2 teammates in a row have aged him a lot." Hobert sighed with relief, meaning that no one died in this incident. Old Neil didn't die, Klein would come back to life, and as for Dun, Hobert was also confident that he could bring him back to life. Hobert had barely achieved the goal he set for himself before. Next, Hobert sensed that the potion of the barbarian had been digested by most of it. His appearance completely contradicted the script written by 0-08. The true Creator did not wait, but chose to be born with a small part of his power, creating the descendant, and Dunn did not die completely in the true sense. The true creator paid the reward to Zhangweil, picked up by Hobert. Finally, 0-08 was forced to invite a frenzied mage to create an escape opportunity for Ince, because he had been challenging the script written by 0-08 all along, constantly refreshing 0-08's understanding of Hobert. The potion of the barbarian was well digested. Hobert asked, "Did you catch Ince?" Leonard shook his head expressionlessly. 0-08 created too many obstacles for the Archbishop. In the end, Ince escaped with excellent luck. Hobert nodded. If Ince had been caught, the desire for revenge and the desire to improve his strength would not be so strong for either Klein or Leonard. He asked, "Has Miss Daly arrived?" "She should have arrived." Hobert sighed. "How should I explain to her?" Leonard was puzzled, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, the stone door of the dim room was opened. It was Daly. Her eyes were filled with pain. After seeing Hobert, there was some anger left. "Hobert, didn't you say you could save Dunn?" She quickly walked over, grabbed Hobert's collar. "I followed your advice and immediately gave the Archbishop a telegram." "Why? Why'd he die?" "Of course, now is not the time to explain that there is still hope for Dunn to come back to life. Otherwise, the Church of the Evernight Goddess will definitely investigate, which will be a big trouble." Hobert squeezed out a faint smile. "I'm sorry, madam. I couldn't save him." "Madam." Leonard probably understood what was going on. Hobert did his best. He fainted beside the captain. As he spoke, he choked up too. Daly's hand, clutching Hobert's collar, trembled violently. Finally, she leaned on Hobert's shoulder and sobbed. She didn't cry aloud, just sobbed, but it tore her heart apart. Hobert patted Daly's back. He protected Tinjin City. Daly wiped away tears, seeing the blood on Hobert's clothes still not dry. "Sorry, I shouldn't blame you, but her heart was bleeding now, unable to control her emotions." Daly's emotions gradually calmed down. Hobert could sense that Daly's sorrow was slowly transforming into hatred. She sat quietly in her chair for a moment, then calmly said to Hobert without expression, "Captain Thomas will see you alone later. Tell him the source of the information was Zachary." Hobert nodded, "All right." Daly slowly got up and walked away step by step. Her departing figure looked desolate and weak. Watching Daly leave, Leonard looked at Hobert. Hobert said, "I'm sorry. This involves confidentiality agreements. I can't explain too clearly to you." It wasn't that he couldn't explain, but rather that he couldn't make it clear at all. For instance, the 0-08 and the information about its Tinjin City. Hobert could only fabricate something, but this was the beyonder world where lies could easily be exposed. Hobert descended from the stone platform and followed Borges to the first floor. Walking ahead, Borges suddenly said, "We've roughly reconstructed the course of the battle. You both did well." Hobert simply replied, "It's what we should do." The reception hall was indeed severely damaged, but the other rooms were mostly intact. In the lounge, Hobert saw Thomas standing in front of the window. Borges called out, "Captain." Thomas turned around. "I want to talk to Hobert alone." Borges left the room and closed the door. "Are you feeling better?" Thomas asked. "Much better, but it may take a few more days to fully recover," Hobert replied. Thomas nodded. "I heard from Daly that you seem to have received the news of the arrival of the evil god in advance." "Sort of." After Daly's reminder just now, Hobert had already thought about how to say in advance. But at that time, Zachary had already been contaminated, and I saw a true creator from him. In such a situation, of course, I had to end the spirit channeling immediately. Hobert spoke every word truthfully, but guided the conversation too. During the spiritual communication process, he obtained information about Tinjin City from Zachary. However, due to the appearance of the true creator, the information he obtained was fragmented and limited, so it did not attract much attention. Thomas did not delve deeper into this issue, but asked again, according to Leonard, did the evil god ultimately choose to be born as his offspring? Yes. How did you kill the evil god's offspring? Hobert was prepared. Captain Dunn used St. Selena's ashes to trap the evil god's offspring, and Klein used an advanced charm. This was also true, but they only dealt with Magos, not the evil god's offspring. Thomas frowned. Where did Klein get the advanced spell? I don't know. Thomas nodded. All right, go back and rest well. Oh, by the way, Lord Anthony specifically instructed that from today onwards, you are officially a member of the Backlund Nighthawks team, and your actions are still completely free. If the team needs your abilities for any mission, they will find you for help. Related documents will be exchanged for you after returning to Backlund. He smiled. His Excellency the Archbishop said that your calmness under the mental pressure of Sequence 3 impressed him. Hobert then understood why Thomas's inquiries were so succinct. It turned out that the Archbishop had endorsed him long ago, and Thomas was just going through the motions. Please thank His Excellency the Archbishop for his guidance, Hobert politely replied. Leaving Blackthorn Security Company, it was already afternoon. Seeing the sun about to set, Hobert remembered the fierce battle at noon, feeling as if he had crossed into another world. Strolling aimlessly on the street, Hobert thought of the frenzied mage who took away the Tree of Order. In theory, the Tree of Order could still be used for another 2 or 3 minutes. He wondered what the other party would do with it. Would they use it as a clue to find the Nation of Disorder? This was a considerable hidden danger. He didn't care much about 0-08 and Ince Zangwill, as he knew their fate. But the frenzied mage was an unexpected participant. If left unchecked, it could be a potential danger. He needed to carefully investigate whether the other party was a friend or foe. Lost in thought, Hobert saw the coachman who had come to pick him up. The coachman looked surprised and asked, "Sir, are you?" Hobert then realized that everyone around was looking at him. After all, he was covered in so much blood. It's okay. It's all over. His mind had been greatly stimulated today, and he still felt a bit dazed. He fell asleep in his coat without changing or taking a bath. When he woke up the next morning, it was already dawn. After breakfast, Hobert asked the butler to convey his thanks to Ulysses and explain that he was preparing to return to Backlund early tomorrow morning. Hobert spent the whole day resting. He didn't go back to Blackthorn Security Company, but informed Leonard by letter that he would leave Tingen City tomorrow morning. On Monday morning, Hobert packed his bags and arrived at the door, where he saw Ulysses' carriage parked outside. Hobert smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "Mr. Ulysses, you didn't have to come and see me off." "No," Ulysses said. "I have something here that needs you to deliver to Sir Christian." Hobert was stunned, speculating whether the contents of Sir Christian's handwritten letter were borrowed from Ulysses like this. Getting into the carriage, Ulysses handed Hobert a box about the length of his forearm, instructing him to personally deliver it to Christian. Ulysses took Hobert to the station, and after bidding farewell to each other, Hobert bought a ticket for 9:20. In the afternoon, Hobert saw the city with a thin mist again. Suddenly, he felt close to Backlund. Not until he got off the train did Hobert realize that he had forgotten to buy gifts for Donna and the others. Comment. 1 comment. Vote. Chapter 153. Chapter 153. Turbulence on Nicola Street. Bonus 5. Chapter 153. Turbulence on Nicola Street. Join patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Coming out of the Tingen City specialty shop, Hobert muttered to himself, "I used to make fun of Christian for buying those laughable gifts, but now I'm worse off. I forgot to buy any gifts at all." Then Hobert realized a serious issue. Could it be that Christian also forgets to buy gifts every time he returns and ends up visiting specialty shops like himself? The more he thought about it during the carriage ride, the more likely it seemed. Hobert first returned to Blanca Street, where Furs was lounging comfortably in a recliner, flipping through a magazine. Seeing Hobert enter, Furs lazily got up, saying, "You're back." "Yeah, where's Zio?" "She's out doing the task you gave her." Hobert set down his luggage. "Is there anything to eat at home?" "I haven't had lunch yet." "Neither have I." Hobert blinked. "Have you really been lounging on that recliner since morning?" "No." Furs chuckled nervously. I've been brainstorming for a new book." Hobert smirked inwardly. What a lie. Under Hobert's unspoken scrutiny, Furs finally overcame his laziness and got up to order lunch from Desi Flavor Restaurant nearby. After a satisfying meal, Hobert delivered the gifts for Furs and Zio, then said, "I'll be heading home tonight and will come over again tomorrow morning." With that, He left with his briefcase and many gifts. Furs responded with an "oh" and glanced at the dishes on the table. Do I have to wash these too? So annoying. I hate washing plates and bowls. Hobert walked to the law firm and first briefed lawyer Barton on Mr. Dominic's case. This case is all thanks to you, Barton said. Let me see. Oh, the commission fee totals £150. Instead of distributing your compensation according to the firm's commission fee distribution regulations, the firm will only deduct £50 for intermediary and material fees, leaving you with the remaining £100. However, your travel expenses for this trip won't be reimbursed. Hobert joked, smiling. If I had known this earlier, I would have bought you more expensive gifts. Barton chuckled and shook his head. No new cases will be assigned to you recently. Focus on winning the lawsuit you have. Hobert nodded. He now only had Mr. Bob's case in hand. Leaving Mr. Barton's office, Hobert distributed gifts to several colleagues he got along well with, then sat down at his desk and quickly calculated the expenses of this trip. The expenses were minimal. Damaged clothes in the battle, a shirt, a trench coat, and trousers, costing less than £2 in total. The shirt was expensive, but it was from home and didn't cost him money. Then there were round-trip tickets and money spent on gifts, totaling around £6. However, his income was £130, £100 commission and £30 tip. Moreover, he could still use the identification card provided by the Nighthawks to evade taxes, and all £130 was his. This was the income on the surface. This trip to Tinjin City also yielded the horn of the wicked creature, the black eyes, and the umbilical cord of the offspring of the evil god. These three things seemed high-level, but for now, they could only be used in the Nation of Disorder and only within the Nation of Disorder. This made Hobert's methods in the Nation of Disorder more diverse, making him appear more like an evil god. Because Klein had been lying in the coffin, the tarot club for this week was canceled. Regarding this, Mr. Fool had already made a prediction on Thursday. I wonder if Klein sensed something at the time? Hobert stayed at the law firm until closing time and took a taxi carriage home. His return was welcomed by the whole family, and Melissa had the chef prepare several more dishes. While dinner hadn't started yet, Hobert handed the box Ulysses gave him to Christian. Christian nodded with a smile. Looks like he hasn't forgotten me as his old boss. He put the box in the study before returning to dinner. At the dinner table, the family listened to Hobert's stories of his business trip. They found the ending of the kidnapping case. He was in charge of more bizarre than the stories in the newspapers. After dinner, Hobert distributed gifts, and the whole family enjoyed themselves. On Tuesday morning, Hobert, whose spirit body, spirituality, and physical strength had fully recovered, took the family carriage to work. He sat in the chair for more than 10 minutes before going out to visit clients. In fact, he went to the rental house on Blanca Street. With Furs and Zio present, the rental house now seemed lively. Hobert entered and saw Zio making tea while Furs was on the recliner again. How much does she like the recliner? Hobert really doubted if this girl had spent the night on the recliner. Zio smiled. Thank you for the gift. I really like it. Hobert smiled back. I'm glad you do. Furs struggled to get up again, and the three sat around the dining table. Zio said, I found the addresses of the Nikola shipyard and the Tuma Hotel. She took out a note with the addresses written on it. Both addresses were on Nikola Street. The shipyard was at 1668, and the hotel was at the other end of Nikola Street, number 35. Taking the note, Hobert found the address somewhat familiar and searched through his briefcase, finally finding the address Harvey Hayden had given him. Rex's former security guard, Dix, owned a company at 1899 Nikola Street. Nikola Street was indeed bustling. After taking a sip of tea, Furs said, I didn't expect Kalangos to die so quickly. Fortunately, we didn't rent a new house, otherwise we would have wasted rent. Zio said awkwardly, Hobert, our rental house has a problem, and we won't be able to move out until the day after tomorrow. Hobert smiled. It's okay to stay a few more days. There are 3 bedrooms anyway. In Backlund, mixed-gender renting is quite common. Zio immediately said, We'll pay you rent, and we promise not to bring any danger back. Forget about the rent. It's just a few more days. Hobert said, "While you're here, you're responsible for my 3 meals a day." Furs immediately raised her hand. "I'll take care of it." Hobert immediately gave up hope for the next few days of dining. Furs then asked, "Hobert, how much is the rent for a month in this row house?" "It's usually rented annually." Hobert put away Zio's investigation results. 20 to 25 pounds per month. Zio stuck out his tongue. "So expensive." Furs shook her head too, saying they couldn't afford it right now. Zio then talked about the mission to find the cultists. She had used her connections to find the hiding places of 2 cultists who were not hiding in the East Borough, but in a factory by the port. Zio wanted Hobert and Furs to help her catch these 2 cultists. Zio had investigated and confirmed that the 2 cultists had no other accomplices. Their access to the factory was facilitated by the workshop's supervisor, who was once a follower of the cult. Both Sequence 9 individuals lacked emergency escape means, so apprehending them shouldn't be difficult with a solid plan. Due to Zio's extensive preliminary investigation and the associated information costs, she took the lead in this operation, hence she would receive half of the commission, while Hobert and Furs would split the other half. If it became necessary to eliminate the cultists during the capture, their characteristics will be distributed according to this model. Hobert had no objections. He considered the police credentials might have some utility in this operation. So the 3 split up. Zio and Furs continued scouting and planning the capture, while Hobert took a rental carriage to the Blackthorn Security Company in North Borough to obtain credentials. Thomas had just returned from Tingeon City today, but Hobert wasted no time in finding him. Thomas instructed Borgia to prepare credentials for Hobert and asked him to wait in his office for a moment before leaving himself. About 15 minutes later, Thomas returned with a wooden box and handed it to Hobert. "I received a telegram last week about your success with the Night Hawks team in Tingeon City, defeating and eliminating Mr. Z of the Aurora Order. We intended to reward you with 3/5 of the briber's characteristics at that time. However, after the incident with the birth of the evil god's offspring, due to your outstanding performance in that event, we will give you more rewards." Thomas continued, "2 of these rewards include the remaining 1/5 of the briber's characteristics. Along with the 1/5 you previously received, you can now take this portion of the briber's characteristics. The second reward is official membership status. As for the third reward, you may make a request, which we will consider fulfilling immediately or partially." Hobert opened the wooden box to find a crystal ball emitting a charming aura, confirming it as the briber's characteristic. After considering for a moment, Hobert said, "For the third reward, grant me the judge's characteristic." Daly had taken a judge's characteristic during the previous battle to divide the spoils from the ambush of the Tamara family members. Thomas was taken aback. "What do you need the judge's characteristic for?" "I have a friend who needs it," Hobert replied. "I'm short of money lately, so I can sell it to her." Most importantly, he could soon divide the judge's characteristic into 4 parts, turning a sum into a significant amount of money. Thomas nodded. "Very well, but that's a Sequence 6 characteristic. Its value, I believe, needs no explanation to you. You will receive 3/5 of the judge's characteristic for your remaining merit." Hobert had no objections to this. At this moment, Borgia arrived with Hobert's credentials, which included the inspector's badge. Additionally, Hobert would receive a weekly salary of £6. In fact, given Hobert's sequence, he was already considered a senior member, eligible for a salary ranging from £10 to £12. However, due to his ability to act independently, he was currently receiving the salary of an ordinary member. Regardless, the unexpected salary from the Nighthawks team was a pleasant surprise, and Hobert found it sufficient. Leaving the Blackthorn Security Company with a wooden box, Hobert now possessed 2 portions of the briber's characteristic, thinking he could sell one. Upton would be a good potential customer, though Hobert wasn't sure if he was still vacationing in Desi Bay. Returning to Blanca Street, Hobert found Zio and Furs still absent. He went back to his room, placing the briber's characteristic into the Nation of Disorder. Next, he shattered the sheriff's characteristic and awaited the aggregation of a sheriff and an arbiter's materials in a day or two. Gazing at the brilliant and colorful characteristics on the stone platform, Hobert had only one thought: to cash in. He needed to do so quickly, preparing to purchase items capable of traveling, to prevent situations where he might encounter such items without enough money. Just as he was thinking this, Elliot's star lit up, and Hobert extended his spiritual influence. Elliot's hands crossed as he lowered his head. Creator in the shadow of order. After reciting the title, he continued, Great Creator, Elder Calvin found me today and said he wanted me to join the family's elder council, becoming the 10th elder. Should I go? This was obviously the Balk family's attempt to actively approach Elliot behind the scenes of the Creator, allowing Elliot to become an elder in the council, equivalent to opening the family's decision-making meeting to the Creator. Hobert pondered for a moment and felt Elliot's current position in the Elder Council was inappropriate, mainly because Elliot's sequence was too low to gain consensus upon entering the Elder Council. At that time, he might have to announce himself as the Creator's spokesperson to appease other family members' dissatisfaction. However, no matter what method he used, Elliot would be isolated, which was not beneficial to Hobert's plan to go to the southern continent to digest the Baron of Corruption potion. Since he was the spokesperson for the Creator, he should be supported rather than isolated. Thinking of this, Hobert made a decision, using his supreme voice. Not for now. In the southern continent. Having received a response from the Creator, Elliot breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, he wasn't very keen on joining the Elder Council now, but he knew more that he couldn't decide on this matter. Fortunately, the Creator is wise and did not require him to join. Elliot took a deep breath and came out to the living room. Calvin was still waiting for news in the living room. Seeing Elliot only went in for a few minutes and then came out, Calvin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the mysterious existence would give Elliot an answer so quickly. This made him curious about what extraordinary encounter Elliot had to gain the trust of that existence so quickly. Perhaps he couldn't even dream that the reason the mysterious existence was able to give such a quick response was entirely because he happened to be in his work position. Elliot said, After my careful consideration, I temporarily won't join the Elder Council. This surprised Calvin again. If Elliot joined the Elder Council now, he would become a simple mouthpiece. The mysterious existence did not intend to let him join the Elder Council, obviously preparing to cultivate him carefully. I respect your choice, Calvin said in his mouth, thinking in his heart. I need to change my attitude toward Elliot. Elliot asked again, Uncle Calvin, I've been trying to act as a briber recently, but why is my briber potion digesting so slowly? Calvin smiled. That's because the people you bribed are all relatives in the family. Even without bribes, they're willing to help, so relatively speaking, digestion will be slow. Is there any way? There is. According to the family records, there is currently only one method that you can use. What method? Bribe the gods. Back in the real world, Hobert waited until 2 in the afternoon before Zio and Furs returned. This time, they had thoroughly scouted the location. Zio drew a sketch and explained her capture plan. 2 cultists lived in a dormitory building within the factory. Zio planned to attack them from the front entrance, while Hobert and Furs waited in ambush by the windows. If Zio's surprise attack failed, Hobert and Furs would break through the windows to join the fight. Given our strength advantage over the enemy, we didn't need overly elaborate tactics. Hobert would handle one cultist alone, while Zio and Furs would deal with the other to end the fight quickly. Zio usually seemed a bit reckless, but when serious, she was quite competent. Her plan was practical, and her precautions were sufficient to handle most unexpected situations. However, her stature was a bit short, which somewhat diminished the grandeur of her explanation of the plan. Lastly, Hobert added a note. If confronted by factory workers during retreat, they could use his inspector's credentials to escape. Seeing Hobert's credentials, Zio exclaimed, Where did you get these forged? They look very real. Hobert didn't reveal the truth and simply smiled. I borrowed these from a friend. Zio envied this ability. Having such credentials would make many things easier for her. In the evening, the 3 had dinner and made final preparations. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" Hobert called loudly from the dining room. No one answered. "I'll go and open the door." Furs immediately got up to avoid washing dishes and went to open the door. But there was no one outside. "That's strange." Furs was about to close the door when she noticed a small box outside. "Wait." Furs moved to pick it up, but Hobert stopped her. He approached with his cane and nudged the box open. Inside was a pigeon stabbed to death with a dagger. Furs frowned. "Whose prank is this?" She wasn't afraid of such things. Hobert chuckled, shaking his head. "These people are so childish." Furs noticed there seems to be a letter inside. Without even looking at it, Hobert closed the box decisively and tossed it into a nearby trash can. After closing the door again, Furs seemed to understand. "Is it because of Bob's case?" Hobert nodded. "It seems they know I'm back. I suggest you two move out tomorrow. Their methods will only get more despicable. Now is not the time for us to leave," Zio said. "With us here, the three of us can take turns resting at night." Furs agreed. "Yes, if we didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that we do, we can't just walk away." Hobert smiled. "After you leave, I'll stay at home for a couple of days. Let's see who dares to send such things to a general's house." Zio and Furs exchanged glances. It seemed like a plan. "Let's proceed with tonight's operation first," Hobert said. "We'll discuss the rest tomorrow." By late evening, the three boarded a carriage that often worked with Zio. Around 10 o'clock at night, Hobert and his group arrived at the courtyard wall of a textile factory. Inside the carriage, Zio reiterated the plan they had made during the day. Then they began their operation. Hobert and Zio climbed over the wall, while Furs opened the door directly. The workshop area was already darkened. After all, this was an era of gas lamps and steam power machinery, not yet capable of running 24 hours a day. Led by Zio, they arrived in front of the dormitory where the cultists resided. There were 2 dogs here, but Zio had prepared by tossing them some meaty bones. The dogs were too busy with the bones to pay attention to Hobert and the others. Hobert and Furs lay in ambush outside the window, while Zio agilely climbed into the dormitory from the 2nd floor, reaching the room where one of the cultists lived on the ground floor. Listening and hearing no movement inside, Zio kicked the door open, only to realize something was wrong. Instead of 2 people, there were 3 sitting on the edge of the bed, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation in the dark. After Zio kicked open the door, they all turned to look at her. Scratching her head, Zio said, "Sorry, wrong room." She politely closed the door on them. The 3 inside the room stood stupefied for a second or two, before one of them said, "Catch her." They rushed to the door, but just as they were about to open it, the door suddenly swung toward them. Zio hadn't left. She had heard them approach the door and kicked it hard, sending the door panel crashing into the 3 rushing out. At the same time, the window side suddenly became ethereal, and Furs crossed through the window into the room. Immediately afterward, the window was smashed open, and Hobert jumped in with his cane. 3 against 3, they engaged in a fierce battle in the not-so-spacious room. Due to the chaotic scene, Hobert temporarily refrained from using his pistol, afraid of accidentally hitting Zio or Furs. Hobert's opponent was a skilled fighter, barehanded against Hobert's cane, and under the blessing of the combat ring, they were evenly matched. As the fight continued, the opponent seemed to grow stronger. However, as a barbarian, Hobert had greater strength. He quickly adjusted his strategy, using his strength advantage to charge straight in. The opponent, without a weapon, could only resist Hobert's onslaught with his arms. Eventually, Hobert slammed him against the wall, kicking up dust and nearly making him cough up blood. Hobert charged again, and the opponent quickly dodged, not expecting Hobert to use the cane like a sword, leveraging his strength advantage to stab him through and pin him to the wall. Amid the opponent's screams, Hobert pulled out his pistol. Bang! He shot the opponent in close range in the head. The gunshot in the night was particularly loud, and the earlier sounds of fighting had already awakened many people. But upon hearing the gunshot, the factory workers who had intended to come out and see what was happening quickly retreated and locked the doors again. Meanwhile, the fight on Zio's side was nearing its end. Furz's opponent was the weakest, and despite Furz not being skilled in combat, she wasn't at a disadvantage. Hobert went to help Furz, rushing over to kick down her opponent, and then another shot to resolve the situation. Zio had already slashed her opponent's throat with a dagger. In just a minute or two, they had finished the fight. Of course, much of this was due to their surprise attack. Furz breathed a sigh of relief, lit a match, and lit a lamp to examine the faces of the three. Hobert's opponent was a prisoner, although his abilities did not include combat skills. A prisoner was more likely to learn various murder techniques, including combat. Zio's opponent was a farmer, and Furz's opponent wasn't listed in the wanted list. He wore an expensive suit and didn't seem like a manager hiding two cultists. Hobert searched the opponent's body, but found no identification or similar items. Not knowing the opponent's identity made him uneasy, so Hobert asked Zio and Furz to disguise the other two bodies, preparing to perform a spirit channeling on this stranger. The previous battle hadn't drained much of Hobert's strength, so he could calmly use the spirit necklace. The room immediately grew cold, and Hobert's eyes turned completely black. He saw the dissipating spirituality of the stranger, and the surroundings rapidly disappeared, transforming into a vast gray fog. Hobert grasped the other person's spirituality and began silently chanting in his heart, "Your name and identity. Your name and identity." After chanting 7 times, the gray fog revealed the scene Hobert wanted, a hand holding a document. The deceased man's name was Wayne, and he was an employee of the Phaenopotter Embassy. "You cannot carry this document with you. It will remain with me until your return to the country." A voice said, "You will disguise yourself as a merchant and cooperate with the ambassador's actions." The scene faded, and the gray fog returned. Hobert was stunned. Why would a Phaenopotter spy be here? He then asked, "What was your purpose for coming here tonight? What was your purpose for coming here tonight?" The gray fog revealed another scene. Inside an office, a middle-aged man with Phaenopotter's signature mustache and thinning hair angrily said, "The matter with Count Vincent is already frustrating enough, and now those 2 idiots are causing trouble at this time. Have them smuggled out from the dock tomorrow and send them to the southern continent. Never let them return." The scene disappeared, once again turning into the gray fog. Count Vincent? Could the theft at Count Vincent's estate be related to the Phaenopotter Embassy? As for those 2 cultists, Hobert had some guesses. To confirm his suspicions, he asked, "Who was the middle-aged man who appeared just now? Who was the middle-aged man who appeared just now?" The gray fog changed again, showing a lavish hall. The middle-aged man with the mustache appeared much younger than in the previous scene. A man in his 30s pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him to Wayne. "This is Mr. Tim, the ambassador to the Lone Kingdom." The scene turned back into the gray fog. Hobert noticed that the man's spirituality had thinned due to the mediumship, which put his mind at ease. Exiting the mediumship, Zio and Furz had already packed up the body. One of the ladies had spent much time in the East Borough and was used to seeing dead bodies on the street, while the other had once been a surgeon, so neither was afraid of corpses. Hobert nodded to them. He and Zio carried the body while Furz led the way. Though Zio was short, she was quite strong, effortlessly carrying a body and walking swiftly. The gunshots from earlier had alerted the security personnel, but they didn't dare approach right away. It wasn't until the security captain arrived with a double-barreled shotgun that they came to investigate. By then, the only thing they found was a corpse with a shattered head, as Hobert and the others were already scaling the wall. It wasn't until they got into the carriage that Zio and Furz's faces started to relax into smiles. Zio smiled and said, "This mission went smoother than expected." Furz let out a breath. "Ever since meeting Hobert, I've been dragged into all kinds of fights." She smiled, "But I quite like it. We earn bounties and take down cultists." It was only then that they noticed Hobert's serious expression. Furz sensed something was wrong. "Did you discover something unusual during the mediumship?" Hobert leaned forward and whispered to Zio and Furz. That stranger was a staff member of the Phaenopotter Embassy, or more accurately, a spy. Zio and Furz didn't immediately react, which was understandable. Who would associate cultists with an embassy? After a few seconds, Furs reacted. You mean that the cult is backed by the Phaenopotter kingdom? Hobert nodded. That's highly possible. A beat later, Zio caught on. I've always heard that embassy staff from foreign countries often engage in espionage and sabotage. I never really believed it, but it turns out it's true. Phaenopotter embassy staff secretly organizing a cult in Lone to disrupt our peace. There was a moment of silence in the carriage before Furs broke it. What do we do now? Should we go hide in the countryside for a while? While disrupting Phaenopotter's conspiracy and taking down cultists was satisfying, they were ultimately just a Sequence 8 and 2 Sequence 9s. If the Phaenopotter ambassador wanted to retaliate, he could easily have them killed without anyone knowing. No, act like we know nothing. Hobert replied. This mission has military backing, which is our protection. The Phaenopotter ambassador won't make a move on us lightly. After all, relations between Lone and Phaenopotter have never been good. The ambassador and his staff in Backlund are under tighter scrutiny than those from other countries. We might be watched for a while, but as long as we treat this mission as a simple cultist elimination, the ambassador won't make any trouble over a dead spy. Furs nodded. If the ambassador retaliates, it only proves his connection to the spy. Exactly, Hobert said. So for now, I'll keep working at the law firm. One of you keeps thinking up new book ideas in your armchair, and the other keeps working as a bounty hunter. Furs looked at Hobert. Were you about to say I've been slacking in my armchair? No, Hobert chuckled. I know you're hard at work thinking of news stories. Zio turned to the window, stifling her laughter. After settling on their plan, they followed through, taking the two bodies to Zio and Furs's previous rental apartment. As for the information about Count Vincent revealed during the mediumship, Hobert didn't plan to share it with Zio and Furs. Hobert had a theory. The recent theft at Count Vincent's estate was likely orchestrated by the Phaenopotter ambassador. The reason was simple. It was a test for Count Vincent. Aside from sending a few petty thieves to rob Vincent's residence, Ambassador Tim probably had other ways of testing him, though Hobert wasn't sure what they were. As for why Count Vincent was being tested, Hobert could understand. It was clear Vincent was serving the king, likely helping George III construct one of his tombs. The Phaenopotter royal family, being arbiters themselves, had probably sensed something unusual in George III's recent actions. Hobert thought to himself, they might be the ones who least want to see George III become the Black Emperor. By the time they arrived at Zio and Furs' rented apartment, the beyonder characteristics of the two cultists had already precipitated. The beyonder characteristic of the farmer was a clump of thick green liquid, resembling a glob of seaweed-filled water. The beyonder characteristic of the prisoner appeared as a grayish stone mixed with some crystals, capable of reflecting light under illumination. Hobert carefully placed the beyonder characteristics into prepared wooden boxes, and the three of them took turns resting. At dawn the next day, the carriage Zio had hired appeared at the door once again. This time, Hobert noticed that the coachman was a scruffy old man with a thin, disheveled beard and hair. The three of them rode the carriage, bringing the corpses to the mercenary club's entrance. Hobert went inside alone and headed to the third-floor information wall room to find the attendant, asking them to notify the issuer of the cultist bounty. While waiting in the reception hall on the first floor, Hobert had 2 cups of black tea and waited for over half an hour before a few people dressed in black formal attire sat across from him under the attendant's guidance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their superior finally said, "We need to verify that you've caught the right people. They put up a fierce resistance when we tried to capture them, and they attempted to flee, so—" Hobert smiled. "The bodies are in the carriage outside." The superior nodded, not particularly concerned. Hobert led them outside, allowing Zio and Furs to step out of the carriage first, while 2 men in black formal suits got inside to examine the bodies. Queens Avenue was mostly empty, with only a few passing carriages. Neither the nobles inside the carriages nor their drivers paid any attention to the 3 carriages parked on the wide street. The black-suited superiors started chatting with Hobert as they stood by the carriage. "So, it was you who broke into the Lobido textile factory and killed someone last night. Both Zio and Furs tensed up. They hadn't expected last night's operation to be discovered so quickly. You could say that, Hobert replied with a smile, careful not to reveal anything incriminating. A merchant from the Fanapotter Kingdom also died at the scene, the superior said nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. He was with the cultists at the time, Hobert explained. But since he wasn't on the bounty list, we treated him as just another cultist. At this moment, the inspectors finished their examination and nodded to the superior as they removed their gloves. Good job, the superior said with a smile. I never liked him anyway. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he asked, after keeping the bodies for a while, did anything unusual happen? Hobert smiled. You're asking about the beyonder characteristics. The superior nodded. Since you know, I won't need to explain. Believe me, both of those characteristics will be hard to sell. Let me buy them from you. I've sold cultist beyonder characteristics once before at a mercenary club gathering, Hobert said, subtly indicating that he could attend such gatherings and that he knew the prices of beyonder characteristics. Name your price. How about 280 pounds for each? Too cheap. Prisoner should be 300 and farmer 350. The superior was momentarily stunned, clearly surprised by Hobert's accurate knowledge of the prices. Your asking price is a bit high. After some friendly negotiation, they settled on 290 for the prisoner and 330 for the farmer. Once the price was agreed upon, Hobert took the wooden box from Furs, climbed into the superior's carriage, and completed the transaction. After counting the money and ensuring everything was in order, Hobert handed over the beyonder characteristics and the corpses. With a simple nod of acknowledgement, both parties parted ways. In the carriage, Zio and Furs watched as Hobert pulled out a stack of gold pounds. The sight of the large sum made both women's breathing grow slightly heavier. They weren't strangers to large sums of money, but it was rare for them to see over 1,000 pounds in one go. Zio chuckled. This is definitely the most profitable job I've ever taken. The earnings from this job were equivalent to what she usually made in a year. Hobert smiled and said, Now comes the most exciting part, splitting the profits. He continued, The bounty for the two cultists is 200 each, making a total of 400. The two beyonder characteristics sold for 620, so her total income is 1,020 pounds. I introduced the job to Zio, so taking a 5% broker fee isn't unreasonable, right? Not at all, Zio quickly replied. That's a very fair fee. For high-paying jobs like this, it was common for broker fees to reach 8% or even 10%. Hobert took out 51 pounds for himself, and they began dividing the remaining 969. Zio took half, amounting to 484 pounds and 10 soli, while Hobert and Furs each took a quarter, earning 242 pounds and 5 soli apiece. With that, the task was successfully concluded, and the carriage headed towards Blanca Street. Furs asked Hobert, Earlier, you mentioned having a lead on the main ingredient for Trickmaster. Hobert smiled and replied, I've already acquired it. If you're planning to advance soon, you'll only need to buy the supplementary materials. Furs smiled back, great. The earnings from this task, combined with her savings, were enough to pay for the main ingredient of Trickmaster. Hobert added, Given the potential consequences of last night's operation, I suggest we stay together for a while, at least until the Fanapotter Embassy surveillance ends, or we're sure they aren't monitoring us. Furs nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. We can take turns keeping watch at night to prevent any ambushes. Zio also agreed, so their planned move was postponed by a few days. Back at 192 Blanca Street, since they hadn't rested well the previous night, Hobert and Furs went to sleep first, while Zio stayed in the living room reading a magazine and keeping an eye out for any potential surveillance. Around noon, Hobert woke up after a couple of hours of sleep, feeling refreshed. When he went downstairs, he found Zio preparing lunch. Sorry, Hobert, I only know how to make pasta, Zio said as she served Hobert a plate. The popular pasta in Lone was similar to what Hobert remembered as Italian pasta. The noodles were boiled, then mixed with salt and olive oil, mushrooms were added, and the dish was topped with either meat sauce or tomato sauce. Hobert smiled. When you're hungry, a big plate of pasta is perfect, though I can't eat that much. Zio, a bit embarrassed, said, That's the portion I set aside for myself. Hobert finally understood why Zio was so strong. She could eat. After filling their stomachs, Hobert glanced at the clock, noticing it was already around 1 in the afternoon. Furs hasn't woken up yet. Let her sleep a little longer, Zio said while cleaning up the dishes. You should head to work. Once Furs wakes up, I'll take a nap. Hobert didn't argue, helped wipe the table, then grabbed his briefcase and left for the law firm. When he arrived at the office, Hobert received an official notice, and its content surprised him. The court date has been moved up. Generally speaking, cases in formal courts are sometimes postponed, but rarely are they moved up. Bob's case was originally scheduled for next Thursday, but now it has been moved to this Friday, which is the day after tomorrow. Originally, Hobert wanted to find a few witnesses, but now he has no time at all. Something's not right. Hobert immediately realized that something was very wrong. Just then, the receptionist from the law firm entered the office. Lawyer Hobert, someone is looking for you. Oh, Hobert came to his senses, put away the official letter, pondering how to respond, and went to the reception room. In the reception room, there was a well-dressed butler who smiled and said, Mr. Hobert, my master Mr. Arnold invites you to a dinner tonight. Here's the invitation. Hobert looked at the butler and suddenly understood. He smiled and said, All right, I'll definitely go. The butler nodded slightly, politely bid farewell to Hobert. Hobert tossed the invitation on the desk, glanced at the official letter again, and realized this was a demonstration. He sat in his chair, crossed his arms, and began to ponder how to deal with it. 10 minutes later, he suddenly jumped up from his chair, threw on his coat, grabbed his briefcase and cane, and quickly left the law firm. As soon as he left, Hobert noticed 2 tailing men following him almost openly. This was also part of the demonstration. Hobert shook his head with a smile. If this had been in ancient times, when these people threatened his family and his life, he might have compromised. But now he wasn't compromising at all. If they push him too far, he might just storm Arnold's house and hang him from a lamppost. But it wasn't time to flip the table yet. Back at the rental house, Furs was dining, and Zio was yawning, preparing to nap again after a little more preparation. Furs saw Hobert. Is it only a few points? You're off work already. I have urgent matters. Hobert said, Zio, I'll take up your rest time to give you an urgent commission. He handed her a neatly arranged note. Remember Arnold, the employer of my client Bob? Zio put down her magazine. I remember. Hobert said, the names on the note are former employees of Arnold's factory. Go find them as quickly as possible. It's okay if you don't find them all, for 5 will do. Then ask them to testify in court on Friday. You can give them some money, but when you give them money, make it clear that it's compensation for their lost wages, not for testifying. As he spoke, he took out 30 pounds in cash. This is the commission for this task. Zio took 20. This will do, she said, putting on her hat and leaving immediately. Hobert then turned to Furs, who was eating slowly. I have a commission for you two. Go to Viscount Glaint's mansion and inform him and Miss Audrey that I will hold an emergency meeting of the Justice League tomorrow morning. He took out a 2-pound note from his wallet as he spoke. Furs, however, only took out 1 pound. It's just delivering a message. 1 pound is enough. She began to speed up her meal. Hobert said hello and left immediately, with the 2 tailing men arrogantly smoking at his doorstep. Hobert walked forward as if nothing had happened. As he passed them, Hobert suddenly approached them, lifted his foot, and stomped hard. Crunch, the sound of the arch bone breaking. The stomp man yelled in pain, hopping around holding his foot. The other tailing man hadn't figured out what was going on yet, and Hobert lifted his foot again and stomped hard. So there were 2 people on the street hopping around holding their feet. Hobert smiled and shook his head, sorry for stepping on your feet. Please watch where you're walking in the future, or I might accidentally step on your heads. After saying that, Hobert called a cab and left, leaving behind 2 crying men holding their feet. Passers-by on the street were puzzled. It was just a footstep. Why were they in so much pain? Hobert took a cab to Obsidian Bar, gave the bartender a tip, and asked him to bring Daily Simone over. Several minutes later, a black-haired woman in her 30s followed the bartender back. "Let me introduce myself, Loretta, your new contact." She had a decent appearance and dressed somewhat masculine, giving her a unique sense of androgynous beauty. Hobert was stunned. "Where's Miss Daly?" "She didn't quit her job because she couldn't save Dunn, did she?" Loretta whispered. "She joined the Red Gloves and just left today. I'll be your contact from now on." Hobert nodded slowly. "I understand. Hello, Ms. Loretta. I'm Hobert. I believe I don't need to introduce myself too thoroughly, right?" "No need." Loretta smiled. "You're a special case in the entire Nighthawks team of the Lone Kingdom." She asked, "It's not payday yet. What's the matter?" Hobert smiled bitterly. "Who told you I was so eager to get paid?" He asked back, "Do you know about Bob's case?" "I've heard of it. Recently, the defendant Arnold is using some despicable means to try to win the lawsuit," Hobert said. "I want you guys to protect Mr. Bob closely in the next day or two. If he dies, this lawsuit won't go on." Loretta said, "The church also attaches great importance to this case. I believe the captain will send someone to protect Mr. Bob after receiving your message." Hobert picked up his cane, ready to get up. "Then I'll leave it to you." Then he suddenly remembered, "By the way, when I met Kalangos before, please ask Captain Thomas to help me pick up my cane that I left at the scene. I forgot to ask when I went to the security company last time. Is the cane with you?" Loretta was stunned. There was no cane at the scene. "It's a black sandalwood stick." "There's no black sandalwood stick," Loretta said. "I was at the scene at the time, and the captain mentioned this, and didn't find the cane you mentioned." Hobert had a bad feeling. Someone picked it up. At the time, the home was in a terrible mess, and the people who looked around were probably only going to scream and run away at a glance, with only a small probability of taking them away. The greater likelihood is that someone has taken away the cane for a clear purpose. This was the second wood of order that couldn't be completely recovered. If it weren't for its high level and sufficient anti-divination properties, Hobert would have considered joining the Nighthawks team completely now. Loretta asked, "Is that cane special?" "Nothing." Hobert smiled. "I just suddenly remembered this." After bidding farewell to Loretta, Hobert took a carriage to the poorhouse, informing Bob that the court session had been moved up and that he should be prepared. Next, he headed to the Steam Church to seek support from a cancer. Hobert requested the clergy in the church to pass on a message, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, Captain Acancer of the Machinery Hive Mind emerged from a door inside the church. His hair seemed even fluffier than before, perhaps because he had recently used the roads again. Hobert sighed inwardly. What a tragedy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two sat down in adjacent seats. Hobert said, "The court session for Bob's case has been suddenly moved up." Captain Acancer was stunned at first, then became slightly irritated and said, "How can the legal system of the Lone Kingdom allow such manipulation?" "That legal system wasn't designed to protect workers' rights," Hobert smiled. "I am currently quite weak and in need of your help." Captain Acancer, however, seemed a bit deflated. "If it's about ensuring your personal safety or helping you gather information, that's not an issue. But if it means opposing all the powerful people in the Lone Kingdom, we might get expelled from Lone." Hobert had found the Church of Steam and Machinery's bottom line. "Don't exaggerate the conflict so much. We're not opposing anyone. We're just asking for reasonable rights." He continued, "I'm not asking you to do anything that would provoke the Lone Kingdom. I just hope your church can report this matter truthfully. Regardless of the outcome of the trial, I estimate that Arnold and his people will use the newspapers and other propaganda tools to smear us. If that happens, all my efforts will be in vain. But if the facts are reported, this case could serve as a precedent. Workers, when faced with similar situations, will know how to defend their rights." Captain Acancer nodded. "That's not a problem. I'll speak to the Archbishop about this matter soon. I don't think he will oppose it." Looking at the church's emblem made of gears and compasses, Hobert asked, "Captain Acancer, what kind of era are we living in? Is it civilized or uncivilized?" Captain Acancer was momentarily taken aback, but didn't get the chance to answer before Hobert rose to leave. After watching Hobert depart, Captain Acancer remained seated in the church for a long time. On the surface, It seemed that the lone kingdom had reached an unprecedented level of civilization. But why did this unprecedented civilization seem so fragile, so savage? Around 5:30 p.m., Hobert arrived at the banquet as scheduled. The banquet was not held at Arnold's residence, but at the Lone Kingdom Grand Hotel, which was publicly touted as the most luxurious hotel in the world. The carriages arriving here were mostly noble ones bearing family crests, with the lowest tier being finely crafted private carriages. Hobert's hired cab stood out conspicuously, and even the doorman doubted his eyes for a moment. Upon dismounting, Hobert saw the hotel's vast front courtyard, complete with fountains, statues, landscaping, and a large area of lawn. Opening the door to the hotel was like stepping into a museum. The furnishings in the lobby were all works of art, and the murals on the walls and ceiling were exquisitely detailed. Hobert looked coldly at everything in front of him. It was all a display of power aimed directly at him. The butler who had previously invited Hobert was already waiting in the lobby. "Mr. Hobert, this way, please." Led by the butler, Hobert arrived at a massive dining room. In the center of the room was a long table that could seat dozens. More than 20 people were already seated by the windows. Some were plump, some had calculating eyes, some coldly scrutinized Hobert, while others wore smiles. However, near the door, only one chair had been prepared for Hobert, as if to subconsciously remind him, "You are alone." Hobert smiled and said, "Lone Kingdom has a tradition. The more distinguished the guest, the later they arrive. You all have arrived early, which is overly polite." With that, he calmly hung his coat on the rack, pulled out his chair, and confidently sat down opposite the 20 or so people. Hobert's display of confidence caused Arnold and the others, who had meticulously planned the setting, to feel slightly disoriented. The middle-aged man sitting across from Hobert smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gustav, the president of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce." "Hello. I've heard of an interesting theory from Emperor Roselle," Gustav said. "Nature follows the law of survival of the fittest. All weak and unfit animals are eliminated, while the strong ones thrive, becoming more and more suited to nature. Their species also become stronger." He smiled and continued, "Mr. Hobert, the human world follows the same law. Some people are weak and should be eliminated, while others are strong and deserve better development. Eventually, only the strong will remain in the human world. At that time, human civilization will be more prosperous and powerful because everyone who contributes to it will be strong." There's no denying that Emperor Roselle's theory explains much of the evolutionary process for most species. Hobert smiled. "But are the people present here beasts? Are we living in a jungle?" Hobert spread his hands. "The reason humanity built civilization, while curly-haired baboons did not, is entirely due to our humanitarian care. We understand how to care for and help our fellow humans, and only by growing together can we truly call it civilization. A world where the strong prey on the weak, devoid of any moral baseline, would push humanity to the brink of collapse. A society made up of only a few so-called elites is bound to be one of false prosperity and strength. Under this theory, without the contrast of the so-called weak, the struggles of these elites would continue. They would all believe themselves to be the true strong ones. And Mr. Gustav, your theory gives them the justification to mercilessly attack one another. An internally conflicted society with no moral compass. Is that what you call civilized?" The smile on Gustav's face vanished, and he stared intently at Hobert, like a viper eyeing its prey. Hobert stared back, his eyes full of mockery, which only made Gustav even more uncomfortable. But to maintain decorum, he restrained himself from lashing out immediately. At this moment, a gaunt middle-aged man sitting next to Gustav spoke up. "Mr. Hobert, are you familiar with the latest discoveries in medicine?" "Not much. Have you heard of a major new discovery in anatomy?" "Which discovery are you referring to?" The gaunt man smiled. "Of course, the new discovery in the anatomy of the human head." He continued, "A university professor dissected the heads of people from the southern continent, the Rorstad Archipelago, and Lone, and found that the brain capacity of southern continent people is noticeably smaller than that of lone people. He also discovered that the skull structure of people from the Rorstad Archipelago includes an additional feature. The professor believes that this extra brain structure is what makes them more inclined to obey. Humans are not all the same, even physiologically. Otherwise, why do thieves and criminals always appear in Backlund's East Borough, while residents of Empress Borough and West Borough never steal? Hobert smiled. Sir, your theory is cloaked in scientific terminology, but it's entirely a subjective, idealistic argument. Or rather, it's a theory invented by lone people to justify the enslavement of the southern continent and Rorstad Archipelago people. Hobert retorted, all humans share a common ancestry. This is a consensus across all societies and religions. So, does it make sense that some are thriving while others are enslaved? Does it align with moral principles? If we don't use theories like racial differentiation to justify aggression and slavery, it would create immense psychological pressure on both the aggressors and those enslaved. And this gentleman's idealistic theory justifies the immorality of some people, providing them with legal grounds. Ignoring the grimaces of those opposite, he continued, as for why people from the Rorstad Archipelago seem more submissive, it's purely due to their island culture. People living on islands often face attacks from storms, heavy rains, and tsunamis. They frequently sacrifice personal interests and must exhibit high organization to combat these disasters. Do you understand now? For survival, they can only choose submission. Those who disobey have long perished. For a person from the 21st century, his knowledge of anthropology far exceeded that of the elites of Lone Kingdom. As for why criminals frequently emerge in the East Borough, Hobert solemnly declared, no one is born a criminal. They must survive, they must live. The space you leave for them to survive is too small. They can only break moral constraints and take risks to survive. If they could have everything they wanted from birth and meet all the demands society imposes on them, who would risk their lives rather than enjoy a good life? Enough. Suddenly, Gustav coldly interjected, continuing this debate is meaningless. Hobert shrugged. It was they who had initially planned to use evolutionary and racial differentiation theories to mock and admonish him for his current efforts to help the weak. Now that Hobert had rendered them speechless, it seemed pointless. Gustav reminded Hobert once more, you are alone. No, Hobert smiled. I have hundreds of thousands of proletarians behind me. Do you expect those rough workers? Gustav chuckled. Don't be foolish, young man. Your current actions do not serve the interests of lone gentlemen and will be eliminated. It's just a legitimate request for one's own rights. I don't see anything wrong with it, Hobert replied. And the trend of the times isn't dictated by so-called gentlemen like you. Your methods make me think that in the near future, there will be a nation brave enough to acknowledge the equality of personality and uphold the interests of the weak. This nation will definitely not be Lone Kingdom, because the street lamps here are too short to hang people on. Gustav and the others were stunned, not quite understanding Hobert's meaning. Hobert stood up and said, I think we don't need to dine together. It will only widen our differences. Arnold, who had been silent all along, suddenly said in a mocking tone, you might as well stay and taste the food here. If you miss this chance, you'll never be able to dine here again in your life. Hobert smiled and shook his head. I know you want to intimidate me with the luxury and sophistication here, but I can tell you, I sense your insecurity the moment I walked in. Yes, you're afraid. That's why you're preparing to pressure me psychologically. In fact, you're more afraid of the workers opposing you than anyone else. Hobert put on his coat, picked up his cane, and said simply, one common sense lesson for you. Contempt is the fiercest attack. With that, he waved briefly and left the restaurant. The atmosphere in the restaurant remained heavy for a full minute. Gustav sneered. Since he's so ignorant of respect, there's no need to consider the face of a general. Arnold nodded. Rest assured, leave it to me. Tonight, I'll show him how formidable we are. Hobert walked a long way before finding a rental carriage. Inside the carriage, Hobert felt a profound alignment between his spirit and the potion of the barbarian, as if something had shattered in the void. The experience just now had actually completely digested the barbarian's potion. T/N. I thought it was digested in the 0-08 fight. In his joy, Hobert chuckled to himself. The danger level of the barbarian is no less than that of the provoker sequence. Challenging mainstream culture and interest groups to quickly digest potions. Or challenging grade 0 sealed artifacts. Or challenging strong individuals at this level can also quickly digest potions. These methods are all about risking death or hovering on the edge of death. Without these challenges, it might take 1 or 2 years to digest potions through daily acting. Although Hobert had now digested the potion, he planned to end Bob's lawsuit and then take the Sequence 7 potion, advancing from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7 with a hurdle for any Beyonder. It would be best to thoroughly digest the potion before acting again to achieve a higher spirituality and potion alignment, reaching the best state to use the potion of the bribe-bearer. Bob's case was a good opportunity for acting. He would face enormous pressure again, challenging the existing order and unspoken rules. Secondly, if he took the potion in the past 1 or 2 days, the overflow of spirituality would impose a huge burden on his spirit body, making him unable to focus on the current case. As his thoughts churned, Hobert arrived at Blanca Street in Sherwood Borough. The attire of pedestrians on the street wasn't particularly luxurious, but it maintained a basic decency. Shops lined both sides of the street, giving it a bustling appearance. Compared to the Lone Kingdom Grand Hotel just now, this street had more vitality, but these two places seemed like two different worlds. One a magnificent palace, and the other an environment where ordinary people lived. Returning to number 192, Furs was cooking, and Zio had just returned, sitting at the dining table waiting for dinner. Hobert sniffed and smelled fried fish. Great, I didn't miss dinner after all. Zio swallowed saliva, trying hard not to look towards the kitchen. I've sent out all the tasks. We should have news by tomorrow. Hobert nodded. Furs came over with a sizzling frying pan. Today, I bought 3 large yellow croakers with the reward Hobert gave me. It's been a long time since I've had this delicious dish. Hobert took a deep breath, as if returning to earthly life. Furs's culinary skills exceeded Hobert's expectations by far. At least her pan-fried yellow croaker was tender and fresh, comparable to the level of chefs in Hobert's household. The only drawback was the bread, which didn't quite complement the dish. Rice or biscuits would have enhanced the flavors. Nevertheless, Hobert still ate until he was satisfied. After dinner, they chatted for a while and confirmed their respective night shifts. Furs would take the first shift from 8 p.m. to midnight. Hobert would take the second shift from midnight to 3 a.m., and Zio would cover from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. At 6 a.m., Furs would wake up to prepare breakfast, while Zio could get some more rest. Back in his room before 8 p.m., Hobert lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, mentally simulating his defense strategy for the upcoming court hearing. At 9 p.m., just as Hobert was about to try falling asleep, he suddenly heard Furs blow a whistle in the second-floor hallway. Hobert jumped up, grabbed his cane and psychological spoon, and rushed out. As he ran, he wondered why his intuition hadn't sensed any danger beforehand. Outside his bedroom door, Hobert saw Furs fighting 2 thugs in their pajamas. Zio also came out, and the 3 easily subdued the 2 thugs with just a few punches and kicks. Hobert prodded one of the thugs with his cane, demanding, "Who sent you?" The thug twitched on the ground. Hobert realized something was wrong and quickly turned him over, but the thug was already foaming at the mouth, dead. Checking the other thug revealed the same outcome, dead. The 3 exchanged looks. They hadn't intended to kill them. Zio scratched his head. They were too fragile. Furs asked, "Did the Phaenopotter Embassy send these 2 to kill us? If they meant to show contempt for us, they've succeeded." Hobert stood up. Perhaps they were sent by Arnold? Furs nodded. That's very likely. He doesn't know we are Beyonders. He probably just thinks we're 3 young people. Hence, he sent such low-quality thugs to scare us. Zio asked, "What do we do now? Cover up the bodies or call the police?" "Call the police," Hobert smiled. "After all," he suddenly paused. "Wait, we can't call the police. These bastards are quite cunning." Before Furs and Zio could grasp his meaning, they heard someone downstairs shouting, "Police of Lone! Open up!" As they shouted, they pounded on the door. Hobert said to Furs and Zio, "Buy me half a minute. Pretend nothing happened." Without waiting for their response, he grabbed each body and carried them back to his room. Furs and Zio waited a few more seconds until the person outside threatened to break down the door. Furs then said, "Who's there? Who's knocking at this late hour?" "Lone police. Open up. Someone reported hearing a fight in your house." Furs and Zio immediately realized something was wrong. The lone police had arrived too quickly. Furs descended the stairs calmly. "You've got it wrong. There was a fight in the neighboring room. Break the door. Break the door." Bang! The wooden door couldn't withstand a single hit and was immediately broken down by 5 lone police officers who stormed in. Furs calmly said, "I will sue you for illegal entry into a private residence." The officer in front said, "We are conducting official duties." Zio added, "My arbiter says you're trespassing." The petite Zio suddenly seemed taller and more authoritative to the lone police officers, who hesitated and took 2 steps back. "Arbiter's decision is invalid." A middle-aged man in a trench coat and hat entered. "You have no authority to arbitrate the actions of law enforcement officers." The lone police officers immediately felt the mental pressure dissipate. Zio frowned. This middle-aged man seemed to be an arbiter too. The middle-aged man smiled. "You can call me Chief Rotter. The 2 who entered your home just now were likely 2 criminals, and we must arrest them immediately to ensure your safety." Then he turned to his subordinates. "Search." "Wait," Zio asked. "Do you have a search warrant?" Chief Rotter said, "This is just a routine search. No warrant is required." "Is it necessary to search an inspector's home without a warrant?" Hobert asked coldly as he descended the stairs. Furs and Zio breathed a sigh of relief and made way for Hobert to come down. Chief Rotter smiled. "Perhaps a superintendent lived here before, but now it's just an ordinary house." Hobert calmly took out his credentials. Chief Rotter was a bit dumbfounded. Why hadn't anyone told him that today's target was an inspector? Wasn't he a lawyer? How could a lawyer have an inspector's credentials? He carefully examined the credentials, confirmed they were not forged, and reluctantly said, "Chief Hobert, for your safety, we must still search for those 2 thugs." "All right, I'll let you search," Hobert smiled. His easy acceptance surprised Chief Rotter. "But you barge into my home so rudely. If you find nothing, you owe me an explanation, right?" Chief Rotter asked, "What are your demands?" Hobert pointed to the doorway. "Compensate for my door? 100 pounds. No problem." Chief Rotter thought, a door made of gold? Worth 100 pounds? He knew Hobert was extorting them, but he dare not say anything now. He could only bring out more than 70 pounds from his wallet, collect a bit more from his subordinates, and finally write an IOU for 12 pounds. Only then did Hobert let them leave. The broken latch on the door slammed shut as Hobert turned to Zio and Furs. "Pack your things. We're moving somewhere else for a couple of days." Furs asked, "Where are we going?" "To Blackthorn Security Company." Quickly, before they realize. The 3 of them grabbed a change of clothes and secured the door with iron wire before boarding a rented carriage and leaving. Once on the carriage, Zio asked, "What are they trying to search for when they wanted to come in earlier? Why were they so urgent?" "Obviously, they were searching for those 2 corpses," Hobert smiled. "I almost fell for their trick." Zio countered, "But didn't burglars break into our house? Were the victims here?" "That's one way to put it, but there's plenty of room for maneuvering," Hobert said. "As a lawyer, it's standard procedure to report deaths at home. As long as investigators classify the deaths as part of a home invasion or similar crime, it's self-defense. We can be released on bail tomorrow." "But the problem lies here," Hobert continued. "According to regulations, the classification of self-defense can exceed 5 working days. If it's deemed self-defense, I can be released immediately, and if the victim's family doesn't file a lawsuit within a month, they'll even refund the bail money." Hobert chuckled. They were ready to exploit this 5-day loophole. They know as a lawyer, it's hard to pin intentional murder on me during questioning. And in my experience, determinations on self-defense are usually quick. Knowing this, they can use my understanding to delay the investigation, Hobert explained. For instance, if they want to mess with me, they can declare it self-defense after Bob's trial ends. But by then, even if I get bail, what's the use? So I can't call the police or let them find the bodies. Hobert couldn't help but laugh at the irony of playing this loophole game with someone like him, a lawyer who loves exploiting loopholes. After a moment of silence in the carriage, Furs suddenly exclaimed, "I have to write this incident into my new book. This courtroom duel outside the courtroom is just too exciting." Zio nodded slightly in agreement with his friend's words, then belatedly asked, "What about the bodies? Where did they go?" "I used some mystical means to hide the bodies. After the trial, I'll deal with them," Hobert explained casually, as if hiding 2 bodies wasn't too difficult for someone with his extensive knowledge of mysticism. In the eyes of Zio and Furs, Hobert possessed rich knowledge of mysticism, so hiding 2 bodies seemed like child's play to him. When a rented carriage arrived at the front of Blackthorn Security Company, the 3 got off the carriage and glanced at the 2 carriages following behind. They had noticed these 2 carriages long ago and knew they were being followed, but they didn't take it seriously. Hobert walked to the front and knocked on the door. He glanced at the 6 or 7 people who got down from the 2 carriages behind them. If these people tried anything here, they were asking for trouble. After knocking for a minute, Loretta, whom he had seen at the Obsidian Bar, yawned and opened the door. She looked slightly surprised to see Hobert first. "Didn't I say today isn't payday? I'm not here for wages." Hobert sighed. "Let us in." Loretta also noticed the people outside and let Hobert and the others into the house. Thunk. The door closed. Hobert said, "Is Captain Thomas here?" "He just received a report that someone attacked Bob, and he and Borges went to check," Loretta replied. Hobert was taken aback. "How's Bob? Was he hurt?" "No. After we met this afternoon, 2 colleagues have been protecting Bob. Although there was an attack, it was stopped at the beginning," Loretta explained. Hobert glanced at the lady. Did she always talk like this? He sat on the sofa and tested its hardness. "We'll be sleeping here tonight and tomorrow night." Loretta looked outside. "Were you attacked too? These people are too audacious." "Fortunately, I didn't block their way to make money," Hobert chuckled. "If you think you don't have enough manpower to protect us, I suggest you inform the machinery hive mind. Captain Acancer promised to ensure my safety. I'll report to him when the captain returns," Loretta said. "I'll go find some blankets for you." Zio and Furs, who had been following Hobert closely, exchanged glances. They had already understood from Hobert and Loretta's conversation that this was the territory of official Beyonders. For them, it was somewhat magical that 2 wild Beyonders were now under the protection of official Beyonders. After getting the blankets, Hobert pointed to another sofa and said to the visibly restrained Zio and Furs, "Sleep here. We're absolutely safe here. If anyone wanted to attack the Nighthawks team's headquarters, it would be good news for Hobert. Arnold, as a defendant, might not even be able to appear in court the day after tomorrow." There was no conversation that night, and Thomas didn't return until the next day. He was a spirit warlock, sequence 5 of the Sleepless Pathway, and could stay awake for 3 days and nights without feeling tired. It's just that his hairline was much better than Dunn's. Having spent the night on the sofa, Hobert stretched and realized that the bed was much more comfortable than the sofa. Hobert and Thomas chatted for a while, and Thomas expressed the church's support for Hobert, similar to Captain Acancer's promise, ensuring Hobert's safety. After a quick wash in the washroom, Hobert put on his overcoat, and with Zio and Furs already prepared, they left together. But this time, they were accompanied by Borja, who ensured their safety. Borja was a sequence 8, not as strong as Hobert in combat, but his presence by Hobert's side was a statement from the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Hobert believed that Arnold and the others, as long as they were still sane, wouldn't attack him at this time. The 4 of them took a carriage from the church to Viscount Glaint's mansion. Borja was invited to the living room for tea, while Hobert, Zio, and Furs went to the study for an emergency meeting of the Justice League. In the study, Hobert noticed a young man sitting behind Viscount Glaint. He didn't expect Glaint to recruit a new member so quickly. Viscount Glaint introduced, "This is Hobert, Zio, and Furs, three of the other founders of the Justice League." He continued, "This is Carl Vincent, the younger son of Count Vincent." Backlund, Westborough, in the living room of Arnold's house. In the spacious living room, there were over a dozen people sitting, standing, smoking cigars or cigarettes. They had gathered together last night, waiting for news of Hobert's arrest, but the situation far exceeded their expectations. There was no body found at Hobert's residence. Wasn't it Arnold who spent £600 to hire two bodies? And Arnold's subordinates saw them break into Hobert's residence with their own eyes, so how did they disappear into thin air? While Arnold and his men were still processing this, Hobert had taken refuge in a security company because the security company wasn't well known. They were just about to force their way in when Mr. Kenneth arrived and stopped them. By the time the sun rose, everyone was tired and no better plans were discussed. At this moment, Arnold's subordinate came to report. Hobert went to Viscount Glaint's mansion. Gustav frowned slightly. "Arnold, why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Hobert still knows some nobles. In today's kingdom of Loan, the most powerful people are still the nobles." Arnold was sweating coldly. "President, I really didn't know." One of Arnold's friends defended him. "President, this Viscount Glaint only inherited his title last year due to his father's sudden death. He hasn't fully inherited the connections of the old Viscount Glaint, so he hasn't had a proper job and can only be considered a fallen noble. Today's nobles are divided into two types: those with power, who are the targets of flattery among the present company, and those fallen nobles, who aren't so unattainable to these merchants." Gustav glanced at the two who had just spoken. "Don't you feel that we're having a hard time dealing with Hobert? Originally, we wanted to intimidate him with our wealth and power, but Hobert wasn't scared at all and turned the tables on us. Then they tried to play dirty, but failed again, and neither Hobert nor Bob was harmed." Arnold asked somewhat stubbornly, "Mr. Kenneth, can't we just break into the Blackthorn Security Company and take Hobert away?" Kenneth, a 30-something man with a long face, had to explain again more clearly. "Let me put it this way. Breaking into Blackthorn Security Company to arrest someone is like breaking into the Church of the Evernight Goddess to arrest a clergyman." Arnold suddenly realized, so this security company belongs to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Kenneth couldn't be bothered to explain further. "Anyway, if you go to Blackthorn Security Company to arrest someone, the Duke will no longer assist you in this matter." Everyone looked at each other, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Then they began to curse Hobert for being cunning and finding such a place to hide. Kenneth added, "There's no need for these unsavory methods anymore. Since we've already hired Mr. Hugo, I believe even if we defend Hobert openly in court, would a famous lawyer lose to an unknown small lawyer?" The people around immediately flattered. "Mr. Kenneth is right. Even if he knows the Viscount, he's just a small lawyer." Mr. Kenneth's reminder makes us realize our stupidity. We could have won in court. Why do we spend so much effort trying to deal with that small lawyer outside the court? Arnold didn't say anything. He had witnessed Hobert's defense process himself. With courage and wit, whether he could win the lawsuit or not, he really had no idea. Carl Vincent politely shook hands with Hobert and complimented Fur's beauty, and then praised the teenager, Zio, for being able to join such a mysterious gathering. Zio smiled helplessly and didn't explain because he wasn't familiar. Furs tried hard to suppress a smile, while Hobert glanced at Glaint and seemed to say with his eyes, "Isn't this too direct?" In a previous accidental mercenary task, Hobert discovered the ring Glaint was looking for in the possession of Count Vincent. During the last Justice League gathering, Viscount Glaint did not announce the mission of stealing the ruby ring, indicating he did not want to announce this task at the gathering, as well as the hidden side he has always maintained. Glaint smiled slightly and said ambiguously, "My father was good friends with Count Vincent, and our generation naturally continues this friendship." Hobert nodded and turned to Carl. "Are you sure you want to join the Justice League? Before you make your final decision, I must warn you. If you disclose the secrets of the Justice League, you will be immediately punished. If you want to withdraw, we will erase all your memories of the Justice League. Carl said, I am sure I want to join the Justice League. Having received a clear answer, Hobert said to Glaint, prepare a room for me where I won't be disturbed. Glaint led them to a small reception room next to the study. After Glaint left, Hobert drew mysterious symbols on the table in the reception room and lit candles. After whispering a spell like incantation, Hobert solemnly said to Carl, come to the altar. Carl was completely stunned by Hobert's actions, showing he didn't have much knowledge of mysticism. When Carl arrived, Hobert said, empty your spirit. As he spoke, he dripped a mantha essence distillate onto the candle. Under the influence of the drug, Carl immediately felt drowsy. At this point, Hobert used this psychological spoon ability. In the years to come, if you intend to disclose any information about the Justice League, you will cry and slap yourself until you no longer have such intentions. If you're forced to speak under external influence, you will only tell your most disgraceful and least presentable memories, and at the same time, you will forget everything about the Justice League. With the assistance of a mantha essence distillate, the effect of this psychological suggestion was very good. Unless encountered by a demigod of the spectator pathway, it would be difficult to obtain information about the Justice League. Hobert first distorted the negative effects of the spoon, then patted Carl on the shoulder. Wake up! Carl shivered as if suddenly awakened. Is it over? It's over. Hobert reminded. Remember, if you intend to leak, you will be punished immediately. Carl nodded repeatedly, having already put away his previous arrogance. After leaving, Glaint, who was waiting outside, asked Carl, how do you feel now? Nothing, Carl said, but the ritual just now was magical. It felt like I was flying into the sky and seeing one island after another made of clouds. You're right, Mr. Hobert is a master of mysticism. Following behind, Hobert smiled and shook his head. What Carl saw was perhaps his own mind island. Returning to the study room, Audrey had already arrived. She smiled and greeted Glaint and the others before asking, Mr. Hobert, did the initiation ceremony go smoothly? Hobert nodded, very smoothly. That's great to hear. After everyone had taken their seats, Hobert spoke. Let's begin. Let the new member introduce themselves first. Carl said, beautiful Audrey and two charming ladies. I'm Carl. I've been fascinated by mysticism since childhood, especially recently learning about some family matters. I hope to become an arbiter through gatherings of the Justice League. Zio and Furs were stunned for a moment, then realized the Vincent family was a notable arbiter family. Sitting at the head, Hobert said, that's easy. Zio, do you have the potion formula for arbiter? Would you be willing to sell it? Zio hesitated slightly. Yes, I would. Of course she would. Rather than letting the potion formula gather dust, she preferred exchanging it for some pounds. Carl widened his eyes. He never expected the little girl in front of him to have the arbiter's potion formula. Hobert continued, the arbiter's potion formula is controlled by the royal families of Lone and Fainapotter, as well as nobles from both countries. It's a rare potion formula, but since it's needed by a member of the gathering, how about 300 pounds as the market price? Carl, can you accept that? Carl nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Too good to be true. He had only recently learned that becoming an arbiter would give him some status at home and a chance to compete for heirship. Though he wasn't valued much at home, 300 pounds wasn't too difficult for him. Hobert asked Zio, would you accept? Zio smiled, I would. She hadn't expected to earn 300 pounds right at the beginning of the gathering. Hobert added, I also have a main ingredients for arbiter, similarly priced at 320 pounds according to the market. Previously, he had explained to Glaint that to prevent the potion formula from leaking, he had procured an extra 2 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystals, increasing the potion's cost. The additional 2 grams of crown jellyfish venom crystals would not be added to the potion, but stored by Glaint for future use. Therefore, Hobert was now asking for 320 pounds, without worrying about Glaint questioning him. Carl stood there completely dazed. He never imagined that the problem that had plagued him for months would be solved so easily at this seemingly low-end gathering of the Justice League. Hobert noticed Carl's expression and thought he might not have that much money. It made him a little speechless. He hadn't expected that a noble's son couldn't even get 600 pounds. If you don't plan to buy it, then wait until the next gathering to say it again. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Carl stood up excitedly. Sorry, I was shocked just now. I didn't expect to be able to buy the Arbiter's potion formula and main ingredients so easily. I'll go back and get the money now. Not today, Hobert said. Come over the day after tomorrow morning, and Zio and I will hand over the potion formula and main ingredients to you. Carl nodded repeatedly. Okay. Audrey smiled faintly beside him. She hadn't expected the Justice League to have such great power already, completing a trade for a sequence 9 potion formula and main ingredients so quickly. It somewhat made her proud. The Justice League was visibly growing at a rapid pace. Next, let me explain why I called this meeting, Hobert said. First, let me briefly tell you about my experience yesterday. He then explained about the pre-trial, the open surveillance, the call to the lone Royal Hotel, and the nearly being framed at night. As he spoke, Hobert found 3 noble youths surprisingly excited. They had only seen such an exciting story in storybooks, especially Hobert's repeated counterattacks, which made them feel relieved and eager to join. Only then did the 3 noble youths start to feel a bit angry. Audrey frowned. I didn't expect Backlund to have such a dark side. Where there's light, there's darkness, Hobert smiled. I called this meeting to rally the power of the Justice League to help me win this lawsuit. You should all understand that this is a just act, and it also carries certain risks, so whether you want to participate is not mandatory, and of course, there is no compensation. But I think maintaining Backlund's justice is the best reward. After all, we are the Justice League. Audrey clenched her fist. Since I listened to your defense, I have been working hard in this area. But I found that those kind gentlemen and ladies, as soon as they heard about this, immediately became indignant. This made it impossible for her to guide the topic in the direction she expected. Hobert said, They're only kind because you haven't harmed their interests. Once you harm their interests, you will know how vicious they can be. Ghislaine also said, I tried to persuade those wealthy and noble people who sided with Arnold, but he shook his head. Our power is too weak. You're going in the wrong direction, Hobert said. First, don't rush to take sides. Second, don't intensify the conflict. The reason why so many people are helping Arnold now is because he has elevated this matter to a class conflict. But because our power is weak, we can't treat this case as a class conflict. We must try to portray this as Arnold's personal behavior. He's stingy and unwilling to compensate his employees' losses, which triggered this case. Use moral kidnapping to depict our actions as just, and remember, depict Arnold personally as despicable and shameless. Turn class conflicts into personal conflicts, and you won't encounter such resistance. Audrey brightened. That's indeed a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? Hobert thought to himself. That's because you haven't read selected works of Mao Zedong. T/N. I heard this become nationalistic in later chapters. He said, the trial is tomorrow. I hope that in the recent period, you will tell the nobility circle about Arnold's personal despicableness. Whether I win tomorrow or not, such propaganda should not stop, because I estimate that after tomorrow's trial, Arnold will vigorously smear me and my principles. With you forming a tide of discussion in the noble circle, it will be a great help to me. Upon hearing Hobert's words, Audrey immediately responded, There's a ball tonight that I was planning to decline, but now I've changed my mind. Ghislaine also chimed in, I will do whatever I can to help. Hobert smiled. In addition to your help, Zio and Furs are also assisting in finding witnesses. This is our Justice League's first joint operation. Audrey's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable brilliance. While the Tarot Club was prestigious, it felt elusive to her, whereas the Justice League and its members' experiences were tangible and enhanced her sense of involvement. The other members were also visibly excited, feeling a newfound closeness among them. Hobert smiled. All right, enough about business. Let's move on to free exchange and trade. Audrey added, Miss Zio and Miss Furs have completed the task I entrusted to you. They had traced Kalangos, which forced him to act prematurely, increasing the likelihood of exposure. And you both took on considerable risk. This is your reward. Audrey continued, surprising Carl. Kalangos? Vice Admiral Kalangos? For several days, the disappearance and alleged death of Admiral Kalangos in the storm had been reported. He was said to have prepared for a ball, but was discovered and killed after a fierce battle. As for which ball he attended and why, the public was unaware. However, the three nobles present knew the answers to these questions. Carl, however, did not. Kalangos' death was related to Audrey, the most dazzling gem of Backlund, and the two ladies before him. Carl's astonishment pleased Audrey, who nearly disclosed her role in the event. Yes, Audrey finally restrained herself. We played a certain role in this matter. Upon seeing Audrey's reward, Zio and Furs couldn't help but smile. The risks they had taken made it all worthwhile. They then realized that since joining the Justice League, their income had doubled. Finally, they thought back to how difficult it would have been to escape without Hobert. Thus, Zio said to Hobert, Thanks to you for stopping Kalangos' attack and misleading him. I think our reward should. Hobert waved his hand. That was entirely coincidental. Even if I hadn't intervened, you would have found another way to escape. No need to thank me or split the reward with me. Carl once again scrutinized Hobert, reshaping his perception of the young lawyer, who could withstand attacks from Vice Admiral Kalangos, a pirate general widely recognized as one of the world's strongest. This excited Carl, who felt he was in the right place, even seeing his bright future ahead. Upon hearing Hobert's words, Zio and Furs did not insist further, and they made a verbal agreement with Hobert regarding the main materials for the sheriff and trickmaster. Carl fell completely silent, surprised that a single gathering had resulted in trades for 3 main materials. The other members also belatedly felt somewhat incredulous at achieving such fruitful results at only their second gathering. Audrey then brought up a new topic. I hope to get clues about the psychology alchemists or the spectator pathway. Furs said, Recently, I heard a clue about the psychology alchemists. It's a mysterious gathering held at the medical school. When they hold their next meeting, I'll invite you to join. Previously, in order to save Zio from imminent imprisonment, Furs had promised to help Audrey and Glaint find clues about the spectator and apothecary. At Mr. A's gathering, they obtained a clue about the apothecary and later completed the trade of the apothecary potion formula and main materials with Hobert. As for the clue about the spectator, it still remains elusive. All right, Audrey took out a painting she had prepared long ago. Hobert, this is a painting I specially made for you. I wish you success in your lawsuit. She presented a painting depicting a young lawyer laughing heartily, a reluctant judge, and a stern middle-aged lawyer. Thank you. Hobert examined the painting. I will hang it in the living room. He asked, Does this painting have a name? Audrey shook her head. Not yet. Hobert thought for a moment. Then let's call it Shadows of the Court. As night fell, it was time again for Backlund's noble socializing. Their way of socializing was through balls, under various pretexts. Here, they exchanged political and commercial information within their circles. The ladies also kept busy, trying to help their husbands gain information and the favor of others in the circle. During their conversation, the ladies began discussing the recently much-discussed industrial injury compensation case. They forgot who initiated the topic, but it was highly appropriate and reasonable. Through information obtained from other ladies, they speculated that Arnold had deceived them. Originally a profit-seeking merchant, he caused many workers injuries but refused compensation, thus concocting an incident where workers excessively demanded compensation. The credibility of this news was very high, based on their analysis of information inadvertently revealed by others. Watching the ladies, each seeming to have exclusive information, Audrey finally smiled slightly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ball, a group of noble youths also discussed the case. Viscount Glaint embellished Arnold's despicable methods, but didn't mention the Backlund Chamber of Commerce's explicit support for Arnold. The young nobles also realized that Arnold had issues, and this case might not be as glorified as widely believed. As the ball neared its end, Audrey happened to meet Gelaint. Both smiled brightly. After the ball, Audrey, who had battled continuously for 3 to 4 hours, finally relaxed. Sitting in the family carriage, Count Hall smiled and praised Audrey. "My dear, your thinking was excellent." Then he said to his wife, "Our daughter has grown up, understanding how to avoid major conflicts." Audrey smiled. "The wise Count Hall, nothing escapes your eyes. But you surely didn't know who gave me the inspiration." Count Hall was stunned. Wasn't this Audrey's own idea? Or was someone teaching Audrey how to do it? Gelaint? It didn't seem like it. Tonight, the reception hall of Blackthorn Security Company was bustling with more people than usual. In addition to Hobert, Zio, and Furs Wall, Thomas decided to bring Bob along for protection. Apart from the Nighthawk squad, Captain Acancer of Machinery Hive Mind personally led 3 members to ensure Hobert's safety. Meanwhile, Hobert made final preparations. Since the afternoon, he had gathered several willing witnesses. Now, his main concern was how to counter the defense strategies of the complex lawyers. Hobert had made numerous plans and considered various defense scenarios. Of course, he knew that no matter how thorough the preparation, performance on the spot was crucial. It wasn't until midnight that Hobert managed to force himself to sleep, needing to be well rested for the challenges of the next day. In the captain's office, Thomas and Acancer discussed whether Hobert could win the case. "It looks difficult at the moment," Thomas said. "After all, his opponent is a prominent lawyer." Acancer nodded. "Actually, at this stage, even if there's no victory tomorrow, the issue of workplace injury compensation has received widespread attention." Thomas smiled. Hobert was right earlier. Arnold has been trying to escalate the situation, which is actually a very foolish move. Acancer sighed. "Let's hope this incident can push for relevant legislation." Yes, Thomas agreed. If we can push for legislative changes, Hobert's efforts won't be in vain. Acancer waited for the right moment to add, "Bishop Hormick hopes that after this incident, we can together pressure the Loan Council to amend related laws and add regulations that protect the interests of workers." "I will convey Bishop Hormick's proposal," Thomas replied. Early Friday morning, under the protection of the Nighthawk squad and Machinery Hive Mind, Hobert and his team arrived at the Backlund court. As soon as they entered, they noticed that the public gallery was filled with spectators. Among them were Bob's co-workers, members of the Justice League, noble offspring they brought along, Hobert's family including Christian, and the officers from the Mercenaries Club they hired. Also present were 2 of Hobert's close friends and the students who came with them. Additionally, there were many clergy members, gentlemen and ladies concerned about the case, and journalists from major newspapers. Also present were key members of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce and the journalists they invited. Upon entering, Hobert and Bob immediately received cheers and applause from everyone. Hobert warmly greeted them, occasionally interacting with those who shouted at him, seeming completely unfazed. After sitting down in the plaintiff's seat with Bob, Hobert immediately adjusted his mindset and made final preparations for his defense. When Arnold and his lawyer entered, they were greeted with cold stares and even some loud questioning from those outside the window who didn't have seats. "Arnold, is compensation so difficult for you?" Immediately, someone chimed in, "Yeah, I heard you even threatened the plaintiff and their lawyer. You've disgraced the gentlemen of Backlund." Some started heckling, chanting, "Arnold, lose the case. Arnold, lose the case." The heckling grew louder, and the whole courtroom became restless. Facing the uproar in court, Arnold was somewhat surprised. Before entering, he had been quite confident because public opinion seemed to favor him. But why was the reality so different from the reports he had heard before? Hugo, the lawyer, suddenly felt the pressure. As an experienced attorney, he knew that a trial with so many spectators was almost like a public performance, where the judge's emotions could easily sway towards the prevailing sentiment. And now, the sentiment clearly favored the plaintiff. President Gustav of the Backlund Chamber of Commerce was surprised. Just before coming to court, he had just received news that some nobles seemed dissatisfied with Arnold's handling of the situation. This made Gustav suddenly realize that they had made a bit of a fuss about this matter. The atmosphere in court today deepened his concern. In fact, the initial hecklers were hired by Zio to create a stir. When it came to publicity, a group of lone kingdom magnates couldn't compete with a young man from the modern era. Hobert had witnessed how black could be turned into white, and everyone believed it. Once the discussion started in court, it couldn't be stopped. People began discussing Arnold's hypocrisy and stinginess, but rarely mentioned the class conflicts triggered by the case. Gustav and others also realized their oversight. They had focused on promoting the matter in newspapers and among wealthy merchants and nobles, neglecting to control the public opinion of the courtroom. But now, realizing this was too late. At 8:30, as the judge appeared, the case officially began. Plaintiff's lawyer Hobert first presented his case, approaching it from the angle of intentional harm, outlining Arnold's charges. Toward the end, he said, "I believe everyone has seen the scales behind the judge, which depict a balance with equal weights on both sides. Throughout history, the law has represented fairness and justice. But in the case of Backlund, it seems that someone like Arnold, driven solely by profit, is using the law as a weapon to conceal his unethical actions. And someone like Bob, who genuinely needs legal help, receives no assistance due to poverty. Since when did the law equate fairness with money? Is the law a balance of justice or a balance of money?" My speech concludes. Applause immediately erupted in the courtroom. Hobert bowed, slightly in gratitude, to everyone. Next, it was Hugo's turn to speak. "I hope the plaintiff's lawyer understands that this is a courtroom, not a place for moral judgment." He began to outline Arnold's innocence and presented a more sophisticated defense strategy. Arnold did not directly manage the factory. He entrusted the factory manager and workshop supervisors with management, so the charge of nonfeasance against Arnold did not stand. Finally, he called 3 factory workers to testify that production in the workshop was safe. Hobert requested permission to cross-examine the witnesses. Once granted, he asked one of the workers, "Do you have safety production prompts or reminders in your factory?" The worker replied, "We have an employee code of conduct that lists the dangers encountered during work." Hobert asked, "Could you recite a few items from the employee code of conduct regarding the hazards encountered during work?" The worker chuckled, "Sir, we come to work, not to school." "Then can you list a few dangers from the employee handbook that you mentioned earlier?" Glancing at Arnold, the worker stumbled through listing several. Hobert searched through his folder and pulled out a sheet of paper. "I have here the employee code of conduct as described by the witness, which has 12 clauses, 9 of which elaborate on the consequences of theft and damage to public property, as well as the production of original components. There are also 2 job requirements, not safety requirements, but quality requirements. The last clause explains the leave system. I didn't see any reminders about safety production. May I ask this witness if what you just listed is really the content of your factory's employee code of conduct?" "Objection." Hugo, the lawyer, interjected. The opposing lawyer is using trap questioning. The objection is overruled. The plaintiff's lawyer may continue, the judge ruled. After a round of questioning, Hobert concluded, "Did everyone hear that? There are absolutely no reminders about workplace safety in Arnold's factory. Even just a few phrases painted on the workshop walls with paint would suffice." As for what the opposing lawyer said, Arnold wasn't involved in management. However, Arnold is the legal owner of this factory, and he bears irremovable responsibility for everything that happens in the factory. After summarizing his statement, Hobert also called upon the witnesses he had found. After swearing to their respective deities, 5 witnesses successively proved that there were no reminders about workplace safety in Arnold's factory. Hugo began questioning the witnesses, asking only one question. "Do you know how to write the phrase workplace safety? If so, please write it down." Only one worker wrote the crooked phrase workplace safety, while the other 4 wrote phrases with incorrect grammar and spelling. "That's already pretty good because they're workers who at least know some letters and phrases," Hugo shrugged. "See, how many people can understand such reminders like workplace safety? What practical use do such slogans even have?" This summary statement provoked laughter from Gustav and others, sounding like mockery or ridicule. "I do, sir," one witness suddenly said. "Although I can't write it, I would recognize it if I saw it." Hugo was taken aback. The other three witnesses chimed in. "I know, too. I recognize the phrase if I see it." Hugo immediately changed his line of questioning, asking, "Did anyone receive money or goods from the plaintiff's lawyer in return for testifying?" The witnesses replied, "Yes, we did receive compensation for lost wages." The more questions Hugo asked, the more he realized that the witnesses' answers were flawless. He even began to suspect that Hobert had trained these people. Therefore, he set aside all his disdain and regarded Hobert as the most formidable opponent he had encountered to date. This is not to say that Hugo the lawyer's defense direction was flawed or slow. Rather, since becoming a lawyer, he had never handled a workers' case. He simply did not understand workers, or workers were just a concept to him. In Hugo's concept, workers were crude, ignorant, unreasonable, and entirely a group of curly-haired baboons. But he underestimated a person's determination to survive. Even if a person was ignorant, they would show a shrewd side when it came to survival. As described by Hobert yesterday afternoon, these 5 witnesses already understood that the outcome of this lawsuit would affect their future living environment. Therefore, today they were fully prepared. For Hugo, this was just a very lucrative lawsuit. Even the defense materials and finding witnesses were handled by his assistants, as usual. However, this lawsuit would be very difficult to win if conducted according to usual practices. In the first round of witness testimony, the plaintiff's side had a slight advantage. During the second round of defense, Hugo made efforts to steer the defense in a direction where he excelled. The Lone Kingdom is most renowned for its freedom and democracy. T/N. It's a monarchy, though? Although these two terms and their meanings were invented by the Intis Republic, they have been better practiced here. I believe it is Arnold's freedom to hire whomever he wishes to work for him, and it is Bob's freedom to decide whether to work in Arnold's factory. All of this is achieved on the premise of voluntary agreement. Now that Bob is injured, blaming Arnold entirely for all responsibilities is clearly an unreasonable demand. Hobert countered in defense. Yes, freedom is a good word, but it must be restrained. The defendant's lawyer's idea of freedom includes the freedom to buy and sell locals as cattle in the southern continent, and the freedom to exploit locals without any bottom line in the Rorsted Archipelago. Often, such freedoms represent the darkest side of human nature. The law is the bottom line of freedom, and Arnold's behavior has been without such restraint. My client had already entered into an employment relationship when he entered Mr. Arnold's factory. In this state, Mr. Arnold is responsible for the injuries sustained by my client. The judge did not prevent them from engaging in ideological debate because this lawsuit already had a certain social significance. After looking at the judge's expression, Hugo continued, "As a citizen of Lone, I have sufficient rights. My client only needs to be responsible for fixed responsibilities. However, if all responsibilities in the factory are to be borne by my client, how can we demonstrate democracy in the Kingdom of Lone? Bob has his rights and responsibilities, but this does not include the right to excessively claim compensation from the employer. If this claim is successful, Bob's interests are protected, but what about my client's interests? As a citizen of a democratic country, my client should not ignore his rights. Otherwise, the economic rules of Backlund will be seriously undermined." Hobert defended, the defendant's lawyer's idea of democracy is merely democratic in terms of money. Ladies and gentlemen, in the lower house, with so many members of parliament, how many represent workers? How many represent farmers? Is democracy that cannot represent all classes really democracy? At this point, Bob's co-workers cheered, but Hobert noticed that the reactions of others were quite normal. Hobert saw the smile on Hugo the lawyer's face and suddenly realized that this was deliberately provoked by Hugo to elevate the conflict between Bob and Arnold to a class struggle. Indeed, he's a great lawyer. Hobert sighed in his heart, realizing so quickly where the crux of the matter lay. He immediately changed his strategy. The defendant belongs to those who not only fail to understand freedom, but also don't understand what true democracy is. Such people are quite rare in Backland, and he has always been using personal grievances to provoke conflicts throughout Backland. Ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to pay for the consequences of Arnold's inaction? Hugo immediately stopped smiling. He hadn't expected a quiet lawyer like Hobert to react so quickly. Hobert's speech continued. May I ask, are you all aware that an ordinary workplace injury compensation case has garnered such widespread attention throughout Backland? Why has it received such broad attention? It's because the defendant hopes to escalate the situation and thereby evade compensation. Otherwise, why would everyone care about an ordinary workplace injury compensation case? Hearing Hobert's words, those sitting in the gallery nodded in agreement, especially the noble children who were hearing about a workplace injury compensation case for the first time. Hugo secretly thought, this is bad, upon seeing the reaction at the scene. Hobert cleverly used Arnold's previous momentum to establish that Arnold had ulterior motives for escalating the situation, making it difficult to shift the focus back to class contradictions. Hobert secured another minor victory in the second round of defense. After 2 consecutive small wins, the plaintiff now had a significant advantage. Then, as the third round of debate began, Attorney Hugo decisively adjusted his defense strategy again, basing it once more on Arnold's non-participation in specific management, thereby dissociating him from responsibility in matter. Hobert's defense was simple. If Arnold had no responsibility, why did he make the matter known throughout Backland? This was clearly an attempt to downplay his own responsibility and deliberately evade it. At this point, Arnold deeply regretted making the case public. He couldn't understand why what he thought was his advantage had completely turned into evidence against him in Hobert's hands. During the fourth round of debate, Attorney Hugo simply abandoned the defense of non-liability and began to bargain with Hobert, discussing the amount of compensation and striving to avoid Arnold's criminal responsibility. According to common sense, work-related injury compensation is actually a civil dispute. Legal responsibility is only pursued if it causes adverse effects or major accidents. Therefore, Attorney Hugo's defense for exempting Arnold from criminal responsibility achieved some success. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, after a lengthy defense, the judge ruled that Bob was injured and disabled due to Arnold's inaction. The defendant, Arnold, was required to pay Bob a lump sum of £860 and pay Hobert's legal fees of £52 and 6 soldi, totaling £912 and 6 soldi. Arnold was not guilty of intentional injury and was therefore not criminally liable, but he was ordered to post safety slogans in his factory and provide safety training to employees. This highly anticipated work injury compensation case ultimately ended with the plaintiff's victory. A law professor from Backland University who was present at the hearings said to his students, "This is definitely a defense that can be included in textbooks." It transitioned from a civil case to a criminal case, then from a criminal case to a social case, and then from a social case to a case requiring Arnold's personal responsibility. I saw Hobert's wisdom in every transition, as well as the fierce competition between the defendant and the plaintiff. Students, this is a very vivid lesson in advocacy. Hobert's defense tells us that the opponent's advantage is not terrible in many cases. On the contrary, the opponent's advantage can be a tool we use. Mike Joseph, a reporter from the Daily Observer, wrote down this passage from the professor in its entirety in his notebook. In the audience, more people were cheering. Justice has prevailed in Backland. T/N. The world needs justice. Long live justice. The light of justice shines again in Backland. Those who were leading the slogans were, of course, also hired by Hobert. This was the reward he prepared for Audrey and Glaint. For them, there was no better reward than the feedback from people for their efforts. Hobert glanced at Audrey and Glaint and saw that Audrey's pretty face was flushed with excitement, and Glaint also had a satisfied smile. Giving them money or even magical items would not satisfy them as much. After Hobert agreed with Attorney Hugo on the specific time for compensation, he took Bob away from the plaintiff's seat. Reporters immediately surrounded him. "Mr. Hobert, what are your thoughts now? Mr. Hobert, what efforts did you make to achieve today's victory?" Mr. Hobert. Hobert raised his hand wearily. I'm sorry, everyone. The defense just now has made me feel a little tired. If you want to interview me, please come to Aslan Barton Law Firm in the afternoon, where I will accept your interviews. So the reporters immediately changed their interview target. Mr. Bob, how do you plan to spend the compensation? Are you satisfied with the amount of compensation? Hobert raised his hand again. I'm sorry, my client is not prepared for an interview. No, lawyer, Bob suddenly said. I want to tell everyone, yes, I must tell everyone I met a good lawyer. As he spoke, Bob burst into tears. Before I met Lawyer Hobert, no lawyer was willing to take my case. Just when I was most desperate, just when I was about to accept Arnold's compensation, as if it were charity, Lawyer Hobert appeared. He made me regain my dignity as a person. Bob cried excitedly. As long as there are lawyers like Hobert, there is hope for Backlund. The newspaper reporters quickly wrote down this sentence, and the sketch artists also wrote furiously, recording this scene. The current photography technology still has certain flaws. The subject has to remain motionless in one position for a long time to complete the photography process. So newspapers basically hire sketch artists to record classic scenes and match them with the text in the newspaper. After squeezing through the crowd with Bob to the carriage, Hobert smiled and waved to everyone as he got into the car, which caused the sketch artist to write furiously again. In their opinion, this was a salute to victory. After the carriage started moving, Hobert finally relaxed. Then he felt the high degree of integration between his spirituality and his body. The victory in today's lawsuit allowed him to perfectly complete a performance again. He planned to take the Briber potion tonight. Thomas and a cancer were also in the carriage. The two captains congratulated Hobert on his victory. With this case as an example, other workers will be able to claim more reasonable compensation when they suffer disabling work injuries in the future. Hobert first thanked them for their congratulations and then said to a cancer, "You have to find a way to give Bob a new identity and a new place to live. Otherwise, he will easily be targeted by robbers or thieves." A cancer nodded. "Leave it to me. We will protect Bob." Hobert smiled at Bob and said, "You will follow Captain A Cancer in a while. Get ready to welcome your new life." Bob held Hobert's hand. "Mr. Lawyer, I don't know how to thank you." Hobert said meaningfully, "I also want to thank you, because in this case, I have gained and felt a lot." Back at the law firm, Hobert rested for an hour or two, and the reporters arrived as scheduled. Hobert certainly knew the role of public opinion and patiently answered every reporter's question. Even if some questions were tricky, the reporters were no match for Hobert. It wasn't until after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Hobert saw off the last reporter. He stretched. Today's work was finally over. However, because the potion was further digested, he didn't feel too tired. So he chatted with Barton for a few words and returned to the rental house. Zio and Furs left a note saying that they had gone to the bar to celebrate today's victory. Hobert came to his room, used the method of praying to himself, obtained the characteristic of the briber that had completed reaggregation, and went to Gar's herbal medicine store to buy the necessary auxiliary materials. He returned to his home in Empressborough with all the materials for the potion. According to the agreement with Christian, he had to talk to Christian before drinking the potion. The atmosphere at home was also lively. After all, they had all attended Hobert's defense today and knew that Hobert had achieved a great victory. Donna said that several of her female classmates had expressed their admiration for Hobert and encouraged her mother to propose marriage. Tyron also hoped to be admitted to the law department so that he could defend justice in the future. T/N, what was his name again? After the lively dinner, under Hobert's signal, Christian took him to the study. Sitting on either side of the desk, Hobert said, "Father, I have completely digested the barbarian potion before, and today's victory made me feel the high compatibility between the potion and my spirit. I think I can take the Briber potion now." Christian was stunned. Can handling cases also speed up the digestion of the barbarian potion? Yes, Hobert corrected. Handling social cases does have this effect. This time Christian didn't do the certification like last time. He believed Hobert's feeling, "Maybe you are the hope of your family." He looked at Hobert with relief for a few seconds before saying, "After you digested the barbarian potion, your father left you two options. One option is to stay at Sequence 8. I will give you a sealed artifact. After taking this sealed artifact, you can transfer the crazy whispers in your ears to others. But each time it can only be transferred for 12 hours. After each transfer, you need to rest for 14 hours before you can use it again. Although you will still hear crazy whispers, because you have enough rest time, your spirit will not be under too much pressure. As long as the barbarian potion is completely digested, there will be basically no signs of losing control." That sealed artifact took Rex a lot of effort to find. It is only applicable to Sequence 8. Once you take the Briber potion, there is no turning back. Hearing this, Hobert suddenly asked, "Father, Mr. Rex, I mean my biological father, why does he always provide me with such negative options?" "Child, you are too young to understand a father's worries." Christian said, "Gaining power comes at a price, and the greater the power gained, the greater the price to be paid. You will have such worries when you have children." Hobert nodded. He really hadn't experienced the feeling of having children. "What about the other option?" "I will tell you all the known information about the Heller family curse, and you will continue to look for answers based on this information," Christian said. "In addition, you have passed your father's test. According to your father's last words, if you can't find the Briber potion formula before you completely digest the barbarian potion, then you only have the previous option. If you pass the test, I will do everything I can to help you advance to a higher sequence." Hobert suddenly realized that Rex's test was equivalent to a screening mechanism. He had previously thought it was a trap for his son. After a brief consideration, he made a decision. "I still insist on my previous choice, advance to Briber and investigate the family's curse." Christian took a deep breath. "Okay again, I respect your choice." He paused before saying, "Let me tell you about your family's history first." Hobert sat upright in his chair, listening carefully to Christian's words. Christian looked at Hobert. "Your surname is not Heller, but Trunsoist." Hobert was stunned. This surname sounded so familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized, "Trunsoist, the Night Emperor?" Christian nodded. Hobert took a second or two to digest this information, and then he realized that the family's curse might be because of this surname. "Rex spent his whole life failing to find the source of your family's curse." Christian said, "According to your ancestors' records, this curse appeared suddenly. The time of its appearance was around the time of the Night Emperor's fall. Because your ancestors only knew the general time of the Night Emperor's fall, they didn't know whether the curse appeared before or after the Night Emperor's fall." Christian got up and poured a glass of wine for himself and Hobert, then sat down and continued. "The fall of the Night Emperor is still a huge mystery. Logically speaking, he was the victor in the early stages of the War of the Four Emperors. The Black Emperor Solomon was an enemy of the gods, and his re-fall was expected. The Blood Emperor Tudor was in a half-crazy state, which made it difficult for him to achieve final victory. But the Night Emperor clearly had the support of the gods and had gained a huge advantage in the early battles. So why did he suddenly fall? Moreover, the Orthodox Church's investigation of the Trunsoist family was particularly fierce. The Solomon family and the Tudor family were only hunted down by the Orthodox churches for a period of time. Later, these two families hid, and the Orthodox churches did not actively look for their traces. But the Trunsoist family is different. The Orthodox churches have been actively searching for the remaining forces of this family. This forced most of your family members to hide in the southern continent, where the Orthodox Church's power was weak, and change their names." Hobert was stunned. "Could it be the Balk family?" He asked, "Are there other members of my family?" "That's right," Christian said. "After they went to the southern continent, they changed their surname to Bark. Rex also visited them, and after obtaining the permission of the Patriarch, took away a sequence 4 characteristic. More than 20 years have passed. I wonder how they are now." Hobert thought, "They're doing pretty well now. Their family even has minds." Christian continued, "Your father guessed that your family's curse should be related to the fall of the Night Emperor. So after he returned to Backlund, he began to look for ancient relics everywhere, But unfortunately, he only got some clues and did not find any evidence to prove his guess. He sighed, "You need to find the source of the family curse yourself, and you also need to find a way to solve the curse. Your father once had a last word that becoming an angel of the lawyer pathway, that is, sequence 2, could lift the family curse, but unfortunately he failed when he became an angel." Speaking of this, Christian shook his head. "I don't know why he failed. He could have succeeded." He sighed again, as if he had fallen into distant memories. Hobert suddenly asked, "Father, what about you? Is your surname really Jeffrey?" "No," Christian said. "My surname is Tudor. Yes, Tudor the Blood Emperor." Christian added, "The Tudor family has 3 surviving bloodlines, and we are one of them. Before the War of the 4 Emperors, our branch had been consuming the Arbitrator Pathways potion. So, after hiding our tracks for a while and reappearing in public, no one suspected our connection to the Blood Emperor." The combination of Christian and Rex made Hobert feel strange. "I heard that the Trussois family and the Tudor family don't have a good relationship. During the United Empire era, Tudor and Trussois, the sequence ones of the Black Emperor pathway, both faced the pressure of Solomon's resurrection. Trussois obtained the support of the 6 gods and was promoted to the true god Justiciar of the adjacent pathway. This led to the immediate collapse of the joint government, and Tudor had no choice but to be promoted to the Red Priest of the non-adjacent pathway. In theory, the two should be opponents. That was a long time ago," Christian said with a helpless smile. "Now, both emperors have fallen for over 1,000 years, and our primary goal now is survival. In the face of survival, some past grievances can be completely abandoned. Just like back then, for the sake of survival and family interests, 2 sequence ones of the same pathway could actually carry out joint governance." Hobert didn't continue the topic. "The problem I'm facing now is finding the source of the family curse and solving the curse. Mr. Rex's method may not be useful." Christian nodded. "That's right." Hobert pondered for a moment and then asked, "What about Mr. Rex's remaining Beyonder characteristics?" According to Christian's meaning, Rex was a sequence 3 during his lifetime. If he had his remaining Beyonder characteristics, it would save Hobert a lot of effort after he became a demigod. "Can't find them. Can't find them." "Yes," Christian said. "At that time, Rex went to solve the family curse alone. When we found him, he was already dead, and the characteristics were gone. Could it be that someone murdered Mr. X?" "No," Christian said. "Although there were traces of fighting at the scene, no trace of any enemy was left behind. This is the result I have repeatedly confirmed. It's like Rex was fighting with himself." Hobert frowned and said, "That's strange. Where could the characteristics go?" "According to your ancestors' records," Christian said, "before, when sequence 3s wanted to solve the family curse, their characteristics disappeared without exception." Hobert scratched his head. "This is really strange." Christian sighed. "Now you know your father's good intentions, right? There are still too many mysteries about your family's curse." Hobert nodded, but didn't take it too seriously. He now has the Nation of Disorder in his control, and he believes that even if he doesn't take the initiative to solve these mysteries are likely to come to him directly. "I still insist on my choice." Hobert took out the Beyonder characteristics of briber and auxiliary materials. "Father, do you have red wine here?" The auxiliary materials require 80 milliliters of red wine. "Yes." Christian rummaged through the wine cabinet and found a bottle of red wine and handed it to Hobert. Then he took out tools such as measuring cylinders, balances, and beakers to supervise Hobert's preparation of the potion. Hobert compared the potion recipe. First put in 5 drops each of golden mandala and black mandala juice, then dripped in 4 drops of colored psychedelic grass essential oil and poured in 80 milliliters of red wine. Because there was psychedelic grass essential oil, only after putting in the auxiliary materials, a little bit of magical mist appeared in the beaker. Then Hobert put in the characteristic of briber. The mist immediately became larger and quickly disappeared after a few seconds, leaving only a brown jelly-like potion. Pouring the potion into the cup without leaving a drop, Hobert seemed to vaguely hear a very tempting voice from the potion. Gathering his courage, he drank it all in one gulp. The moment the potion fell into his stomach, Hobert immediately felt his mind seem to fly away from his body. He seemed to see the night sky, full of stars that seemed to be blinking. Hobert quickly gathered his spirit. The previous role-playing played a role at this time. His spiritual body and astral body were highly consistent with the etheric body representing the body, allowing him to quickly regain control of his body. Immediately afterwards, he felt the potion transforming his astral body and spiritual body. He didn't feel much pain, but his spirit was very heavy. If he hadn't fully digested the potion before, it would be very dangerous to advance to sequence 7, and his spiritual body and astral body might be overwhelmed. This wonderful process lasted about a minute, and Hobert gradually regained consciousness. He immediately felt that his spiritual body and body had undergone different degrees of change. Smoother than expected, Christian smiled and said, "Feel the new abilities of Briber." Hobert radiated his spirituality and quickly realized that he now possesses the ability Bribe. The process of Bribe is to give the opponent something, regardless of whether the opponent is willing to accept it, and even the thing given does not need to touch the opponent to complete the bribe process. As long as you bribe once, you can continuously use Beyonder abilities on the opponent. If the opponent willingly accepts the bribe, then the effect of the bribe will be strengthened. Sequence 7's bribe has 4 uses: weaken, charm, arrogance, and connect. Weaken is the most widely used. Whether it is physical attack, Beyonder ability attack, or mental attack, as well as the opponent's defense, speed, etc., it will cause a substantial weakening. It can be said to be a universal skill. Charm is to make the target have a strong liking for Hobert, making it difficult to have hostile intentions. If the conditions are right, the charmed target has a very small probability of attacking their companions. If it is a strange enemy, this ability will have unexpected effects. If it is an enemy who already knows each other well, it will be difficult to use this ability to influence the other party. In addition, Hobert's personal charm has increased a lot, and his remarks will be easier to convince people and easier to gain people's support. Arrogance is to make the enemy proud, arrogant, and reduce the other party's mind, causing the other party to make misjudgments. Connect is to allow Hobert to establish a connection and association with others or opponents. If used in hostile situations, the effect is similar to charm. If used in ordinary times, it will make the other party feel that they have a great relationship with Hobert. It is easy to find common ground, and it is easy to become good friends. Besides bribe, distortion has been enhanced and can distort the language and actions of enemies, which can now be used as an offensive ability. Physical fitness has also been strengthened, and the berserk state can now last for more than an hour. Most importantly, spirituality has greatly increased. Now, Hobert can fully exert the power of the psychological spoon. And there is no need to save the spirit necklace. It is estimated that spirituality will not be exhausted even after 10 or 8 consecutive psychic sessions. It can be seen that spirituality has been qualitatively improved from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7. However, the ability to find loopholes and summarize laws has not been significantly enhanced. After understanding his new abilities, Hobert left the study and returned to his room. It was still early, so he didn't go to sleep immediately, but sat on the chair and considered how to act as a briber. The new abilities that appeared gave him a lot of inspiration. The purpose of bribery is to make more friends and fewer enemies. And because the ability to find loopholes and summarize laws has not been significantly enhanced, does it mean that the process of bribery is to actively create loopholes and actively change the rules? Does this indicate that the acting of bribers should be more proactive and more active? Hobert also thought his thoughts on how to act as a barbarian. His thinking at the time was very successful. It was because he followed the acting rule of not obeying the order of civilization is a barbarian that his potion was digested so quickly. And Hobert has realized that the core content of the entire lawyer pathway is inseparable from order and rules. After association, Hobert realized that the acting elements of bribers are likely to be actively making rules appear as loopholes that are beneficial to oneself. Hobert decided to take the initiative to act according to this rule when he has the opportunity to see if the potion will loosen. Then he locked the door and entered the Nation of Disorder to see what changes have taken place in the Nation of Disorder after becoming Sequence 7. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert first saw the blurry figure trapped by him in the pool, which became clearer, and he could already see the face shape. It was a handsome young man. Hobert strengthened the seal of the pool on this figure. The power of this figure has indeed been strengthened, but the Nation of Disorder is Hobert's home field, and he can still easily seal it. Then Hobert began to seriously consider this question. Whose projection is this blurry figure? Could it be a projection of the Night Emperor? Thinking of this, Hobert shook his head, feeling that it was unlikely to be the Night Emperor, because the reasoning didn't make sense. If it was the Night Emperor, why would he use curses to torment his descendants? Hobert also felt that he couldn't be so arbitrary, because there might be some operations contained in it that he didn't know at all, such as whether this would be a backhand for the Night Emperor's resurrection. After becoming a true god, it becomes very difficult to kill, because they're already the order itself in some aspects, or existences outside the order in some aspects. Life and death are concepts that only humans have, and these concepts may not be able to encompass gods that already have abstract meaning. After entering the Nation of Disorder, Hobert found that he had some memories about the Night Emperor in his mind. In these memories, the Night Emperor's experience was similar to Christian's description. What Christian did not describe was the part about how to become a great old one. After the fall of the resurrected Solomon, the Night Emperor probably obtained the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway in at least one sequence, one characteristic. The Night Emperor was already a justiciar, and with the uniqueness of the Black Emperor in a sequence 1, he only needed the Sefirah to become a great old one. So, did the fall of the Night Emperor have a direct relationship with his efforts to become a great old one? For example, the 6 gods at the time were unwilling to see an existence stronger than them, such as the Night Emperor being corrupted when searching for the Nation of Disorder. Hobert suddenly thought that he had a close connection with the Nation of Disorder as soon as he crossed over. Was it because the original owner was surnamed Trunsoist? He also recalled that the uniqueness of the judge's pathway, the Trunsoist brass book, was contaminated by the Nation of Disorder. But the problem lies here. If it is said that the Trunsoist brass book was contaminated by an outer god, or contaminated by the Sefirah Castle, or the Chaos Sea, it makes perfect sense. Why was it contaminated by the Nation of Disorder? The Nation of Disorder is also the Sefirah of the Justiciar pathway. What kind of contamination can it cause to the uniqueness of the judge's pathway? Or is there another hidden story in it? For example, the Night Emperor was caught in some trap of the uncertain mist, so the Night Emperor was contaminated, and the 6 gods had to kill the Night Emperor. If it is a head-on confrontation, the uncertain mist may not be the opponent of the Night Emperor, but his position as a great old one is there, and it is very easy to plot against the Night Emperor, and the Night Emperor is difficult to resist such a plot. Thinking of these, Hobert patted his forehead. These questions are not something that he, as Sequence 7, can understand. Let's wait for new clues in the future before thinking about it. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and radiated his spirituality. First of all, he felt that he had the ability to distort in the Nation of Disorder. The level of this ability is very high, and it can distort some natural laws, such as distorting a small area of midsummer into severe winter. As for distorting the intentions and wishes of enemies, etc., that is even easier. Like the other 2 abilities, order and chaos, distortion has a time limit. It does not mean that after distorting the midsummer of a place into a severe winter, it will always become a severe winter. After a few minutes, the power of distortion will gradually disappear. However, the consequences caused by distortion cannot be restored. For example, after becomes severe winter, many plants are frozen to death. That is really frozen to death. Then Hobert immediately felt that the area he could control had become much larger, and the lakes, forests, and grasslands at the foot of the mountain were within his control. And he found that in his controlled area, there were some special black rocks, and the composition of these stones was similar to that of the teleportation statue. Hobert got up from the Iron Throne, took a step, and came to the location of the black rock at the foot of the mountain. Picking up a stone, Hobert immediately felt the ability of the rock, distortion. And it is a very high-ranking distortion that can even distort beyond her characteristics. The effective attack range is 3 meters, which can distort natural laws such as temperature and mechanics within these 3 meters, and even cause the enemy to show signs of losing control by distorting the beyonder characteristics of the enemy. Hobert decided to name these black rocks Disorder Stones because he felt that the best ability of these rocks was to distort the beyonder characteristics of enemies, causing them to lose control to varying degrees. As for the power of the Disorder Stones, it is directly linked to Hobert's sequence. For example, if he is currently sequence 7, then if used against sequence 8, the opponent has a 30% probability of immediately losing control. Even if they don't immediately lose control, they will basically lose their combat effectiveness. If used against sequence 9, there is a 40% probability of causing them to immediately lose control. If Hobert advances to sequence 6, then when used against sequence 7, the enemy will have a 30% probability of immediately losing control, and sequence 8 will have a 40% probability of immediately losing control, and so on. When used against enemies of the same sequence, unless they are individuals from a pathway that was prone to losing control, there is only a small probability of causing the enemy to lose control. The main effect is to increase the pressure on the enemy's spiritual body and astral body, making them very weak, and even having the power of their beyonder powers. When used against enemies of a higher sequence than Hobert, it can also put enormous pressure on the enemy. If the opponent is not in a good state, there is a high probability that they will make misjudgments or become mentally confused, creating more opportunities for Hobert. The method of using the Disorder Stones is very simple, similar to using charms. Set the incantation in advance, infuse spirituality, and then throw the Disorder Stone within a 3-meter radius of the enemy to immediately distort their beyonder characteristics. If there are multiple enemies within a 3-meter radius, it can attack multiple targets simultaneously, making it Hobert's first group attack skill. Moreover, Hobert can control the number of times each Disorder Stone is used, ranging from 1 to 8 times. For Hobert, this is a very practical weapon, equivalent to having an extra beyonder ability that is difficult to defend against. However, he felt that he should change the appearance of the Disorder Stones. Throwing stones at enemies during a fight seems like something only children would do. It should be packaged as a hidden weapon to look more like something. The first thing Hobert thought of was tarot cards, but square hidden weapons are not as easy to use as round ones, except for bricks, of course. But if the Disorder Stones were really made into the shape of bricks, firstly, he wouldn't be able to carry many, and secondly, only hooligans and ruffians would use them in fights. It would be inappropriate to use bricks after being promoted to Baron or Earl. Therefore, Hobert finally decided to make the Disorder Stones round, about the size of his palm. Originally, he wanted to add a symbol representing the Creator, but he was worried that it would expose his connection with the Creator. But a plain round pebble looked very tasteless. After thinking for a while, Hobert decided to engrave the Emperor's pattern from the tarot cards on the pebble in relief. Even if someone picked it up in the future, they would only associate it with the mysterious organization Tarot Club, and Mr. Fool would take the blame. As for the number of uses, considering the issue of recycling, Hobert felt that it would be most convenient to use them as charms, so he could carry several on his person. Back on the Iron Throne, Hobert suddenly thought that the next time he entered the Nation of Disorder, he should bring this psychological spoon with him to give himself enough psychological cues that information about the outer gods could only be recalled in the Nation of Disorder. The same should be done with information about Adam. The protection of the nation of disorder for Hobert is more like a mechanical protection. Information about the outer gods would cause Hobert's pollution, so the nation of disorder would automatically help Hobert block it. However, Adam is still only the king of angels, and the nation of disorder only blocks partial information about Adam. Logically speaking, the more one knows about Adam, the more Adam will know about Hobert. The information that the nation of disorder does not block may allow Adam to know of Hobert's existence. But Hobert was only a sequence 8 before, so Adam probably wouldn't take him seriously. For safety's sake, it's safer to leave most of the memories about Adam in the nation of disorder. Especially as Hobert's sequence increases, it will attract Adam's attention. But this operation cannot be done at home, lest Christian notice it again. Finally, Hobert finished building the hall that he had built halfway before. From the outside, it was a hall with a clear sheen and Han style, dignified and domineering. Back in the real world, a little tired, Hobert meditated to gather his spirituality and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, after Hobert had breakfast and picked up his cane to go out, he immediately felt something. Because he had advanced to sequence 7, the power of the tree of order had increased by half. Originally, it could grow into a tree with a crown diameter of more than 10 meters, but now it can grow to more than 20 meters, and all the beyonder powers of the tree of order have also been enhanced. Hobert, let's take a carriage to work, Christian said from behind. Hobert came back to his senses. Okay. After getting into the carriage, Christian took out a fork from his bag. The shape of this fork is exactly the same as an ordinary fork on the dining table. He said, "Your biological mother left you 2 things in total. One is that spoon, and the other is this fork. Before, your spirituality was not enough to use 2 mid-sequence extraordinary items at the same time. So I only gave you that spoon. After becoming sequence 7, your spirituality has greatly increased, so I'm giving you the fork today." Hobert quickly took it and cursed in his heart that it was still tableware. He injected spirituality into the fork and immediately felt the ability of this fork: healing and stitching. Also 2 very practical abilities. Hobert judged that the beyonder characteristics of the fork are likely to come from a druid of the planter pathway, because healing is the signature skill of the druid, and stitching is the signature skill of the doctor of the harvester pathway. Stitching can stitch severed limbs and large areas of external wounds, making the severed limbs as flexible as before and healing large areas of external wounds in a short time. The use of healing is even more extensive. External injuries, internal injuries, diseases, and even psychological trauma and astral body trauma can be treated. Christian said, "The negative effect of this magical item is that nails and hair grow very fast." Hobert sighed again. Is this also called a negative effect? The 2 magical items left by the original owner's mother are definitely good things. Compared to those life-threatening negative effects, this negative effect is almost negligible. Christian continued, "Your biological mother said at the time that she originally wanted to create a magical item with travel abilities for you, but travelers are too difficult to catch." Hobert almost exclaimed, "My mother knows me best." He now wanted to get a magical item with travel abilities. But this fork is also good, and it also plays a life-saving role. Since it has the ability of healing, Hobert named the fork Fork of Healing in his heart. Then he asked, "Mr. Rex, didn't my biological father leave me anything?" "He did," Christian said with a smile. "But according to his will, I can't give it to you now." Hobert still sat in the law firm for more than 10 minutes before asking Barton for leave, and would come back to work next Tuesday. Barton thought Hobert was a little tired from handling the previous case, so he approved his leave slip. Leaving the firm, Hobert first returned to 192 Blanca Street to complete the deal reached at the previous Justice League gathering. Zio and Furs were both there. As soon as he entered the door, Zio told Hobert that Sheriff Rotal, who had previously brought people to break down the door, had sent 12 pounds in cash. Hobert didn't make things difficult for the sheriff and threw the IOU into the fireplace. Zio had already found someone to repair the door, which only cost 3 soli. So Hobert divided the compensation he received from Rotal into 4 parts. 3 parts of 30 pounds each, 1 for Hobert, Zio, and Furs. Hobert gave the remaining 9 pounds and 17 solely to Furs, asking her to use the money to improve everyone's food. Then, Hobert went upstairs to retrieve the Beyonder characteristics, returned to his bedroom, and first used the method of sacrificing himself to bring this psychological spoon into the nation of disorder, sealing most of the memories about Adam. Then, he used the method of praying to himself to bring the Beyonder characteristics of Sheriff, Trickmaster, and Arbiter from the nation of disorder to the real world. Back downstairs, Hobert gave Zio and Furs a considerable discount, selling each Beyonder characteristic to them for 550 pounds. 2 Beyonder characteristics earned Hobert 1,100 pounds. Zio and Furs had already prepared the auxiliary materials, and the 2 of them successively prepared potions and took them. Zio's process of taking the potion went smoothly, but Furs's process of taking the potion was a bit thrilling. As soon as she took the potion, it seemed that there were poisonous snakes crawling around under her skin, making her look completely different. It took Furs 3 or 4 minutes to basically control the signs of losing control. She usually rarely acts as an apprentice, so the apprentice potion was not completely digested. This was something Hobert didn't expect and didn't have time to remind her. Fortunately, she only took a Sequence 8 potion. Even if the Sequence 9 potion is not completely digested, it will only increase the mental burden, or will lay hidden dangers for future loss of control. If you can make good use of meditation and other methods, you can gradually control the power of the potion, but if you suddenly encounter a major mental blow or suffer 2 serious injuries, it will still be easy to lose control. Hobert poured a glass of wine for Furs, who was quite frightened. Before you completely master the power of Trickmaster, don't continue to advance. Furs wiped the fine sweat from her forehead and took 2 gulps of wine before saying with some lingering fear, "I've been an apprentice for so long. Why is it so dangerous to take a higher sequence potion?" "No," Hobert said meaningfully. "You haven't been apprentice for a day." Furs sat on the chair and thought. She seemed to understand what Hobert meant, but she also seemed to understand nothing. Hobert simply made it clearer. "I suggest you find a restaurant, learn cooking for a while, or learn something else. In short, really be an apprentice." Zio, who was always slow to react, understood before Furs. "Hobert, do you mean that the name of the potion is a trick to better master beyond her abilities?" She immediately thought that she had been doing Arbiter, so she had no resistance when she took the Sequence 8 potion. Hobert nodded. "Accurately speaking, it is the key to avoiding loss of control." He said seriously, "This is very advanced knowledge. You can communicate with each other, and you can ask me if you don't understand, but you are not allowed to spread it." Zio and Furs nodded immediately, indicating that they understood. After Furs recovered, the 3 of them took a taxi carriage to Viscount Glaint's mansion, handed the potion formula and the main material of Arbiter to Carl, and completed the last transaction at the Justice League gathering. This transaction earned Hobert 320 pounds and Zio 300 pounds. Hobert told Zio and Furs that he was going on a business trip and would be back tomorrow, and then left in a taxi carriage first. Zio and Furs watched Hobert's carriage go away, and Furs sighed. "What should I do? We owe Hobert more and more." Zio smiled helplessly. "Maybe Hobert doesn't care too much about these." "He cannot care, but we can't pretend not to know." Furs secretly made up her mind that if Hobert asked her for help one day, she would do her best to help. Hobert didn't go to the train station immediately, but went to the bank first. His current savings have reached 2,834 pounds and 7 soldi. Hobert didn't feel safe keeping this money on him or storing it somewhere, so it was better to deposit it in the bank. After depositing 2,800 pounds into the bank, Hobert had 34 pounds and 7 soldi in cash on him. If it didn't involve large transactions, such as buying a house or a car, 34 pounds in cash would be enough for him to spend for a while. On the train to Tingen, Hobert was still sighing. It's not easy to make money. His goal is to save enough £12,000. With this money, he will have the opportunity to buy it when he encounters items with travel abilities. He also thought that Audrey and Alger still owed him some money, and he must remember to collect the debt at the next tarot gathering. And the reason he went to Tingen today was to help Mr. Fool. He had been resting for so long, it was time to get up. Whoosh! On the train to Winter County, a young man with black hair, green eyes, and a poetic aura was seriously reading the headline of today's newspaper. After a while, he put down the newspaper, looked at the snow-capped mountains gradually becoming clearer outside the window, as if he was talking to himself, and as if he was saying to the snow-capped mountains, "No wonder I couldn't even attend the funerals of Captain and Klein. It turns out you have more important things." He put the newspaper on the chair, and the headline was the news that Hobert had won the work injury compensation case. And this young man reading the newspaper was Leonard, who was going to the Holy Cathedral for training. He looked at the sky, as if recalling the scene when he and Hobert faced the offspring of the evil god together. Then he looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of him, as if feeling the long road ahead for the first time. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Hobert arrived in Tingen. Seeing that it was still early, he went to visit Ulysses. Nothing happened, just chatted for a while and gave some small gifts. Hobert has completely adapted to the way of doing things in this world and is actively building his own network of relationships. Hobert's visit made Ulysses very happy and prepared to hold another dinner for Hobert. Hobert quickly said that he was just passing by and would leave in a while. When parting, Ulysses said, "Elizabeth has always wanted to communicate with you, but she feels a little abrupt. Write her a letter when you have time. Her friend's relatives recently passed away, which makes her a little sad. Help me to enlighten her." Hobert was slightly startled. Okay. He asked for Elizabeth's mailing address before leaving, and then went straight to the cemetery. He had previously learned the general location of Dunn and Klein's graves from correspondence with Leonard. After finding Klein's tombstone, Hobert quietly waited for the arrival of night. Dusk descended, draping the cemetery in twilight. Hobart placed 2 bouquets of flowers in front of the tombstones of Dunn and Klein respectively. These 2 bouquets were purely for cover. If he didn't bring flowers, people would definitely wonder why this young man was coming to the cemetery. Hobart couldn't very well say, "I'm waiting for a friend. He'll come out after dark." Waiting for what friend? Saying such things in a cemetery was just asking for a beating. Hobart looked at Klein's tombstone, but was thinking about other things in his heart. After tonight, he and Klein could be considered friends who knew all of each other's secrets. Klein knew that Hobart was a believer of the Creator, and Hobart knew Klein's secret of resurrection. Hobart was working hard for some future plans, waiting for the Fool to develop in the future. Hobart would still need him to first acknowledge and support the new Black Emperor. Although that step was still very, very far away, some things had to be prepared in advance. Just as he was thinking this, Hobart suddenly felt as if some unknown change had occurred around him. When he turned around to check, a middle-aged man appeared on the road not far behind him. The middle-aged man wore a silk-top hat, a black formal suit, was of medium build, with bronze skin and soft features. Hobart's first reaction was, when did he appear? Why didn't his spirituality detect it at all? Hobart's second reaction was, could this be Mr. Azek? Looking more closely, bronze skin, vicissitudes in his eyes, and there was indeed a black mole below his right ear. That's right. Hobart nodded slightly towards Mr. Azek. At this time, rushing up to call out Mr. Azek would likely complicate things. Azek gently tipped his hat as a return greeting. He placed the flowers in his hand in front of Klein's grave, and then asked Hobart, "Are you also a friend of Klein's?" Hobart replied, "A colleague." Azek seemed to understand something. He was a very good young man. He was also a very good colleague. Hobart sighed. He wasn't married yet, hadn't enjoyed a good life yet. After Klein crawled out of the grave, he completely said goodbye to the life of an ordinary person. Buried here is Klein's life as an ordinary person. Azek also sighed. Death is the most helpless magic. It is in front of people from the moment they are born, but we have no choice but to approach it step by step, touch it. He glanced at Klein's tombstone. If only I was in Tingen at the time. It was only a few minutes late, and a living life became a cold stone monument. There was silence in front of the stone tablet for a while. Azek then said to the tombstone, "I'm leaving Tingen City. I'll come back to see you when I have time." He reminded Hobart, "Young man, it's getting late." Hobart nodded. "I know. I'll stay a little longer before leaving." Azek and quickly left, soon disappearing into the twilight. Hobart was not in a hurry to establish contact with Azek. He was only sequence 7 now. Knowing too much would be problematic instead. First get acquainted, and it won't be too late to establish a more solid connection when there is a chance to meet in the future. The waiting time was always long. The twilight gradually disappeared, and stars appeared in the sky. There were no longer any people offering sacrifices in the cemetery, only the calls of a few night insects. Hobart wasn't worried about encountering zombies or ghosts here, because the people buried here had already been purified by priests. It was just a bit cold. It was already autumn. Tingen City was in the north of Backlund, and the temperature was colder after nightfall than in Backlund. Hobart looked at his pocket watch again and again. The time finally came to be past 10 o'clock in the evening. Dong dong. There was movement behind the tombstone. A pale hand stretched out from the dirt. Hobart didn't care about the dirt on Klein's hand. He grabbed the hand and pulled Klein out of the coffin. Fortunately, the customs of the Lone Kingdom did not have the procedure of building a grave mound. Otherwise, it would have taken Klein a lot of effort to climb out of the coffin. Klein sat in the coffin somewhat dazed. He first saw Hobart under the starlight, spawn of the evil god. His memory was still at the moment when he had just killed the spawn of the evil god. Already dead. Hobart said, Klein suddenly thought, "I'm also dead." In the middle of the night, and in a cemetery, don't say such things. Klein quickly pulled open his clothes, and only after seeing that the wound on his chest had healed did he realize that he had been resurrected again. But this time the resurrection took longer than the last time. Suddenly, Klein looked at Hobart in shock. "Don't look at me like that. I also thought you were dead at the time." Hobart said, "Then you. Why are you here?" "Guess." Klein immediately understood. It was the Creator. It must have been the Creator who told Hobart that he could be resurrected. Seeing that Klein guessed correctly, Hobart then said, "Get up, say goodbye to Dunn. We should all embark on new journeys." "Captain." Klein looked at the tombstone not far away. A strong grief filled his heart. He came out of the coffin, standing in front of Dunn's tombstone as if talking to himself, and also as if talking to Dunn's tombstone. "Captain, that day you said you brought Kinley into the dream, and also said that you couldn't bear to sacrifice your teammates, so you hoped to see them often in the dream." Klein paused, shook his head, and sighed. "I don't even know what I am now, maybe just an evil spirit crawling out of hell, wanting revenge." As he spoke, he suddenly couldn't continue. Tears streamed down his face, and finally he choked out, "Captain, we also can't bear to part with you." Hobart patted Klein on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, "This is a world full of mystery. Anything is possible." Klein didn't quite hear what Hobart said, but he knew that now was not the time to stand here and cry. "Let's go." Hobart said, "We'd better leave here a few blocks before taking a taxi carriage, otherwise it might scare the coachman." The two of them left the cemetery one after the other in silence. After walking out 2 blocks, they found a taxi carriage. Arriving at a nearby hotel, Hobart asked for 2 rooms. After going upstairs, Hobart first came to Klein's room, locked the door, and the two sat down face to face. Hobart took out 2 5-pound banknotes from his wallet and said, "I have to go back to Backlund early tomorrow morning. I think you should need some cash now." "No need." Klein immediately declined. There were still 300 pounds of anonymous deposits lying in the bank, which he could withdraw tomorrow morning, and he felt that he owed Hobart enough and didn't want to owe him any more favors. Hobart didn't insist, took back the banknotes, and then wrote down the address of the law firm. "If you need help, write a letter to this address." Klein put away the address. "Thank you. Thank you for your help tonight. Otherwise, he might have to sleep on the street." The next morning, Hobert bid farewell to Klein and left Tingen City on the first train to Backlund. He arrived back in Backlund at 10:30 in the morning, and it took him another half an hour to return to Blanca Street by taxi carriage. Zio and Furs were not at home. There was a note on the table for Hobert, saying they would both be back at noon. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Furs returned first. She had found a job as a chef's apprentice in a restaurant on the next street. To be honest, this writer-miss does have some initiative, as long as she can overcome the temptation of the armchair. Today, Furs was making fried squid, a dish she had just learned. She cut the squid, washed it clean, mixed it with seasonings, and then fried it in hot oil. The aroma could be smelled in the street. Zio returned with bread, just as the squid was almost done frying. She tidied up the dining room nimbly and then sat there like a good baby, waiting for dinner. After busying herself for a few more minutes, Furs brought the squid to the table. None of the three had a habit of praying, so they started eating immediately. Hobert took a bite and found it delicious. The freshness of the squid was brought out by the hot oil, and the seasonings removed the fishy taste, leaving only the smooth and fresh flavor. However, why bread again? Hobert decided that he must make some pancakes for dinner or go out and buy some rice to cook. Thinking of this, Hobert felt a little strange. Logically speaking, since there are farmers in this world, why haven't they cultivated hybrid rice yet? This makes the price of rice much higher than that of flour and beans. Even the middle class can't afford to eat rice every meal. Lost in thought, Hobert quickly used his knife and fork to grab another piece of squid, or Zio would eat it all. This girl's figure has remained in her teenage years, and her appetite seems to have remained in her growing-up stage. After eating his fill, Hobert got up and said, "I went to bed a little late last night, and I'm still a little tired. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. No need to buy bread for dinner. I'll make some different staple foods." Zio and Furs agreed. The two chatted while cleaning the table. After Furs washed the dishes, Zio had already made tea. One shared her experiences as an apprentice, and the other talked about the task she had received today. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zio looked out the window at the door. Outside was a girl with naturally curly golden hair and a boy with short golden hair. The girl wore a dress with blue lace and a blue ribbon, while the boy wore a well-made shirt and jacket. Zio could feel the youthful energy even through the door. "Who are you looking for?" Zio didn't open the door immediately, but asked from inside. The girl and boy were taken aback, and then the girl said apologetically, "Sorry, we have the wrong place." "It's okay," Zio said with a smile. Judging by their appearance and hair, they should be siblings. This reminded Zio of her own brother, so she took a few more glances. The girl and boy returned to the entrance and carefully looked at the door number. Then their faces filled with disbelief. Zio probably understood. She opened the door and asked, "Are you here to see Hobert?" Yes. The girl and boy were Donna and Tyren, siblings. They had mentioned during dinner at home that they would come to see Hobert, but Hobert was too busy this week and forgot. Donna looked at Zio with surprise. Zio's attire was not that of a maid. Could it be that she was Hobert's girlfriend? But she looked like she was still in grammar school. She should be 6 or 7 years younger than Hobert. "Who is it?" Furs also came to the door to ask. Donna nodded. This lady was about the same age as Hobert, and both her looks and temperament were very good. If Hobert's aesthetic was still normal, this should be his girlfriend. Then Donna smiled. No wonder Hobert wanted to move out. It turned out he had a girlfriend. Tyren, on the other hand, had already honestly introduced himself and Donna. When Furs and Zio heard that they were Hobert's younger sister and brother, they warmly welcomed them in. Donna asked, "Where's Hobert?" Zio poured tea for them while casually saying, "He's resting upstairs." Donna was stunned. He doesn't have the habit of taking naps. Zio rummaged through the cabinets for snacks while casually saying he was a little tired last night, so he's resting at noon. Donna seemed to realize something. "How do you know he was tired last night?" "He said it himself." Zio breathed a sigh of relief, finally finding a box of snacks she hadn't eaten. Donna sized up Zio. "So you and Hobert have already sister-in-law." Zio was stunned, "Huh? Who's here?" Hobert asked as he came downstairs, yawning. Donna rushed over. "Hobert, what did you say before? Telling me not to date in school, but you're so fast to find a girlfriend. And And she's still in grammar school. How can you? Hobert looked at his sister with disbelief. Donna, did you leave your brain at home when you went out today? A few minutes later, amid Hobert's laughter, Donna blushed and kept apologizing to Zio. I'm sorry, Miss Zio. I misunderstood you. Zio waved her hand helplessly. It's nothing. But there's one thing I must explain. I graduated from grammar school a long time ago. Furs turned her face to the other side, trying hard not to laugh. Hobert laughed even louder. Donna, you should learn to write novels from Furs. Your inner thoughts are too much. I admire you. Don't laugh. Donna finally became angry. How could you forget that we were coming today? What kind of brother are you? Hobert did stop laughing. It is indeed my fault, but tell me the truth. Do you think every pretty lady who has contact with me is your sister-in-law? After saying that, Hobert laughed again. Brother wants to thank you. You have more ideas than your brother. I'll let you be the brother in the next life. Just as he was about to make Donna cry, Hobert finally tried hard to stop laughing, then introduced them to each other and asked Tyran to help him make pancakes in the kitchen. Donna was a very cheerful girl. She quickly forgot about what happened just now, asking Zio about bounty hunter issues, and asking Furs where the inspiration for Wuthering Heights came from. In the evening, Tyran brought the hot scallion pancakes to the table. Hobert cut some lone pickles, and Furs made a salad. Everyone praised Hobert's invention of scallion pancakes, never expecting that pancakes could be so delicious with just scallions and oil. And the lone people basically eat pies and pizzas. Although they each have their own flavor, both pizza and pie making are too cumbersome and greasy. Hobert sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Roselle left a way out for later generations. In terms of cuisine, his inventions are not many. After eating his fill, Hobert sent Donna and Tyran to their family's carriage. In the carriage, Tyran suddenly said, Hobert is very happy now. Yes, Donna unconsciously showed a smile. He is much happier than before. Maybe he has found the life he wants. Hobert returned to his bedroom, rubbing his slightly sore stomach. Donna, that lively treasure, always made him laugh heartily. Tonight, he laughed so much his stomach ached a bit. Just as Hobert was preparing to rest, he suddenly heard a prayer from the nation of disorder. After becoming a sequence 7, the prayers were clearer, and he could now discern the source of the voice. It was Elliot. After all, only 3 people knew the honorific name of the Creator, and of those, only Elliot was a devout believer. The other 2 were a king of double agents and someone who had simply disappeared. Hobert shook his head and smiled wryly as he locked the door and entered the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, sure enough, the star representing Elliot was flashing incessantly. Hobert spread his spirituality over and heard Elliot's voice. Great Creator, Elder Calvin told me that from sequence 7 onwards, the digestion of the potion would gradually slow down. At the same time, he taught me a shortcut to digest the Briber potion and allowed me to read some of the family's precious records. In the ancient documents left by the family, I learned a shocking secret. Our surname is not Balk, but Trunsoist, said to be descendants of the Night Emperor. Who is the Night Emperor? Is he related to the family's curse? We have been a non-existent town for too long, and much of the historical information about the supernatural has been lost. Also, my ancestor mentioned in the documents that bribing a god is a shortcut to digesting the Briber potion. Elliot's tone suddenly became sorrowful as he said, More than a decade ago, my sister gave me the family's beyonder characteristics. Tormented by the family curse, she completely went mad. Can I pray to you to restore my sister's sanity and offer sacrifices, and then ask you to fulfill my request? Hobert's first reaction was, It can be done like this? This is indeed a way to fully exploit loopholes. Then he began to consider whether he could fulfill Elliot's prayer. If it were before, he wouldn't have been sure, but with the healing fork, Elliot's request wasn't that difficult. After deducing it in his heart, Hobert said in a supreme voice, The Night Emperor is one of the 4 emperors of the 4th epoch and is related to your family's curse. He paused and added, Tomorrow morning, prepare the altar, sacrifices, auxiliary materials for the lawyer potion, and bring your sister to the altar, then make your prayer. He also hoped to verify whether this method was useful. If it was, he could try to bribe Mr. Fool. Hobert's situation was similar to Klein's. If Elliot bribing him, this empty shell creator, was effective, then theoretically he could definitely bribe the empty shell of the fool. If Elliot's bribery of the creator was unsuccessful, it wouldn't matter. When the creator healed Elliot's sister, demonstrating the creator's power, even if there were no signs of Elliot's potion being digested, it would be because Elliot wasn't pious enough and didn't offer enough sacrifices. Anyway, it wouldn't be the creator's fault. Without the creator needing to remind him, Elliot would probably go to reflect on his mistakes himself. Thinking of this, Hobert was about to leave the nation of disorder when the corner of his eye caught sight of the star representing Rafter still entwined with a red line. Recalling that it had been a while since he had observed Rafter, Hobert spread his spirituality over. Like Christian, this was also a descendant of Tudor. Rafter was sitting opposite two young women, but judging by their attire, these two women weren't streetwalkers. Especially the short-haired woman on the left, who was holding a weapon that looked like a warhammer. Who holds a warhammer while soliciting customers? The woman sitting opposite Rafter had long golden hair, somewhat naturally curly, thin, and with handsome features. But at this moment, she was furrowing her thick eyebrows. "Don't come looking for me again." Hobert was stunned. He seemed to smell the scent of a melodramatic soap opera. The golden-haired woman said, "I am just the daughter of a bastard and have no interest in the thoughts of you lords." Rafter said, "The Pound family once." The silver-haired woman with the warhammer gently hammered the table, interrupting Rafter. "Isn't Jessica making herself clear enough?" "Listen to me, Jessica," Rafter said. "I have found hope for the revival of the Pond family. As long as we cooperate, the Pond family will definitely regain its past glory. I won't let you help for nothing. How about the barbarian potion formula? As long as you help, I'll give you the barbarian potion formula." Jessica was clearly a little tempted. However, the silver-haired woman reminded her, "Would you be so generous? You definitely have bad intentions." Jessica also calmed down. "That's right, I don't want your formula, and I don't want to see you again." The two women became more and more agitated, and Rafter had no choice but to leave temporarily. Hobert withdrew his spirituality and shrugged. Unexpectedly, he watched a family ethics drama. South Continent, non-existent town. After receiving the creator's reply, Elliot paced excitedly, circling the room several times before he gradually calmed down, carefully savoring the creator's answer. So the Knight Emperor is one of the four emperors. He had heard of the four emperors, but he didn't know exactly which four emperors they were. It should be a powerhouse of the fourth epoch. It seems there are still many questions to ask the creator for answers. Then Elliot went out, preparing to discuss with Calvin what sacrifices to offer to the creator. Backlund, Northborough, a bachelor apartment. Daly sat by the window, looking at the gray night scene outside. On the table next to her was the newspaper that had been delivered yesterday. She had been very busy these past few days. Only by putting all her energy into her work could she avoid overthinking. So she only saw yesterday's newspaper today. In the most conspicuous position was a report about Hobert's victory. Daly glanced at the newspaper again. "And you said you had no sense of justice." Tingen City, Elizabeth and Selina watched Melissa return home before they took a carriage home together. To alleviate their friend's sadness, they had been frequently accompanying Melissa shopping until late at night recently. Selina asked Elizabeth, "Did you see yesterday's newspaper?" Elizabeth was stunned and shook her head. Selina took out a copy of the Lone Daily from her bag. "I knew you hadn't seen it. Lawyer Hobert won a widely watched lawsuit in Backlund. It is said that the impact of this victory is far-reaching." Elizabeth immediately took the newspaper and started reading it under the street lamp. Selina continued from the side. "Lawyer Hobert is the most amazing person I have ever met. He is handsome, has a sense of justice, and knows so much about mysticism. Do you think he would agree if I asked him to be my mysticism teacher?" On the Backlund train, Klein opened the local newspaper he had just bought and was quickly drawn to an article in it. After reading the report on Hobert's victory, he was silent for a long time, not expecting Hobert to have such a side. This increased Klein's trust in Hobert. The believers of the Creator often represent the intentions of the Creator. Since Hobert is willing to defend the workers in a weak position, it can be said from a side that the Creator is not an evil God like the true Creator. However, Klein still didn't plan to contact Hobert, who was also in Backlund, immediately. He needed to calm down and think carefully about how to proceed. Waking up, Hobert saw the pattering rain hitting the window. It seemed to be the first autumn rain, and people on the street were already wearing coats and jackets. After going downstairs to eat the breakfast Furs had left for him and cleaning up the tableware, Hobert had just returned to his bedroom when he heard Elliot's prayer. He smiled wryly. Today was Hobert's day off, but the Creator had to be open for business as usual. Arriving at the nation of disorder, it was indeed Elliot who was praying, and he was already prepared. Hobert spread his spirituality over and saw the altar Elliot had prepared, as well as a young woman with disheveled hair and somewhat sloppy clothes sitting in front of the altar. Seeing the madness expressed in the young woman's expression and eyes, it was likely Elliot's sister. After Elliot finished praying, he went to coax his sister, asking her to sit obediently in the chair. Hobert first brought the psychological spoon and healing fork to the nation of disorder by offering them to himself, and then said to Elliot, "Begin." Elliot heard Hobert's instructions and comforted his sister a few more times before focusing on praying in front of the altar. "O Creator in the shadow of order." After reciting the honorable name, he continued, "Your faithful servant begs for your favor. I beg you to help my sister Moira, who is in front of the altar, get rid of her madness." After listening to the prayer, Hobert threw a portion of the lawyer and a portion of the barbarian characteristics, which had been crushed and reaggregated in the initial experiment on the stone platform next to him, into the gap in the bronze door. Then Hobert said to Elliot, "Prepare the lawyer potion. You only have 10 minutes." Elliot in the real world was slightly stunned. In Moira's current state, she would not be able to control the power of the potion at all, and she might lose control the moment she drank it. However, out of trust in the Creator, he immediately went to prepare the potion. While Elliot was preparing the potion, Hobert first gave Moira a psychological cue with this psychological spoon. Ignore the crazy whispers in your ears. Although such a psychological cue may only last for a dozen minutes, it is completely sufficient. Then Hobert hypnotized Moira to reduce the madness of her spirit body and astral body. If he had the ability to appease, the effect would be better. Hypnosis is not quite right for the symptoms, and the effect can only last for a while. Fortunately, Hobert now has the healing fork. After laying the groundwork, a healing spell went down, and Moira's spirit body began to recover. Another healing spell went down, and Moira's spiral body became completely normal. Theoretically, the cursed whispers would immediately appear in Moira's ears at this time, but because of the previous hypnosis and psychological cue, Moira would be awake for a dozen minutes. Using this time, she drinks the lawyer potion, and she will not be troubled by the curse for half a year. Moreover, Hobert generously gave Elliot the extraordinary characteristics of the barbarian, so Moira will not hear the crazy whispers from the curse for a whole year. This year is enough for her spirit body and astral body to completely relax and completely recover. Finally, Hobert collected the sacrifices on the altar into the nation of disorder and continued to observe Elliot's digestion of the potion. While Elliot was preparing the potion, he felt waves of power descending. This relieved him. He knew that the Creator would not allow Moira to take the potion in such a state. Little Ellie. The potion was finally prepared. Elliot was just about to examine his sister's condition when this voice entered his ears. Little Ellie is Elliot's nickname, and no one has called him that since his father passed away. Elliot looked at Moira in disbelief. Her face was smiling, and her eyes were full of clarity. "Is that really you, little Ellie?" The potion in his hand almost fell to the ground. Elliot steadied his mind and said, "Yes, it's me, Moira. Little Ellie has grown up." Moira reached out to Elliot. Elliot then reacted and quickly came to his sister's side. "Why are you crying?" Moira stroked her brother's cheek. I'm not crying." Elliot didn't even realize that tears were already streaming down his face. "Still as crybaby and liar like when you were a kid." "Drink the potion quickly, Moira." Elliot finally remembered the important thing. Take advantage of your clarity and control the power of the potion. Although Moira didn't understand what was going on, she quickly decided to listen to her brother and drank the potion in one gulp. It took a minute or two for Moira to control the power of the potion. Elliot finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least Moira could be awake for half a year. No, a year. Elliot also saw the black, cherry-like barbarian potion. After a year, Moira will be able to use beyond her power to resist the family's curse. Moira put down the cup in her hand. "Little Ellie, why did I suddenly wake up?" She said, "I seem to have had a very long, long dream, as if I would never see the end of the dream. Fortunately, I saw you. I saw you after I woke up, which let me know that the previous dream was over. A great being has come to save our family." Elliot's joy and disbelief gradually faded away, and he gradually became a little excited. "My sister is not crazy. My sister's illness is cured." Elliot quickly pulled Moira to the altar and thanked the Creator piously. At this time, Elliot heard that supreme voice again. "You can spread my name, but only within your family." Elliot shed tears of joy again. The Creator finally accepted the Balk family. Although Elliot felt that he had too much to say to Moira, now was not the time to chat. Several elders of the family were still waiting in the living room outside. The Balk family attached great importance to Elliot's bride this time. Calvin and the other 6 elders immediately gathered around upon hearing the door open. They knew from Moira's expression that Elliot's bribe had succeeded. Elder Bowen said, "It's unbelievable." When Elliot planned to bribe the Creator to restore Moira to her normal state, Bowen thought Elliot's request was too difficult and the Creator might not agree. Last night, Bowen learned that the Creator had granted Elliot's request, and he remained skeptical. In fact, Bowen had always been somewhat doubtful of the Creator's attitude, but after seeing Moira's recovery, Bowen's attitude towards the Creator completely changed. In non-existent town, which family doesn't have a crazy relative, Moira's awakening also gave all the elders hope of lifting the curse. After everyone congratulated Elliot, Calvin asked, "Is there any sign of digestion of the briber potion?" Elliot's emotions had been too volatile just now, and he was reminded by Calvin. He radiated his spirituality to sense the state of the potion, and after a while he exclaimed with joy, "Half of it has been digested at once." Everyone was filled with envy. They had all experienced Sequence 7 and knew that from Briber onwards, potion digestion required more time and acting, and Elliot had digested half of it almost effortlessly. Hobert carefully scrutinized Elliot. Judging from the other party's reaction, this shortcut was feasible. Moreover, as long as he bribed God twice, he could basically digest the potion. With some acting in normal times, he could achieve a high degree of compatibility between the potion, astral body, and ether body, completing the thorough digestion process. Then, Hobert looked at the sacrifice before him, a specialty from the southern continent, a characteristic of a werewolf, and a sealed artifact from the death pathway. Hobert's cost was a characteristic of a barbarian and a lawyer, making this deal a huge profit. He first held the werewolf Beyonder characteristic in his palm. He remembered that if he used a Beyonder characteristic from the prisoner pathway to perform divination, it would attract the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire and be contaminated without realizing it. He wondered if shattering the werewolf characteristic would attract the attention of the Mother Tree of Desire. After a little thought, Hobert felt it wouldn't. First of all, the Nation of Disorder could isolate most of the attention. Secondly, he was using the power of chaos to shatter the characteristic, which theoretically could isolate all mystical powers. With 2 layers of isolation, the Mother Tree of Desire should not be able to sense the shattering of this werewolf characteristic. Even if the Mother Tree of Desire noticed it here, Hobert had enough home field advantage in the nation of disorder. So Hobert immediately tried it, first wrapping the werewolf characteristic with the power of chaos, and then trying to shatter it. Suddenly, a huge tree appeared before Hobert's eyes. It was full of vitality, constantly growing, flowering, and bearing fruit. This tree floated in the dark universe, nurturing life on planet after planet. On many planets, stones, magma, and even entire planets had life. They intertwined and collided, constantly giving birth to new life and constantly destroying old life. Hobert was startled. This should be the main body of the mother tree of desire. Just as he was about to end his operation, the picture suddenly disappeared. The werewolf characteristic had been divided into 3 parts and began the process of recondensing. Hobert then realized that it was not the gaze of the mother tree of desire, but the influence of the mother tree of desire on this characteristic. Before it was destroyed, it established some kind of connection with Hobert, allowing Hobert to see the past or present body of the mother tree of desire. Seeing the past mother tree of desire was more likely because Hobert did not feel the other parties looking back. It was likely the state of the mother tree of desire when it influenced this beyonder characteristic. Looking at the beyonder characteristic divided into 3, Hobert seemed to see 3 stacks of gold pounds. Then he summoned the sealed artifact to his hand and quickly understood the ability of this sealed artifact using the authority of the nation of disorder. It can hide in the spirit world for 60 seconds, temporarily avoiding enemy attacks. It can make the holder very agile. Wearing the sealed artifact makes it easy to encounter ancient ruins or tombs. The negative effects are, you must not move when hiding in the spirit world, or you will be completely lost in the spirit world. You are easily hated by undead creatures. The wearer will increasingly like to tell ghost stories, and the plots in the ghost stories are likely to happen to the wearer. Hobert first thought that this sealed artifact was probably comparable to a grade 3 sealed artifact. He threw the sealed artifact onto the stone platform. This sealed artifact was not very useful to Hobert. Perhaps its greatest use was that it easily encountered ancient ruins or tombs, and there were considerable risks. He should put it in the nation of disorder first and take it out when it was useful. Back in the real world, Hobert stretched and looked at the drizzle hitting the window, quietly enjoying the state of emptying his brain and body. At noon, after Hobert had lunch with Furs, he returned to his bedroom and read a novel for a while. At about 2:50, he locked the door, closed the curtains, and prepared for the Tarot Club meeting. At 3 o'clock sharp, Hobert's vision was occupied by gray fog, and the giant palace appeared in his vision. A new round of the Tarot Club meeting began. Klein, who had activated his spiritual vision, immediately noticed the change in Emperor, which greatly surprised Klein. Emperor was already sequence 7. Justice Audrey, Hangman Alger, and son Derek did not immediately notice the change in Hobert. Audrey was about to greet him happily, but Alger preempted her and said, "Mr. Fool, I have collected a total of 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I must thank you for sending your attendant to help us eliminate Kalangos. These diary entries are the reward I should pay." Klein smiled faintly. This is in line with the principle of equivalent exchange. Alger's attitude was somewhat humble. "My current memory limit is 6 pages. Please allow me to give them to you in installments." Klein, shrouded in thick gray fog, nodded slightly, "No problem." Then came the expression process and the part where Klein began to read the diary. Audrey, sitting opposite Alger, was already very excited. Kalangos was really eliminated by Mr. Fool's believer. Mr. Hangman's attitude became humble, probably because he had seen Mr. Fool's powerful believer. Then she looked at Sun. Mr. Sun was not surprised at all. After all, he was in the Forsaken Land. Mr. Emperor was a little surprised, but his surprise seemed a little fake. Wait, something was wrong with Emperor's state. Could he have advanced again? Audrey recalled that when the Emperor joined the Tarot Club, he was just an ordinary person, but now he was already sequence 7. At that time, Audrey was already sequence 9, and she is still sequence 9 now. Audrey clenched her fist. "No, I must advance quickly too." I really want to ask Mr. Hangman now if he has obtained the complete pituitary gland of an adult rainbow salamander. No, it's Mr. Fool's reading time now. I have to wait. Unlike Audrey's torment, Alger and Derek also saw Hobert's differences. While they were surprised by Hobert's speed of advancement, they felt that it seemed acceptable. After all, the Emperor knows so much knowledge. Perhaps he knows some methods to accelerate advancement. Hobert didn't pay much attention to everyone's emotions. He was thinking at this time, I wonder if Klein has arrived in Backlund? It stands to reason that he will definitely come to Backlund. After all, there's hope for him to become stronger, and Lenivus, who participated in the descent of the true creator, is also in Backlund. After everyone waited with various emotions, Klein tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his right index finger a few times. Roselle mentioned some covered history in his diary, and mentioned some simple common sense. The latter reminded me that I don't seem to have told you. Audrey looked happily towards the head of the ancient bronze table. Mr. Fool is taking the initiative to mention the contents of Roselle's diary. What will be recorded on it? Compared to her, Alger was much more stable, but his unconscious straightening of his back still ruthlessly betrayed him. Derek, on the other hand, didn't know about Emperor Roselle, nor did he know what this name represented in the northern continent, so he just couldn't hide his curiosity and didn't show too much abnormality. Only Hobert didn't react, because he knew that Mr. Fool was planning to use this gimmick to make money. Audrey couldn't hold back and asked, Mr. Fool, what common sense did Emperor Roselle mention? I can pay a reward in exchange for this information. Klein chuckled and said, No need. These are all simple common sense. Seeing this part of the diary, as the convener of the Tarot Club, I think it is necessary for you all to know. Of course, I am very clear that some of you already know it. He was mainly referring to the Emperor and the Sun. The former has a terrifying reserve of knowledge, and the latter lives in Silver City, where almost everyone is a Beyonder. Audrey responded, Thank you so much. Mr. Fool, you are really too generous. Hobert smiled slightly. Young lady, you are still too young. You may not know that in the AD era, there was a saying called free things are the most expensive. This is just a marketing method. Klein described in a calm tone. The first common sense, most high sequences have a longer lifespan. For example, the Night Emperor, one of the 4 emperors who appeared in the 4th epoch, is actually one person, not a collective term for several generations of emperors. Alger was surprised at first, and then he became excited. He had similar guesses before. Mr. Fool's words confirmed his previous guesses. Yes, only with an extremely long lifespan can one accumulate power and enjoy the pleasure brought by power for a long time. Audrey was so shocked that she covered her mouth. With her rich historical knowledge and mystical knowledge, she certainly knew the 4 emperors, but today she learned that one of the 4 emperors was called the Night Emperor, and this historical figure more than 1,000 years ago was actually a high sequence Beyonder, and quite long-lived. While subverting Audrey's cognition, she more deeply realized that she lived in a world full of extraordinary power. As a spectator, she habitually looked at the Sun and the Emperor. Neither of them are surprised. That's right, the Sun's textbooks have acting method. Who knows if there will be some other knowledge in the Silver City textbooks? Audrey asked Hobert, Mr. Emperor, do you also know the Night Emperor? Hobert thought, I know too much. He smiled and said, Yes, the Night Emperor is the emperor of the Trunsoist Empire. Audrey nodded, and suddenly had a feeling that mystical knowledge and historical knowledge were combined. As for why the Sun, Derek wasn't surprised. It was really because their textbooks had a simple description of angels. Klein continued, The contradictions between the gods actually have internal causes, which involves the second common sense. Law of similar sequence Beyonder characteristics conservation. Audrey and Alger were both stunned and looked at Hobert together. Of course, they remembered the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics that Hobert had said before. But in Mr. Fool's description, why was there an extra phrase like similar sequence? Hobert twitched the corner of his mouth. He was intercepted by Mr. Fool. He originally planned to sell the knowledge of adjacent pathways exchange for £1,000. Derek also became serious. He also knew the law of conservation of Beyonder characteristics, but he didn't understand the meaning of similar sequence. This time it was Alger who couldn't hold back. Why is it similar sequence? Klein smiled and replied, "What are you willing to pay to get the answer?" What did I say? Hobert thought. Common sense is free. Explanation is charged. Hee hee, what a deal. Learn from Mr. Fool. If the fool had simply mentioned some simple common sense recorded in Roselle's diary, Alger would never have been determined to pay a reward. However, the relevant description about the Knight Emperor in front made Alger have a strong interest, but he couldn't understand some of the descriptions. Mr. Fool, what do you want to get? Audrey and Derek also expressed their desire to join the transaction. So the dear Mr. Fool staged a good show of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, trade with Alger and Audrey for information about the secret order. Of course, they don't have this information yet. Mr. Fool will explain first, and they will pay the reward later. Derek used the compensation he had accumulated before to join the transaction. In the previous 3-party transaction, he only exchanged the Sequence 8 telepathist formula for the Sequence 9 Bard formula. Klein promised to compensate him, and his choice at the time was to accumulate it to prepare for subsequent potion formulas and main materials. But this gathering used up the accumulated compensation without hesitation. Only Hobert did not participate in the transaction. Mr. Fool can shield my hearing. Klein shielded Hobert's hearing out of responsibility to his customers, and then explained to the others what adjacent pathways are. As soon as he said this, Alger immediately understood why the Lord of Storm's church and the Eternal Blazing Sun church are mortal enemies, because the 2 sides are adjacent pathways. He even understood the internal principles of many things in the upper echelons of the church. When their transaction was over, Hobert said, "I have some information about the secret order here. Who wants to trade with me?" And immediately pay Mr. Fool's reward. This time it was Klein's turn to twitch the corner of his mouth behind the gray fog. Audrey and Alger both looked at Hobert, but their gazes were different. Audrey was excited. Great, great. She was worried about not having a channel to investigate the intelligence of the secret order. Although Alger was also a little tempted, he was still rational. No need. I have a channel to investigate the secret order. So Hobert asked Audrey, "Do you want to trade privately or publicly?" "Publicly," Audrey said with a smile. "This way, Mr. Hangman will know which information is already known." In other words, Hangman must collect information that Hobert has not mentioned in order to complete the transaction with Mr. Fool. Hobert almost covered his face. What a nice girl who thinks for others. Klein also sighed in his heart, as expected of Miss Justice. Alger was a little helpless, wondering when he had offended Justice, but thinking about how he had previously used some not very valuable information to trick Koff to trade 1,000 pounds from Justice. But today, Mr. Fool generously disclosed some very valuable information. Alger estimated that Justice was a little angry about being deceived and a little unbalanced about spending money unjustly. Even if Justice doesn't care about 1,000 pounds, the feeling of being deceived will still make her a little unhappy. So Alger didn't refute after hearing Justice's words. Hobert said to Audrey, "Let's talk about the reward. How about 500 pounds? It's still a profit for you, because the information that Mr. Fool traded with you just now is worth at least 1,000 pounds. In fact, this information is only worth 300 pounds, but if Hobert says that, Audrey probably won't refuse." Sure enough, Audrey nodded happily. "Okay, 500 pounds it is. Plus the 1,500 pounds you owed me before, you owe me a total of 2,000 pounds. You can pay me together after the gathering." "No problem." Hobert organized his words and said, "The secret order possesses the Seer Pathway Potion formula known for its mystery. The members of this organization rarely appear in people's sight. Each time they appear, they are generally looking for the Antigonus family's relics." Klein, behind the fog, immediately thought of the Antigonus notebook. For him, that was the beginning of everything. Hobert continued, "According to the law of conservation, it is not difficult for us to guess that they are actually looking for sealed artifacts or characteristics related to the Seer pathway. According to reliable information, the Secret Order is a secret organization established by the Zeradal family. The Zeridal family had angels in the fourth epoch and were mortal enemies with the Antigonus family. Although the Church of the Evernight Goddess controls their Sequence 5 advancement channel by capturing and raising mermaids, it is believed that the current strength of the Secret Order should not be weak. It is said that the Secret Order once cooperated with Emperor Roselle and is still an important part of the Beyonder force of the Indus Republic. Their members are all over the intelligence department of the Indus Republic. The Indus Republic Embassy in Backlund should be able to find traces of its members. Miss Justice, are you satisfied with my information? Hobert didn't know if Audrey was satisfied, but he knew that Mr. Fool must be satisfied with this answer. After all, Mr. Fool suddenly wanted to popularize common sense. In fact, he wanted to get information about advancing to Sequence 7. Hobert simply stated where the members of the Secret Order were in Backlund, which was exactly the information Mr. Fool needed. I am very satisfied, Audrey said with a smile. Then she seemed to suddenly think of something and asked to the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool, are you satisfied? Klein, who was very satisfied in his heart, said faintly, yes. Mr. Fool's answer made Audrey very happy. She not only got very valuable information about the adjacent pathway from Mr. Fool, but also got information about the Secret Order from Mr. Emperor, and she only spent £500 for this information. If Mr. Fool knew Audrey's inner thoughts of only £500, I don't know what he would think. After the mysteries transaction ended, Hobert said to Klein, Honorable Mr. Fool, my next request does not mean to disrespect you. After all, this is the Tarot Club, Klein's territory, and he should have the proper attitude. Alas, Hobert sighed in his heart. Only those who impersonate evil gods know how difficult it is to impersonate evil gods. Everyone looked at Emperor and guessed what he was going to say in their hearts. Klein realized that Emperor was going to give himself a problem, but the other party's attitude made him not stop Emperor's next words. Hobert continued, I have just become a briber and have obtained a key piece of information. The briber potion can be quickly digested by bribing gods. Mr. Fool, if possible, I hope to digest the potion by bribing you. Klein's first reaction was the same as Hobert's when he first heard this operation, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I didn't expect there to be such an operation. Alger was first shocked. Bribing gods. That's bribing gods. How dare he say it so easily? Then Alger regained some rationality, but was still very surprised. What mysterious organization or Beyonder organization would have such blasphemous records of gods? Finally, Alger suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The Emperor's amazing knowledge reserves made me guess that he was like Mr. Fool, a hidden existence that was awakening. Now it seems that he is just a Sequence 7 who has just been promoted. But this breath only eased halfway. Alger was still shocked by the blasphemous proposal of bribing gods. At the same time, he also marveled at another thing. Emperor described it so surely. Obviously, he was very sure about this matter. So did the organization to which Emperor belonged really bribe gods? And succeeded more than once. Audrey and Derek were also very surprised, but their focus of surprise was different. Audrey was amazed at the novelty of the mysterious world and had a feeling of sure enough, Emperor really mastered many shortcuts to digest potions. Derek was surprised by the Emperor's sequence, daring to blaspheme gods so much, but not being abandoned by the gods. Hobert continued, Mr. Fool, this does not mean blasphemy. You can see it as a prayer. I offer a sacrifice that satisfies you, and you agree to my prayer. That's all. Alger laughed in his heart. Easy to say. Audrey felt that the Emperor's way of changing the concept was a bit familiar. Only Derek, who was not deeply involved in the world, did not quite understand the subtlety of Hobert's words. This reminds me of some past events, Klein said, hiding behind the gray fog. He did recall the fragmentary description of bribers, and this sentence was paving the way for the next words. I can grant your request, but you must offer a sacrifice that satisfies me. Klein was also curious whether it could really help Emperor digest the potion. As for whether he, a self-proclaimed god, could meet Hobert's needs, he and Hobert were on the same page. If it doesn't work, that's your problem. What does it have to do with the great Mr. Fool? Hobert asked, Mr. Fool, what offering do you desire? Everything about 0-08, Klein said in a supreme voice. Even the parts one already know. For him, the biggest obstacle to avenging himself and the captain was Ince Zangwill, who might have already been promoted to a demigod and the 0-08 in his possession. Information about Ince's movements might be obtained in the future, but 0-08 was a high-level secret of the Church. After leaving the Nighthawks, he had no way to obtain such information. Alger's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew what a Grade 0 sealed artifact represented. He sighed inwardly. That's right, only items of this level can attract Mr. Fool's attention. Audrey noticed the hangman's abnormal reaction, but she didn't understand what surprised the hangman. 0-08. Is this code name special? I really want to ask what's going on, but now is not a good time to ask questions. Derek, however, was not surprised. The Forsaken Land also had the concept of grading sealed artifacts. Of course, he knew what was special about Grade 0 sealed artifacts. But wasn't it normal for a god like Mr. Fool to pay attention to this level of item? Hobert said, I happen to have the offering you need now. Why don't we start now? I will ask you for mystical knowledge, and then offer information about 0-08. You can freely tell us some mystical knowledge to complete the bribery process. Klein nodded slightly. Okay. The other three were excited and a little thrilled, staring at Hobert without blinking, for fear of missing any of his actions. Hobert stood up and said to Klein and Hermes, Great Mr. Fool, your loyal admirer begs you to tell us some mystical knowledge, and I will offer you an offering that interests you. Klein also said solemnly, Good. Suddenly, the gray fog in the great hall seemed to be pried open by some force, flowing between Klein and Hobert in a circle. Hobert immediately felt his spirituality seemed to be watched and pulled. He continued, The offering I offer is all the information I know about 0-08. 0-08 is also called the Quill of Alzahad. It is said to be the characteristic condensed after the death of the dragon Alzahad. Its appearance is an ordinary quill. The stories it writes will become reality. When you know it, it also knows you. Klein was a little surprised. The stories it writes will become a reality? When you know it, it also knows you? Such a strange ability. This is truly a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the gray fog, Alger and the others did not see Mr. Fool's gaffe. Alger certainly knew that Grade 0 sealed artifacts were high-level secrets in the Church, so he listened very carefully. But when he heard the ability of 0-08, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Then he was overjoyed, happy to know such high-end information. Derek was not surprised because dragons were once the Silver City's mortal enemies. So many legends and information about dragons were circulated in Silver City. He had heard a little about the high sequence of this pathway. Audrey couldn't help but ask, Sorry, Mr. Emperor, to interrupt you. What does it mean that the stories it writes will become reality? What does it mean that when you know it, it knows you? It means exactly what it says, Hobert explained. For example, if it writes that someone will drown on a certain day, then on that day, many coincidences will definitely happen to make the drowning event a reality. Audrey said in surprise, How is that possible? Doesn't that mean that the person who drowned didn't even know that he died at the hands of a pen? Others would also think it was just an accident. Miss Justice, anything is possible in the mystical world, Hobert said playfully. Moreover, the nightmare dragon Alzahad is sequence one of the spectator pathway. Miss Justice said excitedly. Will I also have such abilities in the future? Hobert smiled. Theoretically, yes. You and Susie both. Hobert continued to explain. As for when you know it, it will also know you. It also means exactly what it says. When you know 0-08, it will include you in its story. Audrey was a little surprised. I already know 0-08. What should I do? Hobert smiled. Don't worry. With Mr. Fool's protection, 0-08 doesn't even know we're talking about it here. As long as we don't talk about it or think about it after we leave the Tarot Club. If you become a psychiatrist in the future, You can also hypnotize yourself to temporarily forget all the information about 0-08 and then restore your memory when certain conditions are triggered. Hobert also reminded, in addition, the effective range of 0-08's ability is a city. As long as you're not in the same city as it, even if you know of its existence, it cannot write you into its story. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. But Hobert's next words made her worried again. Hobert said, according to the information I accidentally obtained, 0-08, which originally belonged to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, was stolen, and its current holder is likely to go to Backlund recently. Then what should I do? Audrey asked anxiously. She felt the real danger from the Beyonder world for the first time. So you have to be promoted to psychiatrist as soon as possible, Hobert smiled, or rent a magical item with hypnosis ability from me and hypnotize yourself. I want to rent, Audrey said immediately. Okay, but please let me complete the bribery process first. Sorry. Audrey, who got the answer to the question and the way to solve the problem, sat quietly in the chair. Klein also breathed a sigh of relief. He was planning to leave Backlund just now. With Miss Justice's rental, he could also use the Emperor's magical item to eliminate hidden dangers. Hobert returned to the previous topic. The known negative effect of 0-08 is it will keep trying to write its holder to death. The above is my offering to Mr. Fool. Klein nodded slightly. In response to the Emperor's prayer, I will tell you some more common sense. For example, the four emperors refer to the Black Emperor, the Blood Emperor, the Night Emperor, and the Underworld Emperor. After a series of battles, they eventually fell one after another. The Underworld Emperor was the last to fall. He had seized a lot of benefits from the previous wars, but in the end, he went mad and became stronger. Hearing Mr. Fool's words, Alger was shocked. Madness and also stronger? What does this mean? It is said that the Blood Emperor was also in a half-mad state. Is this an operation applicable to high sequences to become stronger? No. Is it related to the characteristics in their bodies? Audrey was very excited after hearing this. Today, she learned who the four emperors were, which is very different from the history textbooks. The most important thing is that the four emperors seem to be people from the same era, not emperors of empires that existed successively as described in some textbooks. Although Derek didn't know who the four emperors were, when Mr. Fool mentioned Underworld Emperor, he recalled the former chief who built a mausoleum for himself and appeared less and less, and he worried about the chief's current state. Klein added, for example, the benefits seized by the Underworld Emperor allowed his power to surpass that of gods. Alger's eyes narrowed, but he was still mad. Alger looked at Mr. Fool. Yes, that's what Mr. Fool wants to express. Gods can also go mad. Audrey focused on power surpassing that of gods. How could there be power surpassing that of gods? This is such blasphemous language. All right, Mr. Fool is very likely a god, so it doesn't count as blasphemy when he says it. Derek frowned, still not believing that there could be power surpassing that of gods. Hobert respectfully said, Mr. Fool, thank you for your gift. The information you provided is far higher than my sacrifice. Klein smiled slightly, saying nothing and making no movements, as if this was an insignificant matter. Immediately afterward, Hobert felt that his spirituality seemed to have undergone some kind of change, but because the potion of sequence 7 in the ether body was not in this space, he was not sure whether his potion had been digested. Hobert smiled and said, I really want to go back to the real world now, to feel whether the potion has been digested, but I still have a deal to complete. At this time, Alger, Audrey, and Derek came back to their senses. This is Hobert bribing the gods in order to digest the potion. Is it because this idea is blasphemous that Mr. Fool gave such blasphemous knowledge? In fact, what they didn't know was that Mr. Fool didn't know that much in reality. He just mentioned these content from Roselle's diary he had just read. In any case, they were all shocked by everything they had just heard, and then they almost simultaneously exclaimed, only the Tarot Club has such high-end information exchange. Alger suddenly thought, Mr. Emperor, we talked about the Antigonus family a long time ago. At that time, You said that Antigonus had a good relationship with two big figures, and you also said that knowing the names of those two big figures would bring disaster. Are they, or rather are they, at the same level as 0-08? Are they also high-sequence beings of the audience pathway? Klein and Audrey also recalled that gathering one after another, and each had their own associations. Hobert nodded. One of them is, and their position is even higher than that of 0-08. Alger was surprised. The position is even higher than that of 0-08. Audrey was surprised. Is he still alive? Yes, he is still alive. Didn't Mr. Fool just say that many high-sequence beings have longer lifespans? Hobert replied. As for Mr. Hangman's question, it is great value and needs to be traded. Alger had already guessed something with his knowledge. I don't need such a transaction for the time being. Hobert nodded and said to Audrey again, Then let's talk about the transaction of renting magical items. He smiled and said, Because of Mr. Fool's witness, only the Tarot Club can have such a rental transaction. It is a magical item that roughly matches Sequence 6. I named it Psychological Spoon. How about 60 pounds per use? After all, I have to bear some risks. Just now, they were talking about topics of Sequence 1 and gods. When they talked about Sequence 6, everyone felt like they were back in reality. Klein immediately realized that this was a great opportunity to conduct an experiment. He tapped the edge of the long table with his fingers and smiled. Are you willing to cooperate with me in this matter for a try? Hobert was stunned. Could it be? Audrey had already nodded elegantly and said, I am happy to cooperate. She clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had only tried two things. Once was when he pulled her and Hangman into this mysterious space, and the other was when he gave the honorific name and let the two of them try to pray. The results of both attempts were very successful and exposed some of his essence. Hobert said, I am also happy to cooperate. Klein smiled and said, This attempt will make your transaction simple, safe, and confidential enough. Hobert thought. Sure enough, Fool Express Delivery is about to open. He had been expecting this for a long time. Do you still remember the sacrificial ritual described by the sun? Klein deliberately mentioned this matter to show his frankness. I remember. I usually have contact with this kind of thing. Alger honestly replied. But because the Orthodox gods rarely respond to similar rituals, since the fifth epoch, the word sacrifice is often equated with evil gods and demons. Klein said to Hobert, My idea is that you sacrifice the magical item to me through a ritual, and then I will bestow it to Miss Justice. This form of transaction is convenient for both of you. It can be like this. Audrey was immediately dumbfounded, feeling that this exceeded the limit of her imagination. But soon she woke up and understood the advantages of this method and the divine essence hidden beneath this seemingly simple operation. This made her sigh. The Tarot Club is really a high-level secret organization. We not only talk about gods, but also use the methods of gods to conduct transactions. The next thing was simple for Hobert. He often performed the rituals of sacrifice and bestowing to the great creator. It's just like playing house, playing with yourself. Klein mainly taught Justice how to perform the ritual and gave Justice and Emperor the pattern symbolizing the Fool. It was a mysterious pattern composed of a pupil less, symbolizing secrecy, and a twisted line, symbolizing change. Finally, Klein added, If you have forgotten anything, you can pray to me, and then you can recall it. Thanking Mr. Fool again, Audrey smiled and said, I really want to end the gathering now and perform the ritual. Alger, who was not involved, shook his head almost imperceptibly and sighed in his heart at Justice's naivety. This is a ritual told to you by an evil god. If you're not careful, you will fall into the endless abyss. But Hobert launched a new transaction. Help me pay attention to magical items with travel abilities. I've heard of this ability, Alger said. It seems to be an ability possessed only by a Sequence 5 traveler of the apprentice pathway. Klein, Audrey, and even Derek, who possessed a lot of knowledge of mysticism but was somewhat uninformed in some areas, hadn't even heard of it. However, this wasn't Derek's first time attending the gathering, and he knew that at his current level and with his current knowledge, he should listen more and speak less, so he rarely spoke during this gathering. Klein almost had the urge to cover his face. A mysterious organization whose big boss was only Sequence 8, and the highest Sequence member was only Sequence 7, with 40% of the members being Sequence 9. Such an organization was actually initiating a trade for a Sequence 5 level magical item. Audrey, of course, once again marveled at how the Tarot Club's trades were becoming increasingly high-end. Alger continued, putting aside the level of such magical items, the price will also be very considerable, and there will be a premium. Beyond her characteristics at Sequence 5 level are generally worth 5 to 6,000 pounds, but everyone knows that characteristics at this level are priceless, and it is normal for the price to be inflated to 8,000 pounds. In addition, if it is a magical item, the premium will be even higher by 1,000 pounds, and this rare ability will also have a premium. If you want to complete this transaction, you must prepare at least 10,000 pounds. Klein immediately began a series of associations with "I have 10,000 pounds," which was still an unattainable price for him at the moment. Audrey, who had almost never worried about money, also exclaimed, "The price of mystical items is really high." "Probably more than that," Hobert said with emotion. "I know its general price, so I'm working hard to save money for it." Alger shook his head almost imperceptibly. Such a huge amount of money couldn't be saved just by saving. "I will keep an eye out for you." Audrey also made the same promise, although she didn't know through what channel she would keep an eye out. Then she asked, "Mr. Emperor, what exactly is the ability of traveling?" "You can use the travel in the spirit world to reach the destination you want to reach," Hobert explained simply. "For example, it may take more than half a month to travel from the northern continent to the southern continent by boat, and there are also storms and bad weather. But if you use travel, you only need to rest a few times on the way, and you can reach it in a few minutes." Audrey exclaimed, "What a magical ability!" She also wanted to have such a magical item. After that was the transaction between Audrey and Alger for the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Because Audrey had once again found Kalangos' location, Alger would provide this ingredient to Audrey for free. At Audrey's suggestion, this transaction would also be conducted using the method of sacrifice and bestowal. This made Alger feel frightened, but he dared not refuse. Finally, Audrey asked the Fool about the standards for new members of the Tarot Club, so the Fool assigned Audrey the task of assessing new members. Hobert was stunned. The assessment of furs had already begun. In the end, this tarot gathering, which once again changed everyone's perception, ended, but the transactions reached at the gathering had just begun. Hobert returned to the real world and immediately felt the changes between his spirituality, potion, and body. The pleasant feeling of digesting the potion reappeared, and Hobert experienced for the first time the comfort of digesting half of the potion at once. It really works. Theoretically speaking, if he bribed Mr. Fool once more, he could completely digest the briber potion. In this way, the digestion speed of the briber potion may be faster than that of the barbarian and lawyer. However, he should also pay attention to acting usually, so that the potion and himself can achieve a high degree of compatibility. After calming down, Hobert set up the altar. The symbol in the center of the altar was the symbol representing the Fool. Immediately afterwards, he skillfully performed the sacrifice. Unlike the sacrifice to the Creator, there was no huge bronze gate, but the flame of the candle, symbolizing the Fool, expanded rapidly, tearing a virtual door in the wall of spirituality. The symbol engraved on the door was the symbol in the center of the altar, symbolizing the Fool. After the door opened, countless indescribable shadows could be seen, and streams of clear light containing vast knowledge. Above them was an ancient palace in a thick gray fog overlooking the real world. Only after Klein took the psychological spoon from the altar did Hobert exclaim, "There is no momentum of the Creator's sacrifice door, but it is full of mystery and illusory feeling." At this time, he heard the voice of the Fool constantly echoing, "Well done." Hobert bowed to the altar. Praise the Fool. In the middle of the turbulent waves of the Berserk Sea, The Blue Avenger was like a leaf, sometimes thrown high, sometimes rolled down, but without the slightest sign of capsizing. Alger was in the captain's room, pacing back and forth with his back to the shelves filled with red and white wine. Finally, he gritted his teeth, returned to the desk with a serious expression, took away the brass sextant, found paper and a steel pen, and leaned over to depict the complex and mysterious symbolic symbol that the fool gave him. After lighting the candle, setting up the altar, and building the wall of spirituality, Alger instinctively took a breath, lowered his head, and chanted in Hermes, "The fool who does not belong to this era." After reciting the incantation, Alger also saw the illusory door. He immediately lowered his head, holding the complete pituitary gland above his head with both hands, and offered the sacrifice in his hand. A mysterious suction appeared on the altar, sucking away the complete pituitary gland. Alger felt his hands become lighter, but he still didn't dare to look up until he heard the voice of the fool. "Well done." "It's my honor," Alger replied without hesitation. After extinguishing the candle according to the normal procedure and ending the ritual, Alger sat down with a complex expression, guessing the state of the fool. At the beginning, he could only pull people into the world above the gray fog. After a while, he could listen to prayers and respond. And now, he can accept sacrifices and bestow them. Mr. Fool is getting out of trouble step by step. This guess and conclusion made Alger feel both afraid and worried, and a little bit of rejoicing expectation. At least I am a member of the Tarot Club, the earliest member. Alger took a deep breath and got up to check the sea chart. In any case, he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Strength is always his confidence. The Blue Avenger is now approaching the first location marked in the Elven ruins. In the magnificent palace above the gray fog, Klein was looking at the psychological spoon and the pituitary gland in front of him. Picking up the psychological spoon, he once again exclaimed the benefits of being a platform. Pouring spirituality into the psychological spoon, he immediately noticed that he had 3 new abilities: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological cue. And the negative effects are just crying or laughing. This is a good thing. Klein, who had more contact with the Nighthawks, had more contact with sealed items that could kill the holder at any time, and rarely came into contact with items with negative effects within an acceptable range. Even so, it didn't affect his judgment of the psychological spoon. After using hypnosis to deal with the memory of 0-08 and setting it to be forgotten in the real world, and then recalling it in the space above this gray fog, Klein notified Audrey to start the ceremony of bestowing. "The attempt has been successful," he said in a supreme voice. "When are you going to perform the bestowing ceremony? Provided that there are no other Beyonders around you." Audrey was a little excited when she heard Mr. Fool's notification. It really succeeded. Then she felt a little guilty. Does a dog count? Thinking of this, she once again asked Susie to help her stand guard at the door, and then recited the honorable name of the fool. "Mr. Fool, now is fine." This was the first time to conduct the ceremony of bestowal. Audrey could not help being cautious and repeatedly compared. The moment the illusory door of bestowal appeared, Audrey breathed a sigh of relief and curiously looked at the door full of mystery. It was not until the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander and the psychological spoon appeared on the altar that Audrey came back to her senses. After praising Mr. Fool again, Audrey ended the ceremony and thought triumphantly, "Our tarot club is at a higher level than all secret organizations." She first picked up the psychological spoon and used the method taught by Emperor before to spread her spirituality to this seemingly ordinary spoon. Through spiritual perception, she immediately realized that she could use 3 new abilities: hypnosis, frenzy, and psychological cue. Is this a magical item? That's great. I really want to have it. I wonder if Emperor will sell it. It seems a little impolite to ask directly. I'll inquire about it from the side of the next gathering. Audrey first completed the hypnosis on herself, which was similar to Klein's operation. She also forgot all the information about 0-08 in the real world, and when she returned to the gray fog, she regained the memory of 0-08. In theory, as a sequence 9, it should be difficult to exert the full effect of the psychological spoon, but Audrey is a spectator and has a very high degree of compatibility with the psychological spoon, and the hypnotic effect is actually very good. Audrey reluctantly put down the psychological spoon and then sacrificed it to Mr. Fool with the prepared gold pounds, asking him to help give it to the Emperor. This month's pocket money is all spent. Audrey sighed. It was not difficult for her to take out more than 2,000 pounds at one time. After completing the sacrifice, Audrey picked up the soft thing that was constantly changing color and covered with hills. Also, because of the same sequence relationship, without verifying the authenticity, Audrey's spirituality knew that this was the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. She had already prepared other materials, so a few minutes later, she had a bottle of liquid that was constantly changing its luster in her hand. Audrey drank the potion and successfully passed the characteristic integration stage and was promoted to Sequence 8. After using meditation to restrain the divergent spirituality, Audrey opened the door and let Susie in. "Audrey, something seems to have changed about you." Susie's mouth opened and closed. Audrey smiled slightly. "Is there?" Finally, one sequence higher than Susie. Otherwise, Audrey sometimes didn't know how to face Susie. "If you meet other Beyonders, how should you introduce yourself?" And Susie, "I am a spectator, and my dog is also a spectator. It's embarrassing to think about it." Audrey sat on the soft stool and changed the subject. "Susie, how do you think I should tell Zio and Furs in a concealed way without revealing my identity, and make them interested?" As soon as she finished speaking, Audrey also seriously thought about the task assigned by Mr. Fool. Then she looked at Susie. Susie looked at her, and finally Susie broke the silence. "Audrey, I'm just a dog." Hobert praised the fool when he saw the gold pounds and the psychological spoon appearing on the altar, and then picked up the money to count. A total of 2,060 pounds, no more, no less. Looking at the cloudy sky outside, Hobert finally overcame his laziness and deposited 2,000 pounds into the bank. Now Hobert's savings have reached 4,800 pounds, and Hobert also has 91 pounds and 7 solely in cash in his wallet. Hobert sighed after leaving the bank. He was obviously so rich, but he was still living a poor life. Sure enough, once you enter the world of Beyonders, you are as deep as the sea, and from then on, the rich become poor. Even so, Hobert still bought some barbecue to reward himself, and also to share his joy with Zio and Furs. The atmosphere at dinner was good. Furs shared her recent experience as an apprentice and the interesting stories in the back kitchen. In the past, in her impression, chefs were grumpy and rude people. After this period of contact, Furs realized the delicate and focused side of the chefs. Because she has been focusing on being an apprentice, Furs feels that her spirit is not so tense anymore. Zio has recently set her sights on 2 robbers with bounties on their heads. As long as she determines their strength, she will decide to take action to capture them. The total bounty for the 2 people is only 20 pounds. Judging from the amount of the bounty, they are unlikely to be extraordinary people. In the evening, Hobert had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hobert went to the law firm to prepare to return to work. As soon as he arrived at the office, Hobert was a little dazed because his desk was full of letters, as many as 30 or 40. The colleague next to him smiled and said, "Hobert, you are a famous lawyer now." Hobert piled the letters together. "I don't know if I'm famous or not, but I'll be busy these days anyway." He immediately entered a working state, first making a simple distinction between the letters. Most of them were consultations or entrustments, and some were letters from newspapers or magazines, hoping to interview Hobert or do a special interview for him. In addition, there was a letter from a Cancer, the captain of Machinery Hive Mind, and a letter from Loretta, a member of the Nighthawks. Loretta asked him to meet at the Obsidian Bar tomorrow afternoon. The letter was sent yesterday, which means that the meeting time is actually this afternoon. While Hobert was sorting and looking through the letters, a formal lawyer from the office next door brought in a woman in her 20s. "Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is our new colleague, Miss Jessica. Hobert was stunned and looked up, and sure enough, he saw a woman with golden hair with natural curls, one of the two women he had seen in Rafter's Star. Hobert looked at Jessica, who was slightly nervous but overall dignified and composed, and his thoughts wandered. She should be a lawyer, otherwise Rafter wouldn't have used a barbarian's potion formula as a reward. But he wondered if her friend with the warhammer was also a beyonder of the lawyer pathway. While thinking, he politely greeted Jessica. Jessica warmly said to Hobert, "Hello, Lawyer Hobert. I've attended your defense as an observer. It was wonderful, and I hope to learn from you in the future." Hobert smiled slightly. Mutual learning. Jessica obviously wanted to chat with Hobert a bit more, but it wasn't appropriate to say too much in front of everyone, so she had to go and greet other colleagues with some regret. A few minutes later, Jessica went to other offices to meet other colleagues. Hobert's colleagues were all male, and they immediately began discussing the new, beautiful colleague. Judging solely on appearance, Jessica was definitely a beauty, and she was dressed smartly, with a ponytail, giving off a very energetic feeling. Just as everyone was talking enthusiastically, a colleague suddenly said, "What's the use of us talking about the new colleague here? She clearly has a good impression of the great lawyer Hobert." For a moment, everyone lost the interest to continue talking. Hobert, who was reading a letter, heard the sourness in that sentence, but he didn't respond, not even raising his head. No matter what industry, as long as you do well, there will always be people who are jealous. Hobert focused his attention on the letter in front of him, which was from Captain of Cancer, first conveying Bob's gratitude for receiving the compensation, and then briefly mentioning their arrangements for Bob, sending him to Constant and changing his identity and household registration. The industrial city of Constant also has a large working-class population, and there are many clergy members of the Church of Steam and Machinery there who will constantly monitor Bob's condition. At the end of the letter, Captain of Cancer talked about the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, which would open this Wednesday, that is, tomorrow, and enclosed 15 VIP exclusive tickets with the letter. Hobert scratched his head. He had been too busy recently and had forgotten about it. Now that it was about to open, the matter of the Black Emperor card had to be put on the agenda. As a beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, he definitely had to obtain this blasphemy card. Hobert put the tickets and letters in the drawer and took out letter paper, preparing to write a reply to a Cancer. But just after writing a few words, Barton appeared at the door. "Hobert, come here for a moment." Hobert capped his round-bellied fountain pen and followed. Arriving at Barton's office, a middle-aged man was also sitting in the reception area, the great lawyer Aslan. Since coming to the law firm, Hobert had only seen this great lawyer with short brown hair and glasses twice. He specialized in commercial dispute cases and had some fame throughout the country, so he usually traveled all over the country. The simultaneous appearance of two great lawyers must mean there was a major issue to discuss. After a brief exchange of greetings, Barton began to talk about the work injury compensation case that ended last week and the impact of this case. Aslan occasionally echoed, expressing his affirmation of Hobert's achievements. Then Barton mentioned that the firm intended to establish a lawyer team for Hobert, specializing in handling such work injury compensation cases. Barton said very frankly, "There are two reasons for this plan. The first is that the defense you made had a huge impact. The letters on your desk are enough to illustrate this point. I think our firm will receive many similar cases in the future. The second is that in this lawsuit, you offended the gentleman of Backlund. Besides this type of case, it may be difficult to receive other cases. As for the treatment offered by the two great lawyers, it was very generous. Hobert would become the third partner of the firm, and he could receive 50% of the remuneration for the cases he handled and receive 10% of the dividends at the end of the year. Because Hobert was not yet a recognized great lawyer and had joined the firm relatively late, he could only receive 10% of the dividends for now. Hobert certainly understood that this was actually a choice and compromise made by Barton and Lancaster. Their choice was not to abandon Hobert, but in order not to affect the firm's other business, they made a certain separation of Hobert's business, which was a compromise to reality. With such good treatment, Hobert certainly wouldn't refuse. His current workload was not enough for him to establish his own law firm, and the key was that his lawyer potion had already been digested, and he didn't want to go through such troublesome operations again. Barton finally said, "I will arrange 3 independent offices for you, and you can also transfer 3 colleagues to help you." After thanking him, Hobert immediately mentioned Raska and Daiko, 2 colleagues who were relatively familiar and had enough goodwill towards him. But Hobert hesitated about the 3rd candidate. He spent less time in the office and was not very familiar with his colleagues. Suddenly, Jessica's name appeared in Hobert's mind. She was a lawyer and might be helpful for future business and could barely be considered well-known. After confirming the colleagues to be transferred, Lancaster got up to leave. After sending away this great lawyer, Barton took Hobert to see the offices. The 3 offices were 2 small and 1 large, with a large office opposite the small offices. The people from the logistics department were already cleaning, and Hobert asked them to add some filing cabinets and other office supplies. Then he talked to the 3 colleagues. When talking to Raska and Daiko, he didn't avoid the others. Several other colleagues in the office looked at the colleague who had spoken sourly just now. That colleague seemed not to hear and was still sitting there reading the materials, but he hadn't turned a page for several minutes, seemingly revealing that he was pretending to be calm. Whether it was Raska, Daiko, or Jessica, they were all willing to join Hobert's team. For them, this was an opportunity. Generally, entering a professional team would have more opportunities to appear in court, and the types of cases handled would be similar, unlike now where they had to take on any type of case. That morning, the 4 of them moved to the new office location. The new office was on the 1st floor and close to the side door, making it easy to enter and exit. Hobert divided the 3 offices. One was for his own use, one was for the assistant to use and also as a reference room, and the large office was used by the remaining 2 colleagues and also as a conference room. After dividing the offices, Hobert asked, "Who is willing to be my assistant?" In addition to handling cases, the assistant's job also includes organizing materials, receiving and sending letters, etc. Of course, the weekly salary will also be £1 to £2 higher. Me. Jessica's reaction speed was extremely fast, and she took the initiative to persuade the other 2 colleagues. In addition to organizing materials, the assistant is also responsible for receiving visitors. Women are more suitable for this job. Raska and Daiko both thought it made sense, so Jessica became Hobert's assistant. After lunch, Hobert held a meeting with his 3 subordinates. The team's current tasks are primarily to sort through the incoming mail. Jessica is mainly responsible for reading and replying to letters from newspapers and magazines, and for creating an interview schedule, inviting reporters to come in for interviews soon. Raska and Daiko are to sort through consultation and commission letters. Raska and Daiko can reply to consultation letters at their discretion, but commission letters must be approved by Hobert before a reply is sent to accept the commission. At the end of the meeting, Hobert announced that he would treat everyone to dinner that evening to celebrate the team's formation. After arranging the work, Hobert returned to his office and wrote a reply to a cancer. While writing, Hobert suddenly remembered Ulysses' instructions, so he wrote a letter to Elizabeth as well. In the letter, Hobert shared some tough love, telling Elizabeth that death happens every day and that she should not only dwell on sadness and awe of life, but also look forward. After finishing, Hobert gave both letters to Jessica and instructed her to mail them that afternoon. Then, Hobert put on his trench coat, picked up his cane, and went to visit clients. He first walked back to his rented apartment and left notes for Zio and Furs, telling them that he wouldn't be home for dinner. Only then did Hobert take a hired carriage to the Obsidian Bar in the North Borough. He arrived more than 10 minutes early, but Loretta was already sitting at the bar, having ordered a beer but not taken a sip. "You're here so early?" Hobert placed his cane and also ordered a beer. "I just happened to be free today, so I came early." Loretta took out an envelope. "This is your salary for last week. We pay salaries every Saturday afternoon. You can either pick it up directly at Blackthorn Security Company, or we can mail it to you, but you'll need to submit a written request for that." Hobert naturally chose to have mailed. He immediately took out paper and pen, wrote a request, and asked Loretta to submit it for him. The format and wording of the official document were fairly standard. Loretta glanced at it and put the request away. Hobert asked, "Is there something else you wanted to see me about today?" This was the first time a member of the Nighthawks team had proactively contacted Hobert. "It's just to give you your salary, and you're already 2 days late in receiving it." "Just to give me my salary?" "Just to give you your salary." Hobert recalled his previous encounters with Loretta. This woman seemed obsessed with paying salaries. Had the Nighthawks team been known to delay salaries? That couldn't be, right? If an official beyond her organization had a financial crisis, it wouldn't be far from disbanding. "Okay, that's definitely a big deal." Hobert casually agreed and then asked, "I previously reported a secret supplicant named Kate. How far has your investigation progressed?" He added, "Ms. Daly promised to inform me of the investigation results at the time." "We've already found the Hyman you mentioned." Loretta looked around to make sure there were no customers nearby before saying, "He seems to be in contact with 2 other Aurora Order members. We plan to launch the operation this week or next week." "Oh, right, the captain said that you might have to participate in the operation as well. Prepare yourself these next 2 days." "Well, that's one of the reasons I contacted you today." "That's the more important reason for the meeting, isn't it?" Hobert couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Do the Nighthawks really owe you salary?" Hobert took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded. "I will never be soft on these lunatics. You can write to me or directly notify me when the operation time is set." "No problem." On the way back to the law firm, Hobert realized that Loretta might be wearing some kind of mystical item that made her so focused on salary. The more Hobert thought about it, the more he felt it was the case. Otherwise, wouldn't the Nighthawks team be afraid of Loretta's debt collection? How could they dare to have a member who was so focused on salary? Back at the firm, as Hobert was hanging up his trench coat, Jessica came to Hobert's office. "Lawyer Hobert, I've read all the letters from newspapers and magazines and drafted an interview schedule. Take a look, and if it's okay, I'll write back according to this schedule." "That's fast." Hobert took the schedule and glanced at it. "No problem." Jessica said, a little embarrassed. "Lawyer Hobert, do you have any extra tickets?" Hobert was stunned for a moment before realizing that Jessica was talking about tickets to the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Jessica continued stuttering. I have a friend who admires Roselle very much, but we don't have a way to get VIP tickets for a close-up visit, so..." During the meeting in the afternoon, Jessica saw Hobert take away a stack of VIP tickets while sorting the letters. At that time, because there were 2 other colleagues present, she was embarrassed to ask. She hesitated for a long time this afternoon, always feeling that it was not good to make such a request on the first day of work, but thinking of her friend's happy smile, she decided to ask for a ticket for a friend. "Yes." Hobert generously gave out 2 tickets. "These tickets are the Church of Steam and Machinery's gratitude to me." Jessica thanked him repeatedly, her face filled with joy. Back at her desk, Hobert handled official business for more than an hour, and then it was time to get off work. Hobert's team had dinner together at a nearby restaurant. This dinner brought everyone closer together. However, Hobert had just received his salary in the afternoon and spent £3 and 3 solely. Half a week's salary was gone. Now Hobert suddenly understood why Loretta valued salary so much and valued payday so much. If you spend a week's salary in 2 days, then the remaining 5 days, payday would be like looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wednesday, the opening day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition. Hobert is now the head of the department, and he doesn't need to ask for leave or go to the firm to go out and visit clients. Arriving at the exhibition hall, the queue was already packed with people. Hobert really didn't expect that Roselle had been dead for more than 100 years, but he still had such a great appeal. But then he thought that entertainment was scarce in this era, so such a memorial exhibition was very popular among all classes. Because Hobert had VIP tickets, he could avoid queuing and enter directly from the side door, and he could visit the things Roselle had used up close. As soon as he entered the door, Hobert saw a member of the machinery hive mind who had once protected him. He knew that the other party must be very busy today, so he just smiled and nodded to the other party without going up to talk. Entering the exhibition hall, as a person from the modern era, Hobert was not very interested in these things. He only praised Roselle's golden toilet as really luxurious, and wondered if you could really poop on such a toilet. Hobert tried to make his speed look normal as he came to the study area. He had just glanced at the tall bookshelves in the study when he saw Jessica and the silver-haired woman in front of the bookshelves. At the same time, Jessica also saw Hobert. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Lawyer Hobert, I'm not skipping work. I took a leave of absence." Hobert smiled. "I'm not skipping work either." Jessica was stunned for a moment, as if she understood something. "Hello, Lawyer Hobert," the silver-haired woman said generously with a smile. "I've attended your defense for Mr. Bob. It was wonderful." Hobert smiled. "I didn't realize I was so famous now." Jessica then realized she hadn't introduced them and proceeded to do so. The silver-haired woman was called Carrie. She had short hair, wore knightly attire, was tall, had tan skin, and looked very healthy. From a distance, she looked more like a young man. Carrie thanked Hobert for the complimentary tickets. Hobert exchanged pleasantries while recalling that Carrie's weapon was a war hammer, a rarely used weapon requiring astonishing strength and reflexes. Carrie's broad frame did prove she had sufficient strength. After a few pleasantries, they each went to explore. Hobert began to earnestly search for the Black Emperor card. Just then, he heard Carrie whisper to Jessica, "I originally thought your boss giving you such precious tickets meant he had feelings for you. But now it seems I was overthinking it." There's no trace of impure thoughts in his eyes. Hobert was stunned. "Are you two intentionally talking loud enough for me to hear? Or do I look like I'm deaf?" Jessica said, "Keep it down, Carrie." Carrie flipped through a high-quality replica book provided by the exhibition and casually said, "It doesn't matter if he hears. I'm complimenting him. So you're relieved now?" "No, Jessica, for a woman, this is where you failed." It seemed they were good friends like Zio and Furs, so they spoke so casually. Hobert smiled and shook his head, then went to observe the bookmarks in the exhibition area from another angle. Although the VIP ticket allowed close observation of the exhibits, there was still some distance. Even so, Hobert's spirituality quickly discovered the Black Emperor card. He couldn't explain why he had such a judgment, but he knew that bookmark was the Black Emperor card. Hobert pondered for a moment, then began to observe the structure of the exhibition hall, leaving after 10 o'clock. Back at the firm, Raska and Daiko had already read all the commission letters and consultation letters. There were 10 commission letters in total, which Hobert briefly glanced at and found all within his team's scope of work. So, Hobert picked the case that seemed the most difficult to handle and distributed the other 9 relatively simple cases to others on the team. Hobert also assigned the consultation letters that needed replies. Then he took the work he needed to handle himself back to his office. Although he appeared to be reading the letters, he was actually thinking about how to steal the Black Emperor card. He had been thinking about this issue on the way back and already had some ideas. Hobert's first idea was to hypnotize a staff member and have the hypnotized person swap out the Black Emperor card or complete a sacrifice in an exhibition hall. But considering this exhibition had the background of the Church of Steam and Machinery, operations like hypnosis would easily be exposed, and it would be easy to trace back to him. The second method was to ask Furs to help him steal it. She had the ability to open doors and was now a trick master who could easily divert people's attention. During the exhibition, she could use the trick master's methods to steal it and then pass it out through the open door. Even if the anti-theft building block-sealed artifact detected Furs's door opening, it would be fine because the blasphemy card would be passed out quickly, and Furs only needed to immediately leave the place where she opened the door. But this plan could only be carried out during the day, when there were many people and it was easy to be noticed. If discovered, it would easily attract the attention of the Machinery Hive Mind team. Hobert took a deep breath, recalling how Klein stole the Black Emperor card, which was by summoning himself, entering the exhibition hall in spirit form. This method was impossible to replicate. This Sefirah castle was above the spirit world, making it relatively easy to borrow the power of the spirit world, while the Nation of Disorder did not necessarily have such abilities. After thinking about it, Hobert decided to try it anyway. He locked the office door. Such a summoning didn't necessarily require an altar, but to increase the probability of success, Hobert set up a simple altar on his desk and solemnly chanted in Hermes, "I, in my name, summon the Creator in the shadow of order." After reciting the summoning incantation, he immediately entered the nation of disorder and saw a majestic bronze giant door appear at the entrance of the palace he had built. At this time, the two bronze giant doors were slightly ajar, and he could roughly hear his summons to himself. Spreading his spirituality into it, a huge suction force sucked Hobert's entire spirit body in. Hobert saw himself standing motionless in front of the altar with a dazed look. He was now in spirit form and could easily pass through all obstacles unless a beyonder activated spirit vision. Otherwise, no one could see him. Hobert began to try to penetrate the walls to a greater distance. He saw Raska and Daiko discussing how to reply to letters. Penetrating the walls again, Hobert came to the street, but soon he encountered an invisible barrier and could no longer move forward. As he had envisioned, the Sefirah castle was above the spirit world and had the help of the spirit world, so Klein's spirit body could move long distances through the spirit world, while the nation of disorder did not have such a deep connection with the spirit world and could only support Hobert in this form to move about 20 meters away from his body. Ending his summoning to himself, Hobert left the nation of disorder and returned to the real world, cleaning up the altar. Sitting back in his chair, Hobert sighed. He couldn't use the method Klein used. Then he suddenly thought of Medici's evil spirit. He could ask other spirits for help, but he would rather not have the Black Emperor card than ask Medici for help. First, Medici was currently unable to leave his territory, and second, it would only complicate matters further. So who to ask for help? Spirit world creatures? For example, find a messenger of Klein's level. He believed that even if Miss Messenger carried her head and directly killed her way into the exhibition hall to take the blasphemy card, a Cancer would not dare to object. But such spirit world creatures were hard to come by. Hobert decided to think about whether there were other ways first. Teleportation statue. Hobert suddenly thought of the abilities of this sealed artifact. It was very suitable to use the teleportation ability to get the Black Emperor card, and even a switch should be no problem. But the problem was, once the ability of the teleportation statue was used, it should be immediately detected, and they would definitely conduct an investigation. How to avoid the investigation? Also, the Nighthawks had a record that the teleportation statue was in his hands. Once the machinery hive mind saw through his methods, it would be easy to expose himself. Hobert leaned back in his chair. If he had Amon's methods, stealing something would be like a game. He rubbed his temples, about to work first to change his mind and talk about stealing the card later. Suddenly, Hobert thought of a way. Rafter should be used here. Hobert's thoughts immediately cleared up. From a moment he took control of the nation of disorder. The star representing Rafter had appeared in the pool in front of the Iron Throne. Before that, Hobert didn't think this down-and-out baronet was of any use. Only today did he realize that this guy was meant for this. With this pawn, things would be easy. Hobert immediately had a feasible plan. He deduced it several times in his mind and didn't find any obvious loopholes. After making up his mind, Hobert immediately got up, picked up his cane, and returned to 192 Blanca Street. This matter had to be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise, in a few days, he might encounter Huang Beibei visiting the Dear Daddy Memorial Exhibition, which would make the situation very complicated. Just as Zio and Furs were out, Hobert returned to his room, locked the door, drew the curtains, and entered the nation of disorder, also bringing this psychological spoon and spirit necklace into the nation of disorder by offering himself as a sacrifice. On the star representing Rafter, there was still a thin red line wrapped around it. Hobert's spirituality extended to the star. He saw Rafter fighting at the gambling table, and the ghost wrapped around him was also watching the game, obviously enjoying the pleasure of gambling. After carefully observing for a while, Hobert confirmed that the power of the spirit on Rafter was still very weak, at most a clone of Medici's evil spirit. So he waved his hand and held the spirit necklace in his hand. In his vision, Medici's ghost immediately became much more solid. After preparing, Hobert immediately took action. Through Rafter's star, he descended his power and pulled Medici's evil spirit from Rafter's body. Immediately afterward, the surging power of distortion descended, wrapping the evil spirit. Hobert clenched his fist, and the power of distortion tightened, distorting the order in a very small area into an environment extremely unsuitable for ghosts to survive. Poof! Medici's ghost clone shattered, as if it had never possessed Rafter. Hobert had deduced this operation countless times in his mind, so when he actually operated, the speed was so fast that Medici didn't even react. In the underground ruins of Backlund, Medici was stunned. What just happened? Sauron in the evil spirit said, "It's the power of distortion. I've only seen such pure power of distortion on one person. The Black Emperor is back." Einhorn said, "Were we really watched by the Black Emperor some time ago? Why would he target us?" "Our plan may have been discovered by the Black Emperor," Medici said. Einhorn sneered. "I said before, the people we possess look so stupid. This plan will definitely not succeed." Sauron also said, "Medici, your choice has exposed us to extreme danger." Argue, Medici said. "It's best if we're still arguing when the Black Emperor finds us." "At worst, we'll submit to the new Black Emperor again," Sauron said. "Anyway, it's not the first time we've submitted," Einhorn said coldly. "Does the Black Emperor need the submission of an evil spirit? What use are we? To guard his treasure, to be as loyal as Fulgrim's hound? The thought of such a job is disgusting." This argument was far from over. At the gambling table, Rafter felt that his spirituality seemed to suddenly become very active, and his spirit suddenly improved a lot. He didn't know what was wrong a few days ago. He always felt very tired, and no amount of rest helped. The sudden change in spirit and spirituality made Rafter realize that he might be encountering something. He looked left and right, and then opened his spiritual vision, but he couldn't see anything. At this time, Hobert in the Nation of Disorder was preparing to carry out the second round of operations. He could use the stars in the pool to descend his power, but he couldn't directly capture anything with the stars. This showed Rafter's usefulness. After Hobert cleanly resolved Medici's possession, he began to descend the power of this psychological spoon on Rafter. In a noisy casino, Hobert quietly hypnotized him using Rafter's star. "You suddenly don't want to gamble anymore. You suddenly really want to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition." Rafter immediately pushed away the cards in front of him, frowned, and said irritably, "No more playing. No more playing. How can playing this thing be as interesting as going to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" The casino was quiet for a while, and then everyone burst into laughter. A gambler said, "Sir, remember to bring us souvenirs." Another gambler shouted, "It seems that Sir's luck is not very good today. He's so angry that he's preparing to go to the memorial exhibition." Normally, when faced with the gambler's sarcasm, Rafter would definitely put on the airs of a baronet and teach them a lesson. Today, Rafter left in a hurry, just waving his hand, unwilling to entangle with the gamblers. It wasn't until Raft got into the carriage that Hobert began to use the ability of psychological cue. When you see the manuscript left by Roselle, immediately summon a mysterious existence. The incantation is, "I, in my name, summon the Creator in the shadow of order." Finally, Hobert instructed, "When you finish reciting this incantation, you will immediately forget the content of this revered name." On the first day of the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, this day was not a day off, but the number of people visiting the exhibition still exceeded the expectations of the Church of Steam and Machinery. At 9 o'clock, there was a long queue at the ticket office, and at around 10 o'clock, there was also a long queue at the entrance. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the trend of congestion had not been alleviated. This made a cancer, who was in charge of security work, have to sigh at the appeal of Roselle, this legendary figure. At the most crowded time, a cancer saw Archbishop Hormick getting out of the carriage with two friends, obviously also here to visit the memorial exhibition. Hobert is not only the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery in Backlund, but also a well-known scientist and honorary professor of the physics department of Backlund University. They all had VIP tickets and entered directly from the side door. A cancer quickly stepped forward. "Your Excellency, Archbishop." Hobert nodded. He looked at each guide, each followed by a large group of people. "Do a good job in security, don't let stampedes occur, and also pay attention to the distance between visitors and exhibits." "Yes, we have done relevant rehearsals." "This way, please." A cancer personally gave them the explanation. When they came to the Roselle's Notes exhibition cabinet, a cancer introduced. "As we all know, what is used above is the mysterious symbols created by Roselle, and these symbols have not been deciphered by people so far. Many historians and archaeologists believe that these notes should record the unknown secrets of Emperor Roselle." Two friends of Archbishop Hobert were examining those notes when suddenly a visitor interjected. Could this be the curse left by Roselle? After all, he had so many regrets when he died. The cancer looked back and saw that the person who interjected was a middle-aged man with graying temples and puffy-eye bags. But judging from his clothes, he should be a figure in the upper class. "Are you also full of curiosity about these notes?" The cancer asked. "No," the middle-aged man said. "I'm very interested in Roselle's study. There are so many people." The middle-aged man without a VIP ticket shouted, "Make way, make way, make way for Sir Rafterpound." Hobert, who had been paying attention to Rafter, smiled in his heart when he saw this scene. Sir Rafter has come to compete to be a pawn. When Hobert saw a cancer, he was a little nervous, fearing that the other party would notice his gaze. However, he soon realized that the kind-looking old man wearing a soft hat beside a cancer was more threatening than a cancer. Hobert couldn't help but wonder, could he be so unlucky as to run into the Archbishop of the Church of Steam and Machinery? Fortunately, the old man only seemed to notice something and glanced at Rafter a few more times. This was the reason Hobert used psychological cue instead of hypnosis. Although hypnosis was more effective, people who had been hypnotized would always reveal some abnormalities in their words and actions. Using psychological cue was much better. It was difficult for security personnel to detect. Because of Rafter's shout, people quickly made way for him. A cancer smiled and continued to explain to the Archbishop and his two friends. Hobert, the old man, also shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention to Rafter. Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and followed Rafter into the study area. The study area was some distance away from the notebook area. Hobert re-rehearsed the plan and felt that even with the cancer and the old man present, he was still confident in obtaining the Black Emperor card. So the plan continued. Hobert knew very well that once such a plan was implemented, it had to continue unless it completely failed. If he started over, other problems might arise. Because Jessica and Carrie had VIP tickets, no one would drive them away. So Carrie simply skipped lunch and took notes furiously while flipping through the high-quality replica of the manuscript provided by the exhibition hall. Jessica also helped her friend organize her notes, and inadvertently, she saw Rafter. Jessica quickly tugged at Carrie and pointed at Rafter. Carrie said coldly, "If he dares to pester me here, I'll kick him out." The two of them stared at Rafter coldly, but strangely, Rafter clearly saw them, but immediately looked away. Jessica also noticed this. He seems to be looking for something. When Carrie saw Rafter's gaze stop on the original manuscript, she said with disdain, "This kind of scum, what does he know about creativity?" But then, the two ladies seemed to notice something was wrong with Rafter. He lowered his head as if he was praying, but soon, a surging power descended, tearing open a space above Rafter's head. Then, two majestic bronze doors appeared in the lady's vision. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying force swept up the original manuscript. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Although ordinary people could not see the two bronze giant doors, they could feel the powerful pressure emanating from the giant doors. Their less sensitive spirituality also made their spirits terrified and panicked, and they ran around holding their heads. The peaceful exhibition scene just now was suddenly filled with screams and cries. Carrie's eyes narrowed. Some hidden existence is trying to steal Roselle's manuscript. This can't even be called stealing anymore. Jessica smiled helplessly. This was simply robbery. Hobert, who was in another exhibition hall, seemed to realize something and immediately went to the study area. However, there were too many people, and they were running around in panic, so Hobert couldn't get in at all. Hobert stretched out the index finger of his right hand, opened the fingertip, revealing the sharp thorns inside. Pointing upwards, the sharp thorns in his fingertip shot out with thin steel cables, nailing them to the roof. Hobert clenched his fist, and using the pull of the rope, he rose into the air and flew over the heads of the crowd. Entering the study area, Hobert first saw the majestic bronze giant door, and then he saw a black, blurry figure, like a spirit, steadily catching the swept-up manuscript. Hobert opened his left palm, revealing a small caliber muzzle in the palm of his hand, but there were too many people around and so many exhibits, which made Hobert hesitate slightly. It was this hesitation that gave the black shadow time to bow slightly to Hobert and then disappear. At the same time, the bronze giant door also disappeared instantly, and the oppressive, terrifying power disappeared without a trace. Hobert's pupils changed from black to blue, but he still couldn't find the black shadow. His pupils turned red again, but he still didn't see the black shadow. Hobert landed on the ground, scrutinizing his surroundings, hoping to find some clues. In the end, his gaze fell on Rafter, who was full of confusion and was also running around with the crowd, holding his head. Rafter's confused and bewildered expression was the most eye-catching, because everyone else's expressions were panic and fear. Hobert ordered the security personnel to arrest Rafter. "What did you just do?" "I don't know," Rafter said with a bewildered expression. "Wasn't I at the casino? Why am I here?" Hobert tightly grabbed Rafter's wrist and stared at Rafter motionlessly, as if to see through his soul. Rafter immediately showed a very painful expression. 3 seconds later, Hobert threw away Rafter's hand. He has been hypnotized. How Rafter escaped was completely beyond Hobert's consideration. Because of the existence of the nation of disorder, divination would also be blocked. No one knew what connection the hidden existence that took the manuscript in full view at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition had with Hobert. Hobert on the Iron Throne opened the manuscript and searched for the bookmarks inside. "This one is so ugly. What is this lump supposed to be? Why are the graffiti on these bookmarks so ugly? Only 2 of them are drawn decently, one of which is the Black Emperor card, which depicts Roselle sitting on the throne. Even in the nation of disorder, he couldn't feel the specialness of the Black Emperor card, but Hobert's spirituality could faintly feel that this bookmark seemed a little special. Bernadette. Hobert chanted the incantation in Hermes, and the bookmark in his hand suddenly sank, emitting a clear brilliance. On the card, the image of Emperor Roselle became more three-dimensional and more realistic. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with various gems, wearing black armor, covered with a black cloak, holding a scepter, and looking forward with cold eyes. The original flat card became like a notebook with thickness and star-like fonts condensed in the upper left corner of the card. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Finally got it. Hobert smiled and immediately looked at the blasphemy card, skipping the parts from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6, and looking directly at the sequences above that. Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder. Order and chaos are opposites, but they also encompass each other. There's a code of chaos in order. When people are tired of chaos, order will inevitably appear. The beyonder of this sequence can plunge the order of a certain area into chaos. He will become very majestic, making people unconsciously submit to him. They already have their own understanding of order, distortion, and chaos. Usually, they will teach several students to spread their understanding of order and distortion and to verify their ideas. Potion formula. Main materials: complete crystal of the crown tree, heart of the phantom chameleon. Auxiliary materials: 10 milliliters of crown tree sap, 1 black, giant, golden monster flower, 10 grams of dragon pattern tree bark, 80 milliliters of white wine stored for more than 3 years. Ritual. There must be a territory belonging to oneself, and the potion must be taken in the heartfelt support and recognition of the people in the territory. Seeing the content on the blasphemy card, Hobert was a little surprised, never expecting it to describe the various sequences. The first part of the description was a guide on how to act, while the second part described the sequence's main abilities and people's impressions of the Beyonder. What a bargain. Absolutely worth it. For Hobert, it was just abandoning a small account, but he obtained his complete sequence potion formula and so much valuable information. He hurriedly looked at the following content. Sequence 4, Earl of the Fallen. Main materials: the complete essence of a black mist lord tree, the complete brain of a 6-legged imp. Supplementary materials: 20 milliliters of black mist lord tree sap, 12 grams of 6-legged imp bone marrow, 15 grams of powdered addle flour, 70 milliliters of white wine aged for more than 10 years. Ritual: orchestrate a conspiracy about power. The strength of the conspiracy's victims must be at the same level as or higher than that of the conspirator. Obtain all the victims' authority and wealth in this conspiracy, and consume the potion amidst the victim's despair and pain, and the support of the people belonging to the victim. Hobert was stunned. Why was there no description for Sequence 4? He looked further, and there was no description for Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage, either. It seemed that the sequence descriptions only went up to Sequence 5. Then Hobert looked again at the advancement rituals for Sequence 5 and Sequence 4. Sequence 6 was Baron of Corruption, which meant corrupting the people in his territory, but he still had to make them sincerely support him during the advancement? No. Hobert suddenly thought that corruption generally doesn't affect the people. Usually, corruption affects colleagues or superiors. Hobert had an idea of how to play the role of a baron. Corrupt superiors treat the people well? Sometimes giving them preferential treatment doesn't necessarily mean they will support you. Hobert thought. The core of the acting is there. Now all that's missing is the title and territory of a baron. It's not like I can just go to some baron's territory and start working anytime. As for the Sequence 4 advancement ritual, Hobert seemed to remember that the ancient name of Sequence 5, Mentor of Disorder, was something like Viscount. Does that mean that a Viscount has to seize the territory and authority of another Viscount to complete the ritual? This is really a rebellion pathway. Hobert wondered if he should find some time to seriously recall the contents of selected works of Mao Zedong. After pondering for a while, Hobert realized that instead of considering these rituals, he should rather think about how to become a baron. Then Hobert looked at the description of Sequence 7. Order cannot be shaken, but it can be biased in your favor by bribing the agents of order, allowing loopholes to appear in order and rules. Order is not meant to be obeyed. Its existence only tells people, when your strength is not strong enough, you must learn to obey the arrangements of the strong. This sequence's Beyonders might not be bad people, but they will always exhibit characteristics such as flattery and fawning. Anything they give may be a bribe. A true briber has understood the true meaning of loopholes. The true meaning of loopholes. Hobert keenly grasped the key words. Because he needed to understand the true meaning of loopholes, the ability to find loopholes that he possessed since Sequence 9 didn't become correspondingly stronger. He immediately realized that this was something to pay attention to in future acting. As for the expressions of flattery and fawning, Hobert estimated that it should be an occupational disease when playing the role of briber, but Hobert himself could avoid such expressions because he had found a shortcut to acting: bribing gods. As for the core of acting described by the blasphemy card, it can be summarized as finding ways to make order and rules beneficial to oneself, which is similar to Hobert's previous ideas. After understanding the relevant information that he needed to focus on now, Hobert regripped the blasphemy card. Its high level and its connection to the same pathway as the Nation of Disorder allowed Hobert to operate the power of the Nation of Disorder with ease. The nation of disorder space that he could control didn't change much, but the operation of its space became more diverse. For example, the mountain below the Iron Throne. Now, if Hobert wanted to, he could change the terrain of the mountain at any time and turn it into a plain. This was an operation that was impossible before. Of course, the greater role of the Black Emperor card was to greatly increase the power that Hobert could descend, especially his control over these powers was greatly strengthened. Before, Hobert only had an empty shell in the Nation of Disorder, but now he really had some of the strength of an evil god. The role of the Black Emperor card in the Nation of Disorder was definitely greater than in the Sefirah Castle. If Hobert, holding the Black Emperor card at this time, encountered a spawn of an evil god, he wouldn't need the help of that black eye at all. Hobert's own power would be completely capable of crushing that little brat. In addition, the blasphemy card had greatly changed Hobert's level. In the eyes of the outside world, the person sitting on the Iron Throne at this time was no different from the Black Emperor himself. At this time, going to swindle, cough, going to scare enemies, the probability of success was higher. Even the spawn of an evil god wouldn't dare to look directly at him now. Reluctantly putting down the Black Emperor card, Hobert considered what impact his actions today would have. First of all, he was holding the spirit necklace at that time, and his spirit body was very powerful, so he simply snatched the entire manuscript. Even now, a Cancer and the others probably don't know his true purpose. In other words, they are unlikely to realize the existence of the blasphemy card now or for a long time to come. The impact on the Steam and Machinery Church can be ignored. The biggest impact is still on Klein. Klein will use the Black Emperor card in the future to save Little Sun and play the role of hero bandit Black Emperor to digest the magician potion, saving the girls locked in the basement. Currently, Hobert has no plans to play the role of hero bandit Black Emperor, and there is no way to save Little Sunday. This may bring no small variables to the future. It is very likely that the one with the monocle may take advantage of the fool being weak and climb into the Sefirah Castle, along the connection between Little Sun and the Sefirah Castle. Whether it's losing the Forsaken Land, proxy, or this Sefirah Castle, changing hands, these are results that Hobert is unwilling to accept. But it's impossible to give the Black Emperor card a Klein. If it were any other card, it would be fine, but the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card cannot. Then how can he make the development of the situation meet his expectations? As thoughts churned, Hobert decided to think about this problem later. Today, he should rejoice for obtaining the blasphemy card. Problems that he can't think of a solution for today can be left to tomorrow. If he can't think of a solution tomorrow, there are more tomorrows. Outside the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, Jessica and Carrie waited for the reopening. The venue was already crowded with people, some of whom had escaped from the exhibition hall during the previous chaos, or were asked to leave. Most people didn't know what had happened and were preparing to enter the exhibition hall to visit, and some were there to watch the excitement. Amidst the noise, Carrie whispered to Jessica, "Does your family have any connection with any secret existence?" Jessica shook her head. "Maybe, but I don't know." Rafter's actions just now were evidence of Carrie's guess, but Jessica, as the illegitimate daughter of the family, had never heard her father mention this. Just as everyone was speculating about what was going on with the chaos in the exhibition hall just now, someone suddenly shouted, "Make way for the king! Pay tribute to the king!" Everyone looked incredulously at the outer edge of the crowd, and sure enough, they saw a luxurious carriage with the royal crest stopping. It really was the king. Inside the Roselle Memorial Exhibition Hall, security personnel had completed an emergency evacuation. In the study exhibit area, Rafter sat slumped on the ground, as if he had lost his soul, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Hobert frowned and said, "The other party is very cautious and left no information behind." He had just used relatively brute force methods to invade Rafter's spirit, but found no clues. Because of this intrusion, Rafter's astral and spirit bodies suffered varying degrees of damage. For the next 3 to 4 days, he would appear dull, like a walking corpse, and it might take 1 or 2 weeks to fully recover. A Cancer had no choice but to take out an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns from the special pouch at his waist. The mirror had eyes decorated with black gemstones on both sides. A Cancer lightly brushed the mirror surface 3 times. Honorable Erodes, my question is, who instructed Raft to disrupt the order of the venue and steal Roselle's manuscript? The surrounding light became deep, like paint seeping from an oil painting. An extremely blurred picture appeared on the mirror. A Cancer looked at it carefully for a long time before determining that it was a towering bronze gate. Such a bronze gate had appeared just now in the study exhibit area. The picture disappeared, and blood-red words appeared on the mirror. According to the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you lie or can't answer, you will accept the task and punishment I arrange. 2 or 3 seconds later, these sentences disappeared, and new words formed a question. Do you like to solve problems with violence? A Cancer breathed a sigh of relief. I don't like it. The blood-red words disappeared, and a Cancer did not receive any punishment. Immediately, a Cancer asked Hobert, Your Excellency, does the Bronze Gate have any special significance? It represents some abilities of the death domain, Hobert said with his hands behind his back. It also represents some sacrificial gates of the gods. As far as I know, the sacrificial gates of the Sailor Pathway, the True Creator, and others are all bronze-colored. A Cancer looked at the silver mirror in his hand. This is the first time the Erodes mirror has given such a vague answer. This shows that the person who stole the manuscript has a very high sequence, Hobert said. Change your question and try to find a breakthrough from Rafter. Yes. A Cancer smiled helplessly and picked up the Erodes mirror again. Honorable Erodes, when did Rafter decide to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition? The mirror rippled like water, revealing a picture. Rafter was scattering sweat on the gambling table. Suddenly, his movements became a little stiff, and he began to look around. After a while, Rafter's expression changed obviously, and he stood up and said, I'm not playing anymore. How can playing this be as interesting as going to see the Roselle Memorial Exhibition? The Erodes mirror used text to indicate what Rafter said. The picture in the silver mirror ended, and everyone could see that Rafter's decision-making appearance was very wrong. Blood-red words appeared on the mirror again. It's my turn to ask a question. Have you ever wanted to hang up and ravage a colleague around you? A Cancer face turned livid. No. A silver-white lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and struck a Cancer on the top of his head. Zzz. A Cancer hair stood on end, and a little black smoke came out of his body. If he hadn't held onto the wall in advance, he would have fallen to the ground. The other team members thought of the previous question. Since the captain doesn't like to solve problems with violence, why would he hang up and ravage someone? Or is the ravage here not referring to beating? Although everyone wanted to pretend they didn't see anything, they moved away from a Cancer as if they had a telepathic connection, still betraying their inner thoughts. A Cancer took a few seconds to recover, and then spit out a puff of black smoke. Your Excellency, Erodes doesn't even know who influenced Rafter. As for the tricky questions in the mirror just now, and the consequences of answering the questions, a Cancer was already used to it. Hobert still had his hands behind his back. Find that casino as soon as possible and see if you can find any clues. This demigod couldn't help frowning. He rarely encountered such an event with no clues. Not only did the Erodes mirror not provide clues, but he also didn't find any clues with his own abilities. The similar cases he had encountered before were all related to true gods. Could it be? Impossible. Hobert immediately denied his idea. The power of the Black Shadow in the study exhibit area was very weak, and it had nothing to do with gods but those 2 bronze gates. Just as he was thinking about this, a security guard ran over quickly. Your Excellency, the king's carriage has arrived. Viscount Stratford wants to see you. Hobert was stunned. Why is the king here? Is he also here to see the exhibition? Even if he wants to show that he is close to the people, there is no need to show it like this. Before Hobert could say anything, Stratford entered with a loud laugh. Archbishop Hobert, I am relieved to have you here. You will definitely be able to find the culprit who caused the chaos. Viscount Stratford was the captain of the Royal Guards. He walked closer and gave a noble salute, and then said, "The king asked me to ask, who caused the chaos? Do you need help?" Hobert smiled and said, "We are investigating." Then he seemed to think of something. "Is the king coming to visit the Roselle Memorial Exhibition?" "Of course not," Viscount Stratford said. "No leader is more enlightened than King George, and Roselle is no exception." "Yes, yes," Hobert said casually. "Then, why did the king suddenly appear here today?" The king suddenly recalled that he had passed by here a long time ago, and today he suddenly wanted to pass by this street to take a look. Hobert smiled and said, "I see." After sending away Viscount Stratford, Hobert immediately said to a cancer, "The chaos just now was probably caused by a high-sequence beyonder from the Lone or Fanapotter royal family." He paused and then said, "The possibility of the Fanapotter royal family is higher. After all, George III was the one who was attracted here." A cancer immediately understood the basis for Hobert's judgment, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. Since the king, who was born into the Arbiter family, was attracted here, it must be that other high-sequence members of that pathway are committing the crime. The other members of the team did not understand why His Excellency the Archbishop made such a firm judgment, because they did not have the relevant knowledge. The cancer glanced at Rafter. "What should we do with him?" "He is just a pawn," Hobert said. "Send someone to monitor him for 2 weeks. If no abnormalities are found, withdraw the surveillance personnel." As he spoke, he was already considering how to investigate the Fanapotter royal family. After all, this was the only clue to the robbery. Hee, let's complain about this, Archbishop. This result is worse than no result." All afternoon, Hobert was in a wonderful mood and worked with great enthusiasm, accepting interviews from a magazine and a newspaper. During the interviews, he produced many quotable lines, often prompting the reporters to take rapid notes. The reporters were very satisfied with the interviews. In addition to this, Hobert also researched the case he had just taken on and formulated a corresponding defense plan. He also began processing the second batch of letters he had received, working with astonishing efficiency. When it was time to leave work, Hobert stretched luxuriously, picked up his cane and briefcase, and went home. Back in his rented apartment, Hobert only found furs. Upon asking, he learned that Zio had received a contact signal from the masked man and had gone to the agreed meeting place. Hobert nodded, trying hard to recall. Why did he remember Zio wouldn't receive the masked man's commission until much later? The heavy fog in Backlund blocked the sun in the sky early, and the not-so-wide street immediately became dim. Zio arrived only a dozen seconds earlier than the agreed time. The masked man had not yet arrived, and she crossed her arms, vigilantly observing her surroundings. A little over a minute later, the masked man appeared. Zio said, "You're late." "No, I arrived earlier than you," the masked man said. "You seem to be a sheriff now." Zio understood what he meant. The reason he arrived early was to use the opportunity to observe her. "Yes," Zio admitted frankly. "I'm curious. What is your relationship with General Christian's eldest son? Does this question have anything to do with the task you're going to give me?" "No, it doesn't," the masked man said gently. "You may not know, but 3 months ago, General Christian's eldest son was very ordinary. He seems to have been very active in the last 3 months, as if he suddenly became a different person." Zio asked again, "Does this have anything to do with the task you're going to give me?" "Still no," the masked man said. "All right, let me tell you about the task I'm giving you today. Track Rafter Pound. Here is his information." Zio took the masked man's information, but did not immediately look at it. "How long do I have to track him? What is the level of danger?" "Track him for 2 weeks initially. The reward is 20 pounds, the masked man said. "There may be no danger, but the level of danger could also be very high. However, you're only responsible for tracking. If you discover any danger, you can immediately end the mission and contact me using the emergency contact method." Zio nodded. "Okay, I accept this task." The masked man took out 10 pounds in cash. "This is the deposit. When you report the tracking results in 2 weeks, I will give you the other 10 pounds. If any abnormalities are discovered during the mission, the mission ends, and the reward will still be paid. Oh, right. The tracking results should preferably be in the form of a written report. Hobert sat on the sofa, reading the Backlund Evening News he had just bought. On the second page, he found a report about the chaos at the Roselle Memorial Exhibition this afternoon. Regarding the chaos that occurred at the Roselle the Great Memorial Exhibition, staff claimed that it was a farce caused by a baronet because he could not buy a VIP ticket. It is reported that the exhibition area was not greatly affected. An order was quickly restored, and the exhibition reopened. Some viewers claimed that they saw an old man flying over their heads, and others seemed to see the outlines of two large doors in the air. As expected, Roselle was full of mystery, and his memorial exhibition was also full of mystery. Because it had just happened, the report on the incident was very short. Hobert couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the Church of Steam and Machinery planned to deal with the matter lightly and did not even plan to publicly announce the theft of the creative manuscript. Holding up the newspaper, Hobert considered that, in order to show his frankness and what he had said to a cancer before, that he was very interested in Roselle the Great, Hobert planned to visit the exhibition in the next few days. Furs had already prepared dinner, but Zio had not yet returned, so she could only read magazines and wait. It wasn't until around 7:30 that Zio came back with a file bag. Thank goodness, there's such a delicious dinner waiting for me. My stomach is almost empty. She put down the file bag and helped Furs serve the food while saying, "You don't have to wait for me." Hobert put down the newspaper. "If we wait until 8 o'clock and you still haven't returned, we'll eat first." All three were hungry and quickly finished their dinner, then sat around the table, chatting and drinking tea. Zio talked about the task she had just received. She would be monitoring a baronet named Rafter for the next period of time and might rarely come back for dinner. Through Zio's description, Hobert learned that Rafter had been released. The consequences were better than Hobert had imagined. He had originally thought that Rafter would not be able to withstand the interrogation and would go crazy. He believed that the Church of Steam and Machinery would also send people to monitor Rafter. For Hobert, this baronet no longer had any value. For safety's sake, he didn't plan to observe him through the stars in the future. The next morning, Jessica went to work as usual. Hobert held a small meeting to remind them of the precautions for the cases they had on hand. After the meeting, Hobert had just returned to his office when Jessica knocked on the door and came in. "Lawyer Hobert, thank you again for the VIP tickets you gave us. My friend has prepared a gift for you." As she spoke, she opened a small box. Inside was a keychain with a golden badge, on which was drawn the symbol representing the eternal blazing sun. "This is a small thing my friend made herself. It's not much." Hobert did not refuse. "Thank your friend for me." Taking the keychain in his hand, he immediately felt the warmth of the badge. Hobert immediately judged that a small amount of extraordinary materials from the sun pathway had been added during the making of this keychain, giving the keychain some beyonder characteristics of that pathway. Although it does not have active abilities, some undead creatures will stay far away after sensing the existence of the keychain. This was made by himself. Hobert thought of the lady he met at the Eye of Wisdom gathering who was looking for the barbarian potion and had contact with a wild craftsman. Could that be the combination of Jessica and Carrie? Hobert did not expose them. He chatted with Jessica for a while. During the chat, Hobert learned from Jessica that George III had also arrived at the scene yesterday. Hobert immediately realized that George III was attracted by himself, or rather the nation of disorder. It was because George III learned of this incident that he ordered people to start monitoring Rafter again. It is estimated that the masked man is just one of the forces monitoring Rafter. Thinking of this, Hobert mourned for Rafter for 3 seconds. No, 1 second. He had finally tricked the monitors by pretending to be crazy, but he didn't expect to be monitored again. However, this monitoring should not last long, because the process of Rafter being used as a pawn is too obvious. Then Hobert thought that in the future, the use of the power of the nation of disorder in Backlund should be restrained. Although George III's process of becoming a god was a bit hasty, and his state must be very bad, he remembered that he seemed to have used a loophole to jump directly from sequence 5 to sequence 1. But with Adam's blessing, George III's current state should be very delicate, possibly more easily attracted by the power of the nation of disorder than the king of angels. After talking for a while, Jessica said goodbye. Looking at the keychain in his hand, Hobert didn't think much about it and put it in his briefcase. Although these two female Beyonders had shown enough friendliness, they were not very familiar with each other. After a fulfilling day of work, Hobert left the office with his briefcase. He was wondering what to eat for dinner when he saw a carriage with the dark sacred emblem blocked at the door. Loretta opened the door and smiled. "Time to work." In the carriage, Hobert, rubbing his stomach, asked, "Is food provided?" "Our salary doesn't include a meal allowance," Loretta said. "We could buy 2 simple meals at the restaurant ahead to make do." "All right," Hobert said. "I need to go back and grab a few things for final preparations." "No problem." Back at the rented house, Zio and Furs hadn't returned yet. Hobert left them a note, then went back to his bedroom and, in his own way, brought the teleportation statue, spirit necklace, and psychological spoon into the real world. Then, he checked his order wood and uncontrollable stone, especially the uncontrollable stone, which should be particularly effective against the Aurora Order. After putting on the spirit necklace, Hobert immediately felt like he had a small heater in his pocket. Jessica's keychain. Hobert held the keychain in his hand, feeling it was warmer than usual. It seemed he couldn't carry it with the spirit necklace at the same time. Putting the keychain in the drawer, Hobert did a final check of his belongings before heading to the operation site, with Loretta in the carriage. Only then did Loretta say, "After tracking Hyman, we found a total of 6 Aurora Order members, including Hillman, who you mentioned before." Hobert was stunned. The Nighthawks had done a lot of work recently. Wait, this isn't quite normal. Hobert felt like the results were too good. Are those people really Aurora Order members? "I know what you're questioning," Loretta smiled. "The Aurora Order has existed for so long. Their members aren't fools, of course. But according to our observations, Hyman is deliberately letting us discover these Aurora Order members." Hobert immediately understood. He wants to escape the Aurora Order's control. He remembered that Lenivas had done something similar. "That's right. That's what we think too," Loretta said. "If we continue to monitor, we might find more Aurora Order members, but based on our judgment, continuing to monitor could alert them, so we decided to take action and capture all 6 Aurora Order members now." Hobert nodded. This was the wisest choice. If the Aurora Order noticed the Nighthawk surveillance, they might not even be able to catch 6 people. Loretta added, "Our team has 3 people. You, me, and Borja? Borja has already arrived at the scene and has been monitoring the target. The target is a Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic. You have experience fighting that sequence, so I don't need to explain their abilities. It's precisely because you have experience fighting that sequence that our team will be led by you, with me and Borja assisting you. The captain's requirement is not to harm innocent people and to subdue the opponent, dead or alive." She smiled. "I believe the 3 of us Sequence 8s should be able to handle the opponent relatively easily." "You're wrong," Hobert said. "It's 1 Sequence 7 and 2 Sequence 8s. "Oh, then you should quickly write an application so you can get at least £6 more salary next week," Loretta said with emotion. £12 a week, that's a relatively high income even among the middle class. Hobert smiled helplessly. "Your focus is really hard to describe." While speaking, the carriage stopped in front of a restaurant. Hobert and Loretta went to buy a simple meal, and Loretta didn't forget to bring one for Borja. Then, the carriage headed to Gaspin Street 107 in the Southern Bridge District, the location of the capture operation. The carriage stopped just after entering Gaspin Street. Hobert and Loretta got out of the car and walked for a few minutes to the surveillance point. The surveillance point was a utility room opposite 107. As soon as he entered, Hobert smelled the dampness. The 3 of them kept an eye on the opposite side while eating their simple meals. 107 was an apartment building with 3 floors and only 1 door. The target lived on the 2nd floor. Although they couldn't directly see the target from here, they could observe them whether they went out through the door or the window. It was currently the end of the workday, and many residents were dragging their tired bodies home after finishing a day's work. Hobert and the others had to carefully examine everyone who came out of the apartment to prevent the target from escaping in disguise. Borgia, upon hearing that Hobert was now Sequence 7, finally gave a more normal reaction. Our team's combat power is excessive. We can go support other teams after completing the capture mission. From Borgia, Hobert learned more detailed plans. The Backland Nighthawks team had almost come out in full force for this capture operation, divided into 6 teams to simultaneously capture the targets at midnight. There were a total of 6 targets, including one Sequence 6, Hillman, who Hobert had mentioned before, led by Thomas himself. One Sequence 7, which was the target of Hobert's team. There were also 2 Sequence 8s, including Hyman. 2 Sequence 9s, including Kate, who Hobert had discovered. At first, Thomas wanted to find an opportunity for these 6 Aurora Order members to gather together, or for 2 or 3 of them to gather together. But these cultists already had a set of methods to counter official Beyonders. They didn't gather at all, only communicated through single lines, and the meetings were very short, so there was no opportunity to capture them all at once. So they could only split into teams and capture them together. After finishing their meals, Hobert and his team first confirmed their plan of action. Thomas was very confident in this team. He didn't give Loretta and Borgia any instructions regarding the capture plan, so the 2 of them looked at Hobert. "Since I'm the main force in this operation, please follow my command for now," Hobert said without hesitation. "The plan doesn't need to be too complicated. You 2 lie in ambush on the street, and I'll attack from the direction of the door. If my attack goes smoothly, I'll drive him out, and you immediately open fire, trying to turn him into a sieve. If my attack doesn't go smoothly, you rush in from the windows and attack for both sides." Hobert had used this trick when he participated in Zio's operation to capture cultists, and the effect was very good. Borgia agreed. The simpler the plan, the greater the chance of success. Loretta also nodded, expressing her agreement with Hobert's plan, so they took turns monitoring, preparing to act. Around 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, the smell of food from the surrounding residents' homes permeated the entire street. Around 9 o'clock, the gas lamps were gradually extinguished. By 10 o'clock, there was almost no one on the street. Hobert and the others made their final preparations, and around 11:50 in the evening, Hobert took the lead. He pried open the anti-theft window on the stairwell window, climbed to the 2nd floor, holding the teleportation statue in one hand and a gun in the other, and kicked the door open. Hobert sighed. After Sequence 7, his strength had increased a lot. He. A sinister laughter came from the dark room, as if some ghostly figures were flashing. Hobert didn't immediately open fire upon seeing the figure because, according to the information from the teleportation statue, there was only one person in the room, and these figures were just illusions. However, the atmosphere in the room felt like the domain of the Grim Reaper, and Hobert felt a sudden sense of dread in his spirituality. Nevertheless, Hobert stepped into the room, immediately feeling as if eyes were staring at him from all directions, making it difficult even for the teleportation statue to distinguish the real enemy. The feeling of being surrounded by evil spirits was unbearable, and Hobert guessed that this ghost domain must be a special ability the opponent gained during the listener stage. Beyonders of that sequence often obtained many bizarre abilities from the information they gleaned while listening, which were further enhanced in the Shadow Ascetic sequence, becoming unpredictable and formidable. Hobert holstered his gun, took another step forward, and pulled out several uncontrolled stones from his pocket. A series of sinister voices echoed. "Arrogant fool, do you really think you can defeat me?" In the darkness, the figures in the room reached out to grab Hobert, and his spirituality warned him that being caught by them would cause some damage to his astral body. Moreover, the room was filled with a chilling atmosphere of terror. Although Hobert didn't find the scene particularly frightening, his spirituality was constantly trembling. However, thanks to this spirit necklace, the fear was still within an acceptable range. Just as the shadows were about to grab Hobert, he finally made his move, throwing 3 uncontrolled stones in quick succession toward the direction of the voice, achieving saturation bombardment while chanting the incantation. Distort, distort, distort. In the room, the high-ranking power of distortion erupted, and order seemed to suddenly collapse, as if everything around was shrouded in this force, becoming exceptionally fragile. The movements of the surrounding shadows froze, like puppets with severed strings, only able to maintain their final poses. While throwing the 3 uncontrolled stones, Hobert also completed the process of bribery, and then continued with his combo move. Weakened. A large portion of the surrounding shadows immediately vanished, and the room was no longer pitch black. A few rays of light filtered in, indicating that the opponent's power had been significantly weakened. This was the main reason why Hobert dared to be so reckless in this operation. His strength was there. He was now sequence 7, and he possessed many mystical items, some of which were particularly effective against Beyonders of the secret supplicant pathway, so Hobert directly chose to confront the enemy head-on. Having been a Beyonder for so long, Hobert had roughly realized that the entire Black Emperor pathway, on the whole, was about challenging order and challenging rules. Such sequences often required a spirit of daring to face enemies head-on, which was the biggest difference from the Seer pathway. Hobert even considered whether Klein became Klein the Coward because he chose the Seer pathway. Was he Klein because he was a Seer, or was he a Seer because he was Klein? After all, each pathway had its own characteristics. The charlatan-like aura of Sequence 9 Seer was sometimes very annoying, and since they didn't have much self-defense ability, they could only follow their heart's choice. And one of the characteristics of Sequence 9 Lawyer was that they liked to argue with others. Because this sequence didn't have very strong abilities, they often had to endure. By the time they reached Barbarian, they couldn't endure anymore. At this stage, they had both the habit of arguing with others, and if they pushed the other party too far and they wanted to fight, the Barbarian could continue to physically persuade them. Because of the difference in abilities, the Beyonder's temperament would often change accordingly. Anyway, Hobert felt refreshed every time he acted recklessly, and even his spirituality would become more lively. Of course, he would be reckless when he should be, but if the opponent was a Sequence 6, Hobert wouldn't have any psychological burden to use dirty tricks. For example, using the teleportation stone statue to move an uncontrollable stone under the enemy's feet to seize the initiative. And when encountering enemies of higher sequences, he should still run when he needed to. Recklessness didn't mean stupidity. These thoughts were just some of Hobert's previous reflections, flashing through his mind. Returning to the scene of the capture operation, although this was originally the Shadow Ascetic's home turf, Hobert gained an absolute advantage as soon as he made a move. Got you. Hobert laughed. The teleportation statue finally found the Shadow Ascetic, who was struggling to resist losing control. Now the opponent was moving slowly and was very weak, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. With a teleportation, the Shadow Ascetic appeared in front of Hobert. Hobert smiled as he grabbed his gun. Who's the fool? With that, he fired at the Shadow Ascetic. At the moment of firing, the Shadow Ascetic used his ability with a face full of pain, making himself ethereal to avoid Hobert's bullet. The Shadow Ascetic's left shoulder suddenly swelled up, as if a new head was about to grow, because he had used his Beyonder power again, bringing him closer to losing control. Hobert calmly fired another shot, and all the shadows in the room gathered around, and these ghostly powers helped the hermit block the shot. The fear atmosphere emitted by the ghost domain immediately dissipated, and the Shadow Ascetic's eerie abilities had been completely defeated by Hobert. Taking advantage of the shadows blocking a shot for him, the Shadow Ascetic quickly jumped out of the window. But just as he ran to the window, he was moved back by Hobert using the teleportation statue. The Shadow Ascetic was stunned. Didn't he just get to the front of the window? Could it be that he had signs of losing control and was hallucinating? Hobert didn't hold back. Bang! He fired a third shot. The Shadow Ascetic didn't dare to use his Beyonder abilities anymore. He desperately dodged, taking the shot on his shoulder, and then jumped out of the window. Whoosh! The window was smashed by the shadow ascetic, but the shadow ascetic returned to Hobert's face. He opened his mouth wide. That's not right. Wasn't I jumping out of the window? How did I jump in front of him? If it were normal times, the shadow ascetic could have guessed that this should be the ability of an enemy's sealed item. But now his mind was full of maddening whispers, and the reason left to him was full of unreality. Bang! Another shot. This shot hit the shadow ascetic's head solidly. The shadow ascetic almost instinctively etherealized his head. Although he dodged the bullet, his loss of control became more severe. Seeing that the time was right, Hobert poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon. Madness! This shadow ascetic lost his last shred of reason. Just as he was about to completely lose control, Hobert fired the remaining 2 shots, blowing through his head. Seeing that the opponent's loss of control was still continuing, Hobert simply put away his gun and used the teleportation statue to move the shadow ascetic to the street. Bang, 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 bang. Loretta and Borgia, who were ambushing outside, fired continuously, emptying all their bullets. The shadow ascetic fell to the ground. The signs of losing control stopped, leaving only instinctive twitches. Loretta blew on the muzzle of her gun. I can collect my salary with a clear conscience after firing all the bullets. From the moment Hobert kicked the door open to when the shadow ascetic was riddled with bullets, it took no more than a minute, and the capture operation concluded successfully. Borgia asked Hobert, "Shall we go together to support the other teams? Should we leave Loretta to clean up the battlefield herself?" When he first met Hobert, Hobert was just a sequence 9 and a wild beyonder at that, naturally short-tempered. But now Hobert could single-handedly deal with a sequence 7. Borgia had the insight to see this. His and Loretta's final shots were just for a sense of participation. Even without their shots, Hobert would have been fully capable of taking down the enemy. Borgia's politeness to Hobert was, in fact, an acknowledgement of Hobert's strength. Hobert nodded. "Okay, which team is closest to us?" "The team capturing Haman," Borgia replied. As soon as Hobert heard Haman's name, he immediately said to Loretta, "Leave this to you. Let's go." Just as Hobert and Borgia got into the carriage, many people who had been awakened by the gunshots began to poke their heads out to investigate. Loretta held up her badge. "Police business." Everyone was frightened and quickly retracted their heads. On the other side, in the carriage, Borgia was explaining the plan to capture Haman. According to our analysis, Haman should be a swindler, a very cunning and agile sequence. Therefore, we have deployed a sequence 8 and 2 sequence 9s to capture him, and we are carrying a grade 3 sealed artifact. Hobert nodded. Thomas was indeed an experienced Nighthawk, knowing where to deploy heavy troops. Although swindlers don't have many bizarre beyonder abilities, underestimating them would definitely lead to a great loss. The carriage sped along the deserted streets. Even if there were pedestrians on the road, they quickly made way. The Southern Bridge District mainly consisted of residential areas, without many bustling streets, so the streets were very quiet at night. Hobert and Borgia, who were chatting idly in the carriage, suddenly sensed danger with their spirituality. Before they could react, a huge black shadow crashed into the horses pulling the carriage. While knocking the horses away, the shadow raised its long, sharp claws and tore one of the horses in half, scattering horse blood, intestines, and internal organs all over the ground. The out-of-control carriage crashed into a building on the side of the street. Fortunately, Hobert acted quickly and teleported himself, Borgia, and the coachman to the side of the street one after another. Bang! The wooden carriage crashed into the wall, suffering severe damage. Using the light from the gas street lamps, Hobert and the others saw a humanoid monster covered in black. It was tall at least 3.5 meters, with long limbs and long, sharp claws. Its head was very peculiar, composed of individual eyeballs and a clump of hair, without any other organs. The entire head was like those eyeballs were bundled together with hair. Just making eye contact with any one of the eyeballs would make one feel as if the madness deep within the soul was being released, and reason would gradually be lost. Hobert and Borgia both looked away. At the same time, they were a little surprised. This was Backland, after all. Why would such an aggressive monster appear here? The monster seemed to enjoy killing. With another swipe of its claws, it tore off the head of the other horse. Then, it set its sights on the coachman behind Hobert and Borgia. The coachman was an employee of the Blackthorn Security Company and had basic professional qualities. He didn't panic at all and immediately fled in the opposite direction. Hobert teleported the cane from the carriage into his hand while summarizing the monster's behavior. Bloodthirsty and targeting weaker lives, its intelligence doesn't seem to be very high. While thinking, he and Borgia drew out their canes from the left and right. Smack! The cane clearly struck the monster's thigh, but it felt like hitting an iron pillar. Borgia's cane was directly broken, and the other half in his hand flew out. The hand holding the cane was even shaken to the point of bleeding between his thumb and forefinger. Hobert's cane was made of special materials, so it only numbed his hand without breaking. The two men's strikes were not without effect. The monster's two long, thin legs were broken, and the monster fell to the ground, its eyeballs scattered everywhere. Hobert was still wondering, did we just take it down? Judging from a monster's appearance, it didn't seem like it would be so easily dealt with. At this time, two Nighthawks chased over, shouting as they ran, "Don't let the eyeballs get close to any flesh and blood." But their warning was already too late. Several eyeballs had already rolled to the corpses of the two horses. The flesh and blood of the corpses, upon touching the horse blood, were like clay being sculpted by some force. Almost instantly, they turned into two humanoid monsters with slender limbs and hairy bodies. The heads of the two new monsters were composed of long hair and eyes. For huge horse eyes also joined the ranks of the eyes. The eyeballs on the ground regrouped towards the first monster that appeared. When they reunited on that tall, slender body more than 3 meters high, the monster's broken legs suddenly changed. A joint actually grew out of the broken bone, and such a serious injury was actually healed by itself. During this scene, Hobert did not blindly take any action, but carefully observed the monster's changes. At this time, the coachman had already gone far away. The three monsters simultaneously charged towards the sequence 9 among the pursuers. Hobert took action, using the teleportation statue to move and change the positions of the three monsters, preventing them from attacking the sequence 9. Taking advantage of this gap, the Nighthawk who had come to chase quickly said, "This is a monster summoned by Haman using some method, and it has already killed many people." Two of the eyeballs, like they had transformed the corpses of the two horses, transformed the corpse of victim, entangling 3 Nighthawks. The monster's main body therefore escaped the control of the Nighthawks. The 3 Nighthawks, with one companion seriously injured, managed to deal with the transformed monster and then quickly chased over. The 3 monsters were temporarily controlled by Hobert using the teleportation statue within a range of 12 meters. Just as they were about to run out of the teleportation statue's control range, Hobert teleported them back to their original positions. If they kept running like this, they would never be able to escape. Hobert said to Borgia, who had good marksmanship, "Shoot those eyeballs." Obviously, those eyes were the key. Borgia raised his gun, but his hand trembled violently. "No, I can't make eye contact with those eyes." At this time, the monsters seemed to have sensed the existence of the teleportation statue, knowing that they were trapped here, all because of that stone. So, they changed their habits and began to charge towards Hobert, the strongest here. Hobert didn't dodge, but instead threw the pen he carried with him towards the monster's main body, completing the process of bribery. Weaken. He had already found a way to deal with this monster. This multi-eyed monster possesses extremely high attack power and beyonder abilities similar to flesh magic, along with tenacious vitality, making it difficult to subdue. Its only weakness is its low intelligence. The teleporting statue in Hobert's hand happens to be quite effective against this type of enemy. So while Borgia and the other 2 night watchmen were helpless against the multi-eyed monster, Hobert was able to control the situation relatively easily. With Hobert's current attack power, he doesn't have a direct way to eliminate the monster in front of him. So he began to carefully observe the monster's every move, trying to find a solution. Just as the multi-eyed monster attacked Hobert, Hobert thought of a way. After weakening the monster, Hobert immediately poured his spirituality into the psychological spoon. Hypnotize. Close your eyes. That's right, it's close your eyes. Since the multi-eyed monster's eyeballs are the key, why not just make its eyes close? Although the multi-eyed monster's strength is very strong, its level of strength definitely does not exceed sequence 6. After Hobert weakened it, the psychological spoon can completely complete the hypnosis on it. Those eyeballs have no eyelids, so they can't close at all, but all the eyeballs seem to have lost their luster, and Hobert and others can look directly at them. The movements of the three monster bodies immediately slowed down, and their movements lost their purpose. Open fire. Hobert took out his pistol. Target those eyeballs. Eliminate the two smaller monsters first. Bang, 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 bang. The four people fired together, and one eyeball after another was hit, broken, and flowed out with some foul-smelling gray liquid. The multi-eyed monsters transformed from two horses were the first to be eliminated. Their flesh and blood collapsed, and quickly turned into lumps of wriggling horse meat. However, the main body of the multi-eyed monster was awakening from the hypnosis because some of its eyeballs were continuously damaged. Clang, clang. Shells landed. Everyone ejected the shells from their revolvers and were reloading bullets as quickly as possible. Hobert reloads the fastest. He only needs to eject the shells and then teleport the bullets into the revolver of the pistol. If it weren't for the structure of the rotating shaft, which requires the ejection of the shells before firing again, then his reloading speed would be even faster. But it was still too late. Hobert, who held the psychological spoon, had already noticed that the multi-eyed monster had basically awakened, and it had begun to attack Hobert and others by instinct. Charm. While the opponent's weakened state was still in effect, Hobert immediately used another signature skill of the briber. In an instant, Hobert became extremely charming. The multi-eyed monster, which was not very intelligent, became unwilling to attack Hobert and his companions under the blessing of the weakening and hypnosis states. While the multi-eyed monster hesitated, everyone had completed reloading and started a new round of shooting again. Bang, 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 bang. In this round of shooting, the four people tacitly fired one after another. After repeated shooting, the eyeballs of the multi-eyed monster were basically blown out. However, the main body of the multi-eyed monster showed no signs of collapsing. Hobert noticed the clump of hair in the eyeballs. He just wanted to take advantage of the multi-eyed monster not being completely awake to grab the clump of hair. After looking at it twice, Hobert felt that the hair in the broken eyeballs was disgusting. So he said to Borgia, "Take advantage of the opponent's slow movement and grab that clump of hair." Then Hobert used hypnosis again. As he expected, this hypnosis did not have the same effect as last time, only making the other party reluctant to move. Borgia, who had just reloaded, put away his gun and, with his agile skills, avoided the multi-eyed monster's instinctive attack, jumped up and grabbed the clump of hair. With a pull outward, the hair brought two eyeballs, which Borgia completely tore off. After losing the hair and the two eyeballs, the main body of the multi-eyed monster collapsed with a crash and immediately turned into pieces of foul-smelling rotten meat. The moment Borgia clenched the hair in his hand, it was as if maddening whispers sounded in his ears. He quickly threw the hair to the distant street. After confirming that all three monsters had lost their aggressiveness, everyone went to look at the clump of hair and eyeballs. The two eyeballs seemed to be growing on the hair. Even though Borgia threw them so far away, they were still connected. The two eyeballs were still turning around, as if staring at Hobert and others. Looking at the eyeballs will immediately be affected by it, and the heart will become chaotic. And the hair that Borgia had just pulled apart turned back into a clump, looking like a brain made of hair. Hobert said, "This looks like a sealed item. It probably comes from a runaway Rose Bishop. Maybe Haman didn't summon this monster at all. but used the sealed item to create this monster. As he spoke, he took off his windbreaker, first covered the hair and eyeballs, and then used the windbreaker as a net bag to hold the sealed item in the windbreaker. As long as you don't look at the eyeballs, there will be no feeling of madness in your heart. Hobert handed the windbreaker to Borgia. Don't hold the windbreaker in your hand, lest the hair inside spread out and touch your skin. To the sealed item, you're just a lump of healthy flesh and blood. Borgia nodded and put Hobert's windbreaker on the corner of the street. Hobert said to the other two night watchmen, "Take me to your capture location. I'll see if I can find any clues about Hyman." Hobert glanced at Borgia, who understood. "I'll guard the scene here." Pretty clever. Hobert followed the two night watchmen to the scene quickly. From quite a distance away, he heard crying. Some of the windows of the houses on both sides of the street were broken, and some of the doors were missing. The multi-eyed monster had broken into many residents' homes and carried out a massacre. Many residents' families were killed. The two night watchmen looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Captain Thomas also told them that one of the goals of the operation was not to harm innocent people, but they failed to do so. Arriving at the capture location, the severely injured night watchman was lying on the street. A doctor living nearby, wearing pajamas, was trying hard to cover the wound on the night watchman's stomach. When the doctor saw the night watchman's companion coming, he sighed and said, "He's dying." Brian, the squad leader of the operation to capture Hyman, squeezed out a smile. "Thank you, doctor. Let us say a few last words to him. You go and rescue the others. This is to prevent the team members from losing control before death." After the doctor left, Brian held the hand of his teammate lying on the ground. "Will, do you have anything to say?" "Tell Mary. I love her," said Will, the dying night watchman. Brian nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll tell her. Brian, I ask for your forgiveness. Your swallowtail coat was actually accidentally torn by me, causing you to be embarrassed at the engagement ceremony." Brian was stunned for a moment, then became a little annoyed, but seeing his teammate's current appearance, he sighed. "Go in peace. I forgive you." Hobert suddenly asked, "Have you finished giving your last words?" Will nodded slowly. "I'll sew up his wound." "It's useless," Will said. "I can feel that my life is—" Hobert didn't waste time talking to him, took out the needle and thread for sewing up wounds that he had asked former Dr. Furs to get for him, first stuffed the other party's internal organs back in, and then quickly sewed up the wound. Brian immediately discovered, "The bleeding has stopped." Then Hobert cast a healing spell, and he immediately lost his dying state. He was first filled with joy, then he exchanged glances with Brian, and both of them had complex expressions in their eyes. Now is not the time for flirting. Hobert interrupted the eye contact between the two night watch members. "Will lost too much blood just now. Although his life isn't in danger, he's still very weak. You rest here, and the rest of you come with me to search Hyman's residence." Brian nodded and immediately led Hobert the way. After the team members left, Will finally felt the wonder of the mystical world. He had almost died, but he was still alive. Just then, the doctor who had rescued him passed by. "You're not dead?" Will quickly and unsteadily got up and said, "Doctor, thank you for taking care of me just now." "Yes, well, one of my teammates is a skilled surgeon." "Lord of Storms, I must be dreaming," the doctor said incredulously. "Only in dreams would there be a surgeon who can heal wounds instantly." Hobert and the other two arrived at Hyman's residence, which was a two-room apartment on the second floor. Now, both rooms were in a mess, filled with the smell of rotting flesh. Hobert noticed several large pottery jars on the floor that had been broken. The foul smell was coming from the fragments of the pottery jars. And on the table over there was also a smaller pottery jar. The lid of the pottery jar had an iron buckle that could firmly fasten the jar in the lid. Hobert said that small jar should be what Hyman used to store sealed items, and these broken large jars must have contained a lot of rotten flesh. The main body of the multi-eyed monster should be pieced together from these rotten flesh. He suddenly belatedly realized that although his ability to discover loopholes and summarize rules had not become stronger, his observation ability had become much stronger, and he could quickly find the clues he wanted. For example, The pipe on the ground should be something Heyman left behind, but Hobert did not immediately remind the other Night Watch members. He said to the Sequence 9 member, "Take this pottery jar to Borgia and have him store the sealed item." "Wait, there should be something else." "Ah, found it. Take it to Borgia together." What Hobert found was a wooden clip that was dropped on the ground. Using it to clamp the sealed item would prevent him from being affected by the sealed item. After the Sequence 9 member left, Hobert said to Brian, "Go to the room inside and see if there is any of Heyman's hair or his discarded personal belongings." Brian had seen Hobert's strength in the previous battle, so he was willing to obey Hobert's orders. When only Hobert was left in the room, he picked up the pipe that was half covered by a tile and put it in his pocket. If it were before, he would definitely give this clue to the Night Watch, because he had no divination pathway, and having clues was useless. But now that Mr. K has come to Backlund, and he has a divination pathway, he plans to keep this clue. Maybe he can find a few more of Heyman's dens? The last den had more than 3,000 pounds in cash and property. If he could find one or two more of these, wouldn't he be rich? Hobert had previously obtained Heyman's pipe, but at that time Hobert was only Sequence 9, and because it involved the Aurora Order, Hobert did not dare to keep such clues. Now it's different. Hobert is already Sequence 7, and he is the kind of Sequence 7 that can fight other Sequence 7s head-on, and he knows that Heyman is determined to leave the Aurora Order. The former makes Hobert not worry that Heyman will trace back along the clues, and the latter makes Hobert not worry that the lunatics of the Aurora Order will trace back along this clue. A few minutes later, Brian said, "I've searched. Heyman is very careful and didn't leave any clues." Hobert nodded. "We'll go to the street to wait for follow-up support. Go around and ask if there are any people with severed limbs or large wounds. Bring them over and I'll stitch them up." Brian immediately went downstairs, feeling very grateful to Hobert. Being able to save a person would lighten the punishment their team received. Hobert carried a chair and sat down next to Will. While resting, Hobert sorted out his feelings from the previous battle in his mind. At the moment of defeating the multi-eyed monster, Hobert felt the liveliness of his spirituality and the loosening of the potion. At that time, he realized that the process of defeating the multi-eyed monster must be able to summarize important information about digesting the Briber potion or about his own sequence. Hobert first simply reviewed the previous battle. He found the weakness of the multi-eyed monster and dealt with it flexibly. After a little thought, Hobert immediately understood that this combat process conformed to the characteristics of bribery. Bribery is originally the process of finding the other party's weaknesses and then using these weaknesses to complete the bribe. For example, if the administrative officer of a certain county is lecherous, then this is his weakness. Bribery is a further action taken against the weaknesses of others. That is to say, in battle or in court or even on the field, as long as you find the other party's weaknesses and use that weakness to achieve your goal, you are also playing the role of a briber. Then Hobert's thinking became more and more open, and he finally completely understood the description of the briber on the Black Emperor card. The real briber has understood the true meaning of loopholes. The opponent's weaknesses are the loopholes in him, and the reason why the Sequence 7 potion is called Briber actually emphasizes the first half of the bribery process, finding channels for bribery. This is a process of finding weaknesses and loopholes. Hobert finally understood why the word loopholes was in quotation marks in the description. It refers to the concept of loopholes, not just loopholes in order or rules. Having figured this out, Hobert felt the liveliness of his spirituality again, and he completely understood the meaning contained in the name of the Briber potion. At this time, Brian came over with several seriously injured residents. Hobert came back to his senses and began to use stitching to treat the injured residents. More than half an hour later, police support arrived, and the follow-up work was handed over to them. Hobert and several Nighthawks members returned to the Blackthorn Security Company one after another. Because the other teams had not returned yet, except for the Sleepless, everyone else was arranged to rest in the lounge. Hobert lay on the sofa and slept for 2 or 3 hours before being woken up by Borgia. All the Night Watch members have returned. More than a dozen team members held a meeting in the conference room on the second floor to report on their respective results. The actions of the 6 teams were not smooth in the capture of Hillman and Heyman. Hillman had foreseen the capture plan in advance and used mystical means to summon a sequence 5 to help. Even with the use of 2 to 365, the black gloves seized from the Tamara family, Hillman still escaped. However, Hillman was also severely injured as a result, and it may take a long time to recover, or he may never recover to his best state and may lose hope of advancing. After learning about the results of the other team's actions, Thomas said, "There is no doubt that Hobert played an important role in this operation. It is not necessary to mention that Hobert almost killed the shadow ascetic alone, which has exceeded the set task that Thomas gave him." Hobert's support and interception later were the main reasons Thomas praised him. At the meeting, Thomas informed everyone that the police would be launching a series of operations to arrest the involved cultists. During the previous surveillance, the Nighthawks discovered many ordinary people who believed in evil gods, but this was not within the Nighthawks' jurisdiction. After the Nighthawks meeting, Hobert was called into Thomas's office alone. Thomas said, "Without your timely support, many more people would have died in the Southern Bridge District tonight. Such a contribution is enough for me to apply for some rewards for you. Considering that we don't need to provide you with the main materials for promotion, as well as corresponding professional training, you have 2 choices in terms of rewards. The first choice is £500 in cash, and the second choice is 1/5 of a judge beyond her characteristic. Generally speaking, it is difficult to hire a Sequence 7 to participate in a battle as dangerous as tonight's for £500, but Hobert is a member of the Nighthawks team, receives a salary, can do things under the banner of the Nighthawks, and is protected by the Evernight Goddess. So these £500 are just a reward for him, not a fee for hiring him a fight." Hobert would of course choose the latter. Choose the judge beyond her characteristic. Adding his previous merit accumulation, plus this 1/5, he already has 4/5 of the judge beyond her characteristic. In the eyes of official beyonders, that is just a Sequence 6 beyonder characteristic, worth about £2,500. In wild beyonder gatherings, it will be priced at £3,200 to £3,500. But in Hobert's eyes, that will be another 4 stacks of gold pounds. Thomas nodded. "Okay, I will report your merits and register your accumulation." Hobert asked, "Captain, can I use my channels to issue a reward for Heyman and Hillman, and issue a task to capture them?" Thomas was taken aback. Yes. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Heyman's reward can be set at £600, and Hillman's reward can be set at £1,500, dead or alive. If the Nighthawks team catches these 2 people in advance, remember to withdraw the reward and task. Usually, the reward for Sequence 8 is between £400 and £500, but because Heyman is a swindler and very cunning, the reward is exceptionally raised to £600. And the reward for a Sequence 6 is generally between £1,800 and £2,000, and there are even exceptions like Kalangos, with rewards as high as £10,000. But because Hillman was severely injured, the reward is only £1,500. Thomas can make the decision on this kind of thing, and he only needs to submit a report to the Archbishop later. Hobert liked the phrase dead or alive the most, which means that he can receive a reward of £600 from the Nighthawks team with Heyman's body. And he can also get his beyonder characteristic and sell it for £900. After settling the merits, Hobert wrote a written report on this operation. Borja, who was on duty in the reception hall, said to Hobert, who was about to leave, "I'll have the coachman send you back." Hobert was stunned for a moment, and then he seemed to realize something and looked at the clothes on his body. Because he had rescued many ordinary people who had been scratched by the multi-eyed monster, there were many bloodstains on his shirt and trouser legs. If he took a taxi carriage like this, the coachman would probably send him directly to the police station. When he left the Blackthorn Security Company, it was already dawn. This time of day is when the fog in Backlund is the thickest. Although the lights were on in front, the coachman did not dare to go too fast. In the carriage, Hobert saw the figures who needed to get up early to work through the thick fog. He suddenly had a sense of accomplishment in protecting the city. Maybe this is why many official Beyonders are willing to protect a city with their lives, Hobert thought. Back at 192 Blanca Street, Hobert changed his clothes, took a shower, and then began to catch up on sleep. He got up just in time for Furz's lunch. In a casual chat, Hobert learned that Furz would take Audrey to a Beyonder gathering this afternoon, which was suspected to have clues to the psychological alchemists. Hobert recalled that Audrey seemed to have established contact with the psychological alchemist from this gathering. After lunch, Hobert, full of energy, walked to work. On the way to work, he suddenly thought, "Oops, I forgot to ask Thomas to reimburse me for the windbreaker." But then he shook his head. Now he has thousands of pounds in his hand. Why would he care about this small amount of money? He soon realized that it might be because he participated in the Tarot Club and was affected by the god of poverty. On the Berserk Sea, Alger ordered the Blue Avenger to sail into the waters outside the channel, preparing to take the opportunity to get rid of the two three-masted sailing ships that had been tracking them for 2 days and 2 nights. In theory, the speed of the pursuers was far lower than that of the Blue Avenger, but these pursuers were followers of the sea god Calvetua. Alger believed that there must be attendants of the sea god on those two ships. The sea breeze always blows their sails, and the waves always push them forward. When they first sailed into the unknown sea, the sky was clear and the sea breeze was gentle, which looked similar to the sea in the channel. More than 10 minutes later, a cloud floated from the horizon. It looked like an ordinary white cloud, but when the distance was close enough, the white cloud began to turn black. In 1 or 2 minutes, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Strong winds blew on the sea, and the waves were several meters high. This is the unknown sea of the Berserk Sea. Such drastic changes only took 1 or 2 minutes. Alger held the crystal scepter, closely watching the dark clouds ahead. Several sailors on the ghost ship were trying hard to steer and struggling to take up the sails. They didn't know how they had provoked those pursuers, and they didn't know why the captain would go crazy and order them to sail into the unknown sea. Drip! A hailstone the size of a bean fell not far from Alger, followed by the sound of drip, drip, one after another. Suddenly, it started to hail. These hailstones were small, the size of beans, but most of them were the size of apples, and some were the size of watermelons. The crew members were desperate. Hailstones the size of apples could kill people, and hailstones the size of watermelons could even sink the entire ship. Alger held the scepter tightly, and a storm swept over, taking away all the hail in the sky above the Blue Avenger. Seeing the mysterious Mr. Fool and the Emperor with his amazing knowledge reserves, Alger finally breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled slightly, knowing that no matter what dangers he encountered at sea, the Tarot Club was his greatest support. Justice Audrey noticed the expression of hangman, Alger, but she chose to greet everyone first and then asked, "Mr. Hangman, you seem to have encountered some major changes?" "Indeed, but now is not the time to talk about this," Alger said with a slight smile. "I will submit this week's 6 pages of diary first." After the diary materialized, Alger complimented, "Mr. Fool, I also inquired about a piece of information regarding the secret order. On the vast oceans, news is not blocked, just not timely. Those great pirates also value intelligence." "Very good." The Fool Klein nodded slightly, signaling Hangman to tell the story. Alger said, "Many pirates claim that they have killed members of the secret order. Without exception, those members are all Sequence 6. They are preparing to hire pirate ships to go deep into the Sonia Sea, and some are also inquiring about the whereabouts of mermaids." Speaking of this, Alger glanced at the Emperor. According to Mr. Emperor's description last week, it can be speculated that mermaids are an indispensable part of the Secret Order's promotion ceremony, and there should be mermaids deep in the Sonia Sea. For Klein, this was very important information. He had also heard that a ritual was required when Sequence 6 was promoted to Sequence 5. And Alger provided 2 important pieces of information, mermaids and the Sonia Sea. "Very good. You have also paid off your debts," Klein said in a supreme voice. "Thank you for your generosity." Alger certainly knew that his information was far less comprehensive than the Emperor's knowledge. This time, Klein did not rush to read the diary, but tapped the edge of the ancient long table with his fingers. I am going to issue a mission. Here it comes, Hobert thought to himself. The £5 to assassinate the ambassador plot is here. Ian, who commissioned Sherlock Holmes to investigate his employer, probably never dreamed that his £5 commission fee would lead to the death of an ambassador. This is a genuine, famous scene. Mission? Audrey's ears twitched, her eyes widened, both surprised, expectant, and uneasy. She clearly remembered that this was the first time Mr. Fool had officially issued a mission. At the same time, she keenly noticed that Hanged Man seemed to have not changed, but was actually unusually nervous. Even the Emperor, who had always maintained his composure, seemed a little excited. Hey, that's not right. Why are the Emperor's body movements and expressions so much like the reaction when watching an exciting part of drama or opera? Because of the limited time, Audrey did not delve into this issue. She looked at the sun again. The entire gathering, only the sun, was ignorant, treating this as a very normal thing. You can choose to accept it or not, Klein said in a relaxed tone. My other blessed has arrived in Backlund. He wants to complete something, but it is inconvenient for him to come forward. Another blessed? Alger nodded as if in contemplation, not at all surprised by this. In his eyes, it was a default fact that a powerful being like Mr. Fool possessed multiple blessed. Audrey felt a little guilty. She still felt that she owed Mr. Fool's blessed a generous reward. After all, she had received the reward from 3 countries for Kalangos, totaling about £30,000. In theory, she should at least give half to Mr. Fool's blessed. Hobert complained his heart. What the hell is another blessed? Is that blessed named Sherlock Moriarty? And this blessed looks very similar to your other blessed, Klein Moretti. It is very likely that the two are twins. Yes, long-lost twin brothers. Seeing that everyone was silent, Klein issued the mission. The thing he wants to accomplish is to assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador to the Lone Kingdom, Bakerland Jean Mudon. Assassinate the Intis Republic's ambassador. Audrey couldn't control her expression and asked in astonishment. This is an act that will cause disputes between the 2 countries, and even spark war. As a noble lady, she first thought of international relations. As for the question of why Mr. Fool did not do it himself, she felt it was a matter of course. How can there be a big shot who always helps his subordinates? Alger was only slightly surprised by this mission. His focus was on another part. Mr. Fool is still unable to deeply interfere with the real world. My guess is correct. Derek, the son, listened with a blank look. What is the Intis Republic? What is an ambassador? This pieced-together giant language is very strange. Hobert suddenly diverged his thinking. With my current strength, if I fight one-on-one, I am quite confident to complete this commission. After all, the ambassador is not a military attaché, and most of his energy will be focused on diplomacy and politics, and he will not have much combat experience. But there will be no such opportunity. After all, that is an ambassador. There are extraordinary people around him to protect him. To assassinate him, you first need to break into or sneak into the embassy. Some sequence SAXS with strange abilities or powerful sealed artifacts can do this. If it is sequence 5, then there will be absolute certainty. Klein looked around, maintaining his relaxed attitude just now. Who of you is willing to accept this mission? What reward do you want to get? Audrey, who wanted to raise her hand, hesitated. I can't convince myself to kill an innocent person for no reason. Hobert smiled and said, I think this ambassador will also be the intelligence chief of the Intis Republic at the same time. He spread his hands. I have not been in contact with him, and I don't know the specific situation, but I know that the ambassador of the Fainapotter Kingdom once supported a cult organization in South Wales County of the Lone Kingdom. These cult organizations are inhumane and even require believers to sacrifice babies. However, the Fainapotter ambassador has been providing them with funds. After the organization was dissolved, he also sheltered many cadres who fled to the southern continent and the Fainapotter Kingdom. Audrey was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Ambassador Tim, who looked gentle and had a very soft voice, would have such a side. "Mr. Emperor, why are you so clear about this?" "Because I had the honor to participate in the operation to encircle and kill these cult cadres. If we had not encircled and killed 2 of the cadres that night, they would have been sent to the southern continent by the Phaenopotter ambassador." Hobert dared to say this because if anyone wanted to investigate, they would only find the mercenary team that broke through the headquarters of the cult organization. As for the fact that Hobert and Zio and others encircled and killed the 2 cult cadres, and that they were to be arranged to go to the southern continent, Hobert did not tell anyone. So even if he revealed so much information, he would not worry about others finding out about him. Audrey said, "I salute you, Mr. Emperor. Your actions are the best interpretation of justice." Hearing Audrey's praise, Hobert smiled slightly. "I'm just using what I know as an example. I don't think the Intis Republic ambassador is any better." Alger also seemed to see Audrey's hesitation. Whether the 2 countries will go to war only depends on whether the upper echelons of both sides want to fight, and has nothing to do with the life or death of a diplomat. He added, "I'm not sure if this ambassador is a Beyonder, but many clues indicate that he probably is. In addition, there must be many Beyonders around him, Beyonders belonging to the Intis Intelligence Agency. This department has long been influenced by the original royal family, the Sauron family, and controls part of the Hunter pathway." Hearing the information provided by Emperor and Hangman, Audrey's hesitation disappeared immediately. After pondering for a few seconds, Audrey looked at the head of the long bronze table with some guilt. "Mr. Fool, I can try to complete this task, but I may not succeed. I also accept this task." Alger explained with a smile, "Although I am not in Backlund, it does not mean that I have no way to assassinate Ambassador Bakerland." In order not to show his specialness, Hobert also said, "Me too, but like Miss Justice, I'm not very confident." Only Derek had not been able to integrate into this topic. Klein didn't expect 2 sequence 7s and 1 sequence 8 to succeed. "What rewards do you want to get?" Alger and Hobert both said that they would talk about it after it became a task. Only Audrey blurted out, "The psychologist formula." Then she added hesitantly, "This can be discussed after the task is completed. If it can be successful, I will bear the cost. I still owe your blessed a bounty." "Bounty?" "So Kalango's bounty was given to Miss Justice." Klein replied in a normal tone, "Okay." Then, Klein began to read Roselle's diary. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief, finally saying it. Although this would make her a little embarrassed for the next period of time, there would be no more burden in her heart. When Klein finished reading the diary, everyone turned their attention to Hangman. Alger hesitated for a moment and still said, I am being hunted by the blessed of the sea god, Calvetua." He smiled and said, "Fortunately, I still have the protection of Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool, if the situation is urgent, can I pray for your help? I will pay you." Klein suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Even if he didn't know what kind of god the sea god was, he knew what a real God's blessed represented. His evil god was just an empty shell, and now he could only accept sacrifices and bestow things. He thought to himself, "Why don't you try to sacrifice the sea god to me? If that's the case, the sea god might be the one holding the tarot gathering in the future." But he couldn't show timidity at this time. Klein said, "Okay. However, the right to decide whether to help depends on Mr. Fool." After receiving Mr. Fool's reply, Alger continued to narrate. "After returning to the sea from Backlund, I continued my previous exploration and came to the first location marked by the elf ruins. That location is in the northwest of Blue Mountain Island, near a small island called Med Island. I rested there for one night before starting the exploration of the first location. That morning, taking advantage of the calm sea, I found an excuse to drop anchor in the designated sea area and sneaked underwater while the crew was resting. As soon as I entered the water, I found many sea monsters wandering in this sea area. You may not know what this means. The sea area where a certain sea monster often wanders often has ships missing. The strange thing is that so many sea monsters are in the same sea area, but there are no rumors of ships missing near Med Island." Alger paused and glanced at Emperor. In fact, Alger probably guessed that these sea monsters might have been attracted by that high sequence Beyonder characteristic, but he lacked enough high-level Beyonder knowledge and was not sure of his guess. Hobert saw Alger's gaze, but he had no intention of answering now. And then I carefully used a magical item of mine to avoid those sea monsters. Alger continued. When I continued to dive, I saw a light at the bottom of the water. After carefully observing and confirming that those lights were my destination, I continued to move forward and soon came to a structure that looked like a huge bubble. There was actually a dry space at the bottom of the sea, and the light was emitted by a kind of coral that I had never seen before. Audrey listened with fascination. She had always hoped for this kind of adventure in unknown seas or regions. Following Hangman's narration, she also fantasized about exploring the seabed with Susie. Wait, why bring Susie? Derek listened carefully to Hangman's description of the ocean. He had only seen descriptions of the ocean in textbooks, and they were very concise. Hobert also listened very carefully. For him, this was a brand new experience under his guidance. Alger's narration continued. I entered that area. There was oxygen inside, and the air was very fresh. In the dim light, I saw a hall with an architectural style that was very different from the current North and South continents. And the architectural style of the hall was very similar to the elf architecture depicted in the previous murals. After slowly approaching the hall, I actually found people living inside, and their clothes looked very much like clergy. After observing for a while, I felt that the risk of sneaking into the hall was very high, so I circled around the hall and found some collapsed ruins and debris, and found some patterns in the ruins. Mr. Fool, can you help me materialize those patterns? After receiving Fool's approval, Alger materialized the patterns he saw. Hobert immediately recognized that those patterns were a bit like Tautai patterns. He estimated that Mr. Fool, as a keyboard warrior, would not recognize this, because it was rare in his life before time traveling. Hobert only came into contact with these patterns because of his work in the AD era, otherwise he wouldn't know. The shape of the Tautai pattern is a solemn beast face outlined with simple and elegant lines, also called the beast face pattern, or a pattern that looks a bit like a bird face and a gecko body. It should actually be a human face and a sheep body, but the appearance outlined with lines looks very much like a bird face and a beast body. The patterns provided by Alger have obviously been modified, but the essence of the beast face pattern, or Tautai pattern, is still there. Hobert said, these patterns also conform to the cultural characteristics of the elves. It is said that they depict a very gluttonous beast in ancient times. This pattern is often seen in sacrificial occasions or carved on ritual objects. Alger frowned. I thought this would be the image representing the sea god, because the clothes of the sea gods blessed are embroidered with similar patterns. Hearing Hobert's detailed description, Alger guessed, could it be that a devotee of the god of the sea is borrowing the symbols of the elven race? Or is it? Alger suddenly had a bold guess, but because it was somewhat blasphemous, and because he was in front of the fool, he didn't know how to say it for a moment. Hobert already roughly understood what was going on, and he said, continue speaking. We'll discuss this issue later. Alger nodded and continued to narrate. At the time, I was preparing to first collect some information before conducting further exploration, but after I left that sea area, I discovered that I seemed to be targeted by the followers of the sea god. Previously, I had contact with some followers of the sea god. Although what they did was somewhat insane, as long as he didn't offend them, they were willing to have some exchanges and trades with me. I didn't have any actions that would offend them, but the followers of the sea god on Met Island all cast hostile gazes at me. Realizing that something was wrong, I immediately left, and soon the devotees of the sea god caught up with me. No matter what methods I used to evade them, they were always able to find me. I spent 2 days and 2 nights maneuvering around them before finding an opportunity to eliminate them. However, I'm certain that new devotees will catch up soon. Therefore, I'm seeking help from everyone at the tarot gathering. How should I resolve the problem before me? Audrey raised her hand. Mr. Hangman, I would like to ask a question first. What kind of god is the god of the sea? I haven't heard of it. The sea god is a deity worshipped on some colonial islands, Alger explained. It is said that he is capricious and fond of blood sacrifices. Some believers who pray for the calming of the waves will receive an accurate response from the god of the sea. Some believers who pray for the god of the sea to calm the waves find that the god of the sea makes the waves even bigger. I have heard more than once that the followers of the god of the sea please their god with blood sacrifices, allowing them to obtain many storm domain charms. Of course, sometimes it would turn all the participating believers into monsters. Audrey was somewhat surprised. There's such a god? This should be. She was about to say that this should be an evil god, but considering that Mr. Fool was not an Orthodox deity either, such existences were also called evil gods in the Orthodox churches. Therefore, she couldn't continue speaking halfway through. Just as Audrey hesitated whether or not to apologize to Mr. Fool, Hobert suddenly spoke, resolving the awkwardness. Comparing Mr. Fool with this kind of wild god is disrespectful to Mr. Fool. Only then did Audrey naturally apologize to Mr. Fool. Sorry, Mr. Fool, I shouldn't have said that. At the same time, she was grateful to Emperor for helping her out of the predicament. Klein smiled slightly, without making any response, as if this was something not worth his attention. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was a little bit guilty inside, because he didn't even know what kind of god the god of the sea was. He was really a little afraid that Hanged Man, or Justice, would ask him about the information of the god of the sea. With Emperor's words, Klein was slightly relieved. It didn't matter if he couldn't answer. After all, the level of the god of the sea was too low. Thinking of this, Klein became even more guilty. Hobert smiled and said, "Let's first solve the problem facing Mr. Hangman." Alger asked, "What reward do you want?" "I believe that as a member of the Tarot Club, helping other members solve difficulties doesn't require any reward." Hobert followed up with, "I roughly understand what happened to you, and I could try to help you solve the difficulties. But if you need me to provide an explanation, you need to pay me some reward, because it involves some advanced knowledge." Alger nodded. "Thank you for your generosity." Hobert asked, "Did you bring anything out of the ruins?" "I brought out a small piece of luminous coral and a piece of jade engraved with elven patterns from the ruins," Alger said. "But when I discovered that the devotees of the god of the sea seemed to know my whereabouts, I threw all these things into the sea." Hobert asked again, "Are there any items that suddenly appeared on your ship? Or any crew members who suddenly became abnormal?" "I checked carefully, and I didn't find such a situation." As an old sea dog, Alger still had this vigilance. After eliminating these possibilities, there was only one place left. Hobert asked again, "Have you checked the bottom of the ship?" I haven't checked," Alger said. "I'll check the bottom of the ship immediately after the gathering ends." It wasn't that Alger wasn't careful enough, but a blind spot or a loophole was something that people who spend time at sea were more likely to overlook. Hobert was now very good at finding such loopholes, and he said, "Driving underwater creatures to serve oneself is one of the abilities of the god of the sea. If the problem really lies at the bottom of the ship, it shouldn't be difficult to find. If the problem isn't at the bottom of the ship, you can pray to the fool, and I'll help you think about other possibilities." The more Alger thought about it, the more he felt that the problem should be at the bottom of the ship. "Thank you for your help." Hobert smiled and said, "As for why you have such an encounter, let me ask you a few questions. Are the followers of God of the Sea, Calvetua, only in some sea areas?" Alger was stunned, then nodded, "Yes." "Among the followers of the God of the Sea, are there some elven patterns or cultural elements circulating?" Alger recalled, "Yes." "Are you guessing that the God of the Sea is actually a surviving powerhouse of the elven race? But you don't understand how he possesses some of the abilities that only gods have." Alger trembled. "Yes." "Wait," Audrey suddenly said. "Mr. Emperor, are you saying that the God of the Sea is an ordinary person?" "No, I mean a Beyonder is acting as? Or an elf is acting as?" Such an idea is too blasphemous. Klein behind the gray fog finally understood why Emperor called the God of the Sea a wild god. It turned out that he was just a high-sequence Beyonder. "This is the content that needs to be paid for next," Hobert said. "Everyone, do you want to know the principles behind this?" "I want to know too much." Audrey clenched her fists, but she should be very financially strapped next, and she didn't know if she could afford this information fee. Derek, who hadn't spoken all along, also showed enough interest. Alger simply asked, "What reward do you want?" The three questions of Emperor just now had aroused all his curiosity. If the reward was not too high, he would be happy to get the answer. 800 pounds, Hobert said. When the transaction is completed, you will find that it is absolutely worth the money. Alger nodded, still within an acceptable range. He was about to initiate the transaction when he only heard Hobert say again, "You all seem to want to know, how about this as a member of the Tarot Club? I'll give you a discount. If only one person wants to know the answer, they need to pay me 800 pounds. If two people want to know the answer, they only need to pay me 500 pounds each. If three people want to trade with me, they only need to pay me 400 pounds each." Klein behind the gray fog suppressed the urge to cover his face. "Do you think this is Pindoduo here? Why are you doing group buying?" As the daughter of a banker, Audrey immediately realized that the Emperor's trading method, while seemingly benefiting the buyer, actually benefited both the seller and the buyer. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The Emperor is truly a business genius, turning an 800-pound deal into 1,200 pounds. Alger was happy to accept, of course, since he could spend half the money. Only Derek said, "Mr. Emperor, what if I don't have your pounds? You can pay with extraordinary materials." Hobert had already thought it out for him. "I'll give you a rough conversion. A sequence 8 main material is worth about 300 pounds. You can ask Mr. Fool or Mr. Hangman. I'm giving you a low price. Although there will be a premium, there's also a certain probability that you won't be able to sell it for 300 pounds. So we will trade according to the low price. The value of the materials you give should be a little higher than 400 pounds because I still have to find channels to sell them." "No need to ask," Derek said. "Mr. Emperor, I believe you." Hobert sighed. Little son is still too young. This reminded Hobert of his university days. Even though he had been hurt by this society and people, he was always full of trust in the people around him. As his thoughts swirled, Hobert asked, "Is everyone trading with me?" Audrey said, "Yes. As long as she saved a little, it wouldn't be difficult to come up with 400 pounds. Alger and Derek also nodded one after another. Hobert said, "Okay, Mr. Hangman, you now owe me a total of 1,400 pounds. Miss Justice and Mr. Sun can pay me in a few days." Alger nodded. "I also need a few days to give it to you. With Mr. Fool as a witness, I won't go back on my word." He didn't have so much cash on hand now and needed to handle some items on the island to clear his debts. Hobert nodded. "No problem." Then, with Mr. Fool as a witness, the transaction begins. He said, "Mr. Hangman's guess is correct. The palace he saw at the bottom of the sea is indeed the temple of the sea god Calvetua. And Calvetua is not a strong elf who survive in the world. I have this judgment based on 2 clues. The first clue is Mr. Hangman's discovery in the previous ruins. At that time, the mixed blood in the ruins described it very clearly. The 3 locations he marked were all the locations where the strong had fallen. They should have sent people to search the 3 locations more than once. If there were any surviving elf powerhouses, then they must have gone to seek refuge with this powerhouse. The second clue is that after the sea god began to have believers, the Storm Church should have begun to pay attention to him. If he were an elf remnant, then the sea god must have existed for more than 1,000 years. The Storm Church could not have failed to locate the sea god's position in such a long time, so the sea god's believers should have only appeared in the last 100 or 200 years, or even a shorter time. Based on the above clues, I have this guess. Alger nodded. Indeed, the belief in the sea god has only appeared in the last few decades. Hobert continued. So I guess the sea god should be someone, or even a sea monster, who swallowed the high-level Beyonder characteristics left by the elves. Sea monster? Alger asked in surprise. Klein, who was getting a free ride behind the gray fog, felt that this was really possible. If it was a sea monster with Beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway in its body, then its huge size would likely dilute the burden of Beyonder characteristics, and there was a small probability that it could successfully take the potion out of sequence and become a high sequence in one fell swoop. Audrey was already having a hard time keeping up with Hobert's thinking and could only listen carefully first and think about it after the transaction was completed. Derek also felt that Hobert's statement was very fresh, and he thought, I wonder if the monsters we encounter during patrols will advance by swallowing other monsters? Alger's knowledge was enough for him to understand this, but he was a little surprised when he first heard Hobert say this, and then he accepted Hobert's guess. That's right, it's a sea monster, Hobert said. It is because the sea god is a sea monster that he is bloodthirsty and likes blood sacrifices so much. Another reason that supports my guess is that if a person successfully advances to Sequence 3, the most likely situation is that there are now 5 kings at sea. He would never wait in one place for the Storm Church to find him. From this, I can also guess that the sea god's condition is not very good. He must not have had the assistance of a ritual when he swallowed that characteristic. So the sea god's believers are so crazy because their god is in a semi-mad state. Even the sea god himself may not be able to leave the elven ruins. Alger nodded, feeling that the Emperor's guess should be very accurate. Audrey and Derek admired the Emperor for guessing so many things based on the limited clues after listening to the Hanged Man's description. Klein couldn't help but sigh. The Emperor's analysis is reasonable and logical, as if he knows the answer to the question. Klein was right this time. Hobert certainly knew the answer to this question, which was like solving a math problem. Knowing the conditions and the answer, all that was needed was to write out the calculation process. Another important piece of information is that, as far as I know, after becoming Sequence 3, you could design a name of honor that points to yourself, Hobert continued. It's just that Sequence 3 can only respond to believers' prayers within a certain range. A common Sequence 3 honorific, one section of which is someone something, such as servant of the fool or favored by the fool. Because the sea god is not a saint of a certain church, he may not have a section with this structure, but there will definitely be a description of the region, such as something of Backlund or something of a certain sea area. Alger immediately understood why the Emperor could guess that the sea god's followers were only within a certain range, because the sea god could only respond to prayers within a certain range. At the same time, he recalled some names of honor that he had heard. Like the Emperor's description, some names of honor circulated in the church had sections such as something of the Lord of Storms. In one section of the sea god, Calvetua's honorific was protector of the Rorstad archipelago. Then Alger became a little excited, imagining the scene where he could design his own name of honor and respond to his believers after he became Sequence 3. Audrey sighed that the 400 pounds was really worth it, and she actually heard such advanced knowledge. Derek was a little sad. Silver City does not have Sequence 3, so we do not know this knowledge, or there are corresponding descriptions in some ancient books in the library, but they have long been forgotten by us. Finally, Hobert smiled and said, Everyone, this is the sea god. Hobert continued, A large number of artifacts with elven cultural characteristics should have remained in the ruins. These artifacts were spread by the clergy of the god of the sea, becoming symbols of the god of the sea's followers. He spread his hands. It all makes sense. Audrey said, Emperor, although it's impolite to say so, I really want to applaud you. This is the best reasoning I've ever heard. Hobert said in a gentlemanly manner, Thank you. Your praise is the best applause. Alger also said, As you said, it's worth more than its price. Derek nodded, agreeing with the hangman's statement. Hobert smiled and said, I always value credit. The transaction ended, and Audrey, still feeling unsatisfied, initiated a transaction with Derek regarding information about the Dragon of Imagination. Originally, Audrey wanted to trade with the Emperor. After all, the Emperor might have more comprehensive knowledge, but the price should also be more expensive. Audrey, who had never worried about money, began to calculate carefully, feeling that she could temporarily get a general idea from the sun first and ask the Emperor about things she didn't understand when she had money. And Derek hoped to obtain the Sequence 8 potion formula for the bar pathway. So Klein initiated a three-way transaction, with him first paying Derek's reward, providing the potion formula for Light Supplicant, while the reward Audrey needed to pay would be transferred to the Fool. As for what the reward was, Klein only said, "There's no need to rush. Perhaps my blessed will need help with something in the future." Hobert, sitting at the lower position, immediately complained in his heart, "Shameless, how dare he use they? Your only blessed is yourself. Speaking of which, I have at least 2 followers, and I'm too embarrassed to say that." Then Derek began to describe the dragons in their textbooks, and mentioned the dragon of imagination, Anquelt, and his son, the nightmare dragon Elzahad. This immediately reminded Audrey and Klein of the Emperor's previous description of 0-08. This sealed artifact was the extraordinary characteristic condensed after Elzahad's death. They seemed to have a thorough understanding of the characters of the ancient era. At Audrey's request, Mr. Fool removed the sensory blockade on Hobert. Audrey asked Hobert, "Emperor, is Dragon of Imagination Anquelt one of the 8 ancient gods you mentioned before?" Hobert nodded, "Yes." Audrey asked again, "Could it be that these ancient gods are all leaders of races like dragons and giants?" Hobert only gave simple yes or no answers. He nodded and said vaguely, "You could say that. In fact, humanoid beyonder creatures such as giants and elves are all mutations of humans." "Thank you for your answer," Audrey said. "This gives me a systematic understanding of some ancient history." Hobert smiled and said nothing. After chatting for a few more words, Klein announced the end of this tarot gathering. In the safe sea lane of the Berserk Sea, Alger recalled the exchanges at the tarot gathering. He immediately got up and opened the door of the captain's room, preparing to dive under the ship immediately to take a look. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 sailors waiting outside. One of the sailors said, "Captain, another ship is catching up." They had knocked on the door hard just now, but had not received any response because this was a ghost ship, and without the captain's permission, the sailors could not open the door of the captain's room at all. Even if they rammed the door, it would be difficult to open the cabin door. "I know," Alger said casually with a livid face. "I just took a nap." He now had 2 choices. One choice was to report the location of the god of the sea's temple to the church. As long as the church killed the god of the sea, Alger would definitely receive a generous reward. The second choice was to hide the report and wait until he became a demigod in the future to replace the god of the sea. In the end, Alger chose the second option. At worst, he would no longer trade with the followers of the god of the sea in the future, but beyonder characteristics of Sequence 3 were not so easy to encounter. Having figured this out, Alger's pace became more forceful. When he came to replace the god of the sea, it would mean that there would be another king on the sea. Alger came to the deck, took a steel javelin for dealing with sea monsters, and then dived into the water, searching along the bottom of the ship. The bottom of the ship looked old and dilapidated, and was covered with barnacles. Alger sighed. It's time to find a dock to clean up these annoying things again. When he reached the stern of the ship, Alger saw a colorful chitin attached to the bottom of the ship. That's it. The chitin is called a chitin because its shape resembles a stone, not because it always moves in places with rocks. Different from ordinary chitins, the colorful chitin has a much larger size than ordinary chitins. Its single eye and scales are relatively common mysticism materials. The chitin in front of Alger was as long as a forearm, and its shape was a regular ellipse. The single eye had 4 colors: black, gray, green, and blue. At this time, the single eye of the colorful chitin also saw Alger. Some of its shell plates stood up and shot towards Alger. Alger manipulated the water flow, changing the trajectory of those shell plates, causing them to hit elsewhere. Then Alger held a steel javelin and pried the chitin off the bottom of the ship. The chitin immediately waved its scales and fled quickly, but it was too late. Alger was more agile underwater than on land. A layer of magical scales appeared on his body, which made him faster than a fish underwater. Aiming at the opportunity, Alger pierced the colorful chitin's softest abdomen with the javelin, piercing it directly through. Then Alger quickly swam to the surface, while the sea water seemed to have life, trying to hold Alger up. The moment he swam out of the water, Alger jumped up, jumping onto the boat like a flying fish. Alger held up the colorful chiton that was still trying to shake its scales. "This is the mark that the pursuers quietly placed on our ship." As he spoke, he threw the colorful chiton on the deck, stepped on it with his foot, and used one hand to dig out its colorful eyeballs. The entire colorful chiton twitched a few times and then stopped moving. "As long as we solve the pursuers behind us, we will be safe," Alger said. "Go to Leaking Island." The sailors smiled evilly. "Aye, Captain." Leaking Island was a deserted island they accidentally discovered. There was a steep, high mountain on the island with many fruit trees, which could replenish the fruits needed during the voyage. In addition, the high mountain of the island blocked several large whirlpools behind the island. When you turn past the island and see those whirlpools, it is too late to turn the rudder. And the Blue Avenger is a ghost ship, which can flexibly shuttle between the whirlpools according to the captain's will. Alger and others have used this advantage to bury 3 batches of enemies on Leaking Island. After the sailors went to work, Alger was processing the scales of the colorful chiton with a dagger while feeling in his heart. This is the only gain from this exploration, and these materials can only be sold for 200 pounds together. The consequence is that it will be difficult to have dealings with the followers of the god of the sea again, and they're also constantly on guard against their pursuit. Then Alger realized that many times exploration may not be able to achieve one's desired purpose. Perhaps this is the true meaning of navigation. He immediately felt the digestion of the potion, which made Alger realize again that his thoughts just now were one of the important rules of playing the role of a navigator. Backlund, Empress Borough, in Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey sat on a soft stool, considering how to complete Mr. Fool's commission. Soon, she thought of 2 ways. One was to ask Zio and Furs and commission Mr. A, whom she had met before. Although Mr. A's gaze was annoying, he should be a very powerful beyonder. The other way was to entrust it to Hobert. Of course, with Hobert's strength, it seemed that he could not complete the assassination commission, but he was the eldest son of General Christian, and he had extensive connections in Backlund's Beyonder world. He should have certain channels to redelegate the task, and at worst, pay some intermediary fees. After a little hesitation, Audrey prepared to take the path of Zio and Furs first. Just as she was about to write letters to the 2 ladies, she realized a very crucial problem. She knew very little about Intis Ambassador Bakerland. In this case, it was easy to misjudge the difficulty of the task and then entrust it to an inappropriate person. After pondering for a moment, Audrey turned to the maid Annie and said, "I accept Countess Cagliari's invitation and will attend the ball she is holding tonight on time." Cagliari is the Countess of Wolf. Her upcoming ball will invite ambassadors from various countries stationed in Loan, including Intis Ambassador Bakerland. Originally, Audrey had refused the invitation, but out of politeness, she would inform the ball organizer a few hours before the ball that she could not come because she had something to do. According to convention, the servants have not yet informed the Countess of Wolf of this news. Audrey decided to observe Ambassador Bakerland first, collect enough information, and then meet with Zio and Furs. 15 Minsk Street. Klein, who had returned to the real world from the Sefirah castle, opened the curtains and sat at his desk, thinking about his current situation. First of all, from the information provided by Emperor last week, and from this week's diary, it was determined that the Secret Order had close cooperation with the Innis Republic, and it was also understood that the iron-black nematode that sneaked into his room last night to check the information he left on the desk was the work of a seer pathway beyonder. The task of assassinating the ambassador has also been commissioned. I just don't know if it will be successful. In short, he has done everything possible to deal with it. Whether he can survive this crisis can only depend on fate. Klein looked at the fog outside the window that had finally dissipated and decided to go to the Bravehearts Bar again tonight to see if he could meet other Beyonders and lay the foundation for choosing a bodyguard. After confirming his thoughts, Klein read the newspaper and waited for the sky to darken. Forsaken land of the gods, city of silver. Derek returned to his dim room and stared blankly at the lightning in the sky outside for a while. He tried to imagine what the sea looked like, and tried to imagine the feeling of swimming in the sea. Thinking about it, a burst of sadness appeared in his heart again. If he didn't know the outside world, he wouldn't be so sad, but the problem is he knows it, but he can't touch it. Lord, please send down your light to guide your devout believers. Derek's praise immediately filled the room with light, and he seemed to gain courage from the light. With Mr. Fool's guidance, and with the help of Mr. Emperor and the others, I am closer to hope than other people in City of Silver. So he tidied up his clothes and prepared to go to the training ground to train first and strive to pass the instructor's assessment. As long as he passed the assessment, he could be assigned to the patrol team. As long as he starts serving City of Silver, he can earn merits and exchange merits for extraordinary materials to repay the Emperor's debts. After training, he also planned to go to the library to find more descriptions about Sequence 3 saints. Derek tried to put on a smile. Life is full of hope again. Backlund, 192 Blanca Street. Hobert returned to his room. The weather was not very good today. It seemed like it was going to rain. Hobert put on another piece of clothing for himself and prepared to return to the law firm to work until he got off work. Over the past few days, the work of their team has gradually become regular, and there are no more backlogged letters. After continuous publicity in the newspapers, people come to entrust them every day, but most of the people who come here to entrust them are workers or farmers, and some consumers want to get justice. Hobert's place seems to be more lively than the labor union and the Consumer Association. Arnold did not allow the reporter who was invited to listen in to smear Hobert and Bob, because more and more nobles were tired of his actions, which made him afraid to express any opinion on this matter. So the media's praise for Hobert's victory was all praise, which made Hobert truly become a well-known lawyer. This week, Hobert's team will have 8 cases open in succession. Jessica and the others have just taken over this type of case and may not be very proficient yet. At the beginning, Hobert needs to go to court with them to help them design defense plans. Walking on the foggy streets, Hobert sighed. Another busy week. As soon as he arrived at the law firm, Jessica told Hobert that there were 2 private letters for him. Hobert asked Jessica to sit opposite him, first discuss the details of the court hearing tomorrow with her, and finally he reminded her meaningfully, "Your eloquence is already very good. There is no need to use other abilities. You must know that many judges are true judges." Jessica was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder." After Jessica left, Hobert went to read the 2 letters from Tingen City. It turned out to be a reply from Elizabeth and a letter from Selina. Hobert first opened Elizabeth's letter. The little girl first thanked Hobert for his concern, then congratulated Hobert on his success, and then mentioned the death of Melissa's relatives, which was a blow to Melissa. Finally, Elizabeth said she was very sorry for revealing Hobert's address to Selina, because Selina had asked her many times and almost followed her behind. Opening Selina's letter, the words were full of admiration for Hobert and envy for Hobert's extensive knowledge. She actually wrote 3 pages of letter paper. Hobert sighed. Why only 3 pages? Then he sighed. Compared to Elliot, Selina has more potential to be a fanatical believer. At the end of this letter, Selina expressed her hope to invite Hobert to be her mentor in mysticism. Hobert thought that he would play the role of mentor of disorder in the future, and now he can accept the apprentice to prepare for future performances. Opening the fountain pen, Hobert first replied to Elizabeth, first greeted her parents, then said that he would reply to Selina, and finally Hobert invited Elizabeth to bring Melissa to Backlund to relax. Then he replied to Selina, but did not immediately agree to be her mentor, only said that he could answer some of her doubts in mysticism, and warned her not to contact any friends of her previous mentor again. He gave the reply to Jessica and asked her to help send it out. After get off work, Hobert thought that Furs was going to attend an author salon tonight and was not at home, and Zio was busy tracking Rafter and was not eating at home either, so he happily decided to go to a restaurant for a good meal. Just after sitting down in a restaurant, Hobert saw the middle-aged man dining at the table not far away, who turned out to be Mr. Azek, who had a bronze complexion and soft features. Hobert hadn't expected to run into Azek at all. If he didn't know that Mr. Azek was a descendant of the death, he would have suspected that Azek was an angel of the lawyer pathway. Hobert greeted him with a smile. "Sir, I didn't expect to meet you here." Azek politely stood up and said, "Congratulations, young man. You seem to have found the true meaning of your abilities." Hobert was slightly stunned and immediately understood that the first time he met Mr. Azek in the cemetery, he had just taken the potion, and now the potion in his body had been digested by more than half. Azek could almost see through his state at a glance. Hobert smiled slightly. "I thought you were going to congratulate me on completing a very crucial victory in my career." He asked knowingly, "Are you dining alone?" "Yes. Can I share a table with you?" Hobert smiled and said, "My partners all have things to do and can't enjoy dinner with me, and it's too boring to dine alone." He didn't have so many problems at all. He was just looking for a reason to share a table with Mr. Azek. This is an angel walking on the ground, but his condition is not right, and he doesn't even know that he is an angel. At the same time, he is also Mr. K's thigh. Since Klein can hug him, why can't Hobert hug him? Azek did not refuse Hobert's request. So the two chatted, really just chatting. Hobert talked about his work. Azek was a little surprised. "You are Hobert, that famous lawyer?" Hobert often appeared in recent newspapers, and Azek had also seen his name. The two talked about the workers in Backlund along this topic, and talked about the East Borough of Backlund. After the meal, they were both a little unsatisfied. But Hobert did not ask for Azek's mailing address. He knew that the process of contacting Azek should not be too hasty. It was just right to talk here today. On the way back, Hobert also lamented the wonder of fate. Back home, Zio had just returned, and she sighed while drinking tea. "Hobert, today, I have a new understanding of a person's bad luck. Rafter is so miserable, he fell down the stairs and knocked out a front tooth. He had a dispute with someone in the casino, and as a result, because he was too excited, he stepped on a car that fell on the ground, and it is said that he broke his tailbone." Zio shook her head. "I feel a little sorry for this guy. Is he really as dangerous as the masked man said?" Suddenly, Fur's voice rang from the restaurant. "Maybe these performances are just him pretending to deceive you." Hobert and Zio were startled and turned to see Furs picking up a teacup to pour tea. Hobert asked, When did you come back?" "Just now." Furs didn't understand why the two looked so bad. Zio asked, "Why don't you go through the door?" "Why should I go through the door?" "Directly to the kitchen. I can walk a lot less." Hobert and Zio were speechless. Backlund, Empress Borough, at Countess Wolfsball. Through observation, Audrey knew that Bakerland was an old lecher, and his eye contact and physical contact with several ladies were not right. In order to confirm her guess, Audrey chatted with him a few times and also heard his blatant praise for her and saw the annoying eyes. Just after Audrey got rid of him, Conus, who also came to the ball, whispered, "Audrey, don't be confused by that ambassador. He is an old lecher. I don't know how many ladies he has tricked into bed." Conus is the youngest son of Viscount Learson and has a good relationship with Audrey and Glaint. "Conus, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" Audrey tried to maintain her elegance. "Goddess, how could I be confused by that ambassador? The perfume he sprayed made me want to vomit. His words were so dirty. His taste is like a male peacock." "Your feeling is right." Conus showed a sincere smile and said in a lower voice, "Moreover, Bakerland is a very dangerous guy." "How dangerous?" Audrey asked curiously in cooperation. Conus said with a solemn expression, "He is Intis intelligence leader in the kingdom, and has done a lot of bad things, but we have not obtained useful evidence. He himself is Sequence 6 conspirator." He didn't have too much wariness about Audrey, and also knew that Audrey knew some mystical knowledge, so he directly told her that Bakerland was a Sequence 6 and Bakerland's Sequence 5 assistant. He also told Audrey that Bakerland was very good at planning conspiracies and other information, which made Audrey gain a lot. Just when the two were chatting, Audrey saw Ambassador Tim, who spoke softly, and she asked Conus, "Conus, I heard a friend mention that Ambassador Tim once sponsored a cult organization in South Wales." Conus was stunned. "Yes, these ambassadors are actually destroying the harmony of the Kingdom of Loan. He asked, "We all know about this, but we haven't found any evidence. Can your friend provide evidence?" Conus didn't intend to ask in detail about the channels through which Audrey obtained information. After all, Earl Hall was an earl who had achievements in politics and was well informed. "I'm sorry. He also heard it from others." Audrey asked again. "He also said that those cult organizations have been eliminated, right?" "Yes, as far as I know. A mercenary team destroyed the headquarters of the cult organization and rescued 5 babies who were about to be used for sacrifice. Fortunately, they were eliminated. Which mercenary team carried out this righteous action?" "The Iron Caltrip team. They received the task from the mercenary club." Audrey thought of the address of the mercenary club left by Emperor before, and the information matched. She said in her heart, "Mr. Emperor, I am about to find you, but you have no clue about Miss Justice, right?" Blanca Street. Hobert, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly sneezed, which woke him up, and it took a long time to fall asleep again. The next morning, when Hobert was having breakfast with Zio and Furs, Audrey's maid sent a letter, and Audrey asked Zio and Furs to meet at Viscount Glaint's mansion. Furs was a little strange. "Didn't we just attend the Beyonder gathering of the Medical Academy? Why are you looking for us again?" Hobert certainly knew that they were looking for them to entrust Mr. A to assassinate Bakerland. Maybe there are other things. He had to accompany Jessica to court at 8:30 today, and he had to accompany Raska to court at 10 o'clock. In the afternoon, he also wanted to visit Mr. Dyko at 1899 Niccolo Street. The day's itinerary was full. After eating breakfast, Hobert left in a hurry. On the other side, Zio and Furs received Audrey's commission at Viscount Glaint's mansion and contacted Mr. A through their channels. But Mr. A did not appear directly, but his attendant asked in the reception room, "What can I do for you two?" Furs said, "We want to talk to Mr. A directly." "I'm sorry, Mr. A is not seeing anyone now." Although the attendant said sorry, he didn't have any apology at all. "Telling me is the same. I will immediately convey it to Mr. A." Zio said, "We brought a big deal. Assassinating the Intis ambassador to the kingdom, Bakerland, Jean Muddon." The attendant was slightly stunned. "Please wait a moment. I will go and convey it immediately." He walked quickly to a dark room not far away, and a mass of collapsed flesh and blood in the room made Mr. A's voice. "What do they want?" "They want to ask you to assassinate the Intis ambassador, Bakerland." The mass of collapsed flesh and blood formed a human shape like a liquid, and the appearance vaguely resembled Mr. A. "Damn Nighthawks, let me miss a big deal. This is a great opportunity to promote the prestige of my lord."
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.